Hey everybody, quick shot here looking back at Europe's match history. Any standout games that shaped what the LEC is today. Welcome back to Summoners Rift and the LEC Summer Playoffs. Reminder that the winner of this series goes to the final next Sunday. Will be guaranteed first or second seed when they then go on to the World Championship. The loser of today will play on Saturday against either Rogue or the Mad Lions and could be Europe's third seed going to the World Championship. Already after seeing 2 games, I am a little bit calmer about Europe's chances at Worlds.
Yeah.
Oh, I did not know that Thresh skin does that.
Okay.
Let the music play.
Yeah, but like, why was I going after Ari all this time?
I know, right?
Like, what?
Wow, this is vibing, man. I love that. Very chill. All right, cool. Great way to kick off the game.
I've been exposed.
Yeah.
You can buy your skins now by clicking on the store link.
Stop it. Okay, Trevor.
Wow,
Too far. Trevor.
Way too far.
Okay, sorry.
All right, let's have a look at this invade. Jankos looking to cause some disruption.
I like this. I like this a lot. You force Hecarim out of his red buff side jungle. He can't start on the Raptor, so he's actually probably going to go over to his Wolf camp. With Q at level 1, that's what you want to be hitting. And the level 1 power already bot lane, heavy trading.
Man, the Ignite thrown down onto Perks. He's down to 200 HP. The Flay into all the autos. Reckless runs out of ammo, needs to reload, and that's when Helidian steps forward again with the Flay. We'll get Mickey down to 200 and now start to focus on the wave. HP advantage, I think maybe marginally too Fnatic, but Perk's a little healthier right now.
I mean, this is just making all the jungle pathing really, really awkward because Jankos is up top side of the map, but now his bot lane is taking really brutal trades in the bot side, so he runs back down to secure his second red buff of the game, but walked over a ward. So now Fnatic do know that he's in the bottom lane, but I don't think they would expect the level 2.
Oh, the ward's going to come out from Reckless.
Let's take a look what Jankos can do. Flash is available for Reckless and Hilly. Jankos, he needs to walk in, and I remember the very first time Set debuted on our stage, Dracos and Ender were ranting about it all day long, and all they said was to deal with Set, you just walk away.
Yep.
Reckless and Hilly listened to that advice, and they did so in that game.
They noticed that Mickey and Perks were running straight at them, and they were like, nah, this doesn't feel chill at all.
Kind of obvious.
Yeah,
actually.
So they gave that one away, but at the very least, it relieved some of the pressure from Perks and Mickey. You can see that Reckless and Hylissang now going to look for the reset, and so peace will return to the Rift.
I mean, forget the relief of pressure on the bot side. Like, Jankos is now so far behind in the jungle. Selfmade is a full 2 camps ahead of him. He's done both of his super high XP camps, which is going to be the Gromp, as well as getting onto the Krugs now. And Jankos being delayed may not be able to play for both Scuttle Crabs, because now Selfmade is on the top side of the map and could either look to gank top lane, or, since there's a giant wave there, probably just the Crab instead.
So this is the thing. The fact that Jankos is able to steal away the red buff means that he still has his whole top side clear. And notice that the Azir and Wonder also have push, which makes it harder for Selfmade to actually set up that invade. So he's now just going to be forced to reset. He's still only level 3. So I think that while, yes, he definitely is behind, my biggest concern would have been, is Wonder going to die here? But as you identified, Ender, that huge stacking wave up top made it harder.
Yeah, the thing is with jungle camp respawn timers, they're so low now that I feel like you aren't actually, like, Jankos will be punished here because all those camps on the top side, yes, they are up, but they're still level 1 camps, and those give you significantly less experience than the second cycle of camps that are going to be coming through. And because Selfmade started on his Wolf camp, that's already going to be returning to the map, so he's going to be hitting level 4 first, and should be on pace to reach level 6 first, which is a massive breakpoint on the Hecarim.
Thing is, if you're Ender in this situation, you're falling a little bit behind, you would just come mid lane and you would take your mid laner's farm, and then suddenly the XP difference is gone.
I'm not surprised to hear that from what I know of Ender's jungling style, but in comparison to the previous game, Ender, you were talking a lot about how Jankos, when he was playing into the Lilia, could not let off the steam. You know, he played early, he got advantages, and he needed to keep that up. How problematic will this be for him because of how far behind he is? You've already touched on the level 6 advantage, which is massive on a Hecarim.
Yeah, well, I do want to say it's not like he's super far behind right at this point in the game, because he's on the set, so his early game impact is still going to be felt. He just hasn't taken a recall yet, so he has now stabilized in terms of overall CS, but Selfmade will be a little bit ahead in EXP. I'm checking it right now. They're about dead even, but with the opportunity to go for more camps here on the Hecarim, he's going to be just fine and not set behind at all by the early red.
Punch him in the face! Jankos not able to, as Bwipo's able to escape, just shadowing that top lane, so Wonder will be able to pick up a lot of farm there. underneath his tower, and we catch a quick glimpse of Selfmade now coming in behind Nemesis as the wave has been pushed forward.
Yeah, Selfmade just on a full clear path, whereas what I want to see from Jankos in the next couple of minutes, especially now that Wunder is getting close to level 6, and Bwipo has spent his teleport into the top lane, is Jankos playing through bottom lane around the GP ultimate, and also to pick up the early Infernal Drake. 'Cause I think Caps has had pretty good control over this mid lane wave, and Set very adept at taking early dragons, and this would put G2 on pace to go for the early sword.
What do you guys think of this Azir into Orianna matchup? And I know we've talked a lot about how it'll be influential in the later stages of the game, but in comparison to many other picks that Caps could have gone with, Azir caught us a little off guard.
Well, I think that Ender actually summarized it really well, as a hook does land for Mickey.
Well, Hylissang will be in some trouble. Teleport comes out now. That'll be from Bwipo. Correction, Nemesis. He makes himself in the bottom lane. The shockwave is flashed away from.
And
While that's going on, Call the Forge God comes out. Wunder is going to flash under the turret. The Ignite is burning him down. Won't be able to pick up the kill just yet. And Fnatic, they don't find the kill in either lane.
Yeah, I really like how they played that right there, with Selfmade coming into the top side after seeing Jankos down bottom lane, and even Nemesis's teleport bot side gets the flash out of Mickey. So Nemesis will fall behind, loses out on CS, but I think the minions that were perhaps lost by Wunder in the top lane during that dive will make up for it just a little bit.
The unfortunate situation for Fnatic right now is that there's no Rift Herald to trade it for. Of course, this will allow Bwipo to get a little bit of farm and XP back, and they'll force the TP out from Wunder, but given that Bwipo already used his TP, no real advantage gained. So I feel that G2 were the overall winners of this. The fact that Fnatic were forced to burn both their teleports relatively early on means that the bot lane 2v2 of Perks and Mickey is going to be a lot safer. And remember that with this 2v2 of Reckless and Hylissang, I think there's a lot of strong playmaking tools that they actually have, and the fact that there are fewer members to be able to make that a reality makes this a little bit easier for G2.
Thing to note, Selfmade has ultimate and he's up in the top lane.
Bwipo's already flashed for that one. Here comes Selfmade, and we'll be able to tag onto Wunder. The devastating charge follow-up after. Continues to run him down with the Rampage, and one last auto. Plus the skill from Bwipo will pick up first blood to Fnatic.
So the repeat gank coming in from Fnatic up towards the top side. You don't typically play through an Ornn lane, but if you're able to put down a gangplank, that's definitely a favorable situation for you. And the fact that he did burn his teleport and his flash earlier made it very easy for Fnatic to execute. So that GP is going to lose a lot of farm.
Yeah, a lot of Selfmade's ideas, I think, in the early game has been to play on the opposite side of Jankos. You see he did hit level 6 first, like we were talking about earlier. But when you are playing the more scaling farming pick, the good idea is to play away from G2, or play away from Jankos. So while the Dragon goes down, while all the vision has been invested from G2 on the bottom side, Selfmade can find these ganks, because it's almost like playing like an old Predator Gragas. Having that movement speed means that you can come out of the river so quickly, and the vision doesn't really matter for Wunder unless he's playing super safe in the lane.
We saw Wunder getting some support there from Jankos. Is now Selfmade. No ultimate available. Mickey and Perks immediately back away. And while there's no flash on Mickey, it wasn't really a big threat. The big minion wave as well pushing into Reckless and Hill. He didn't want to lose that.
Yeah, but check it out, right? Like the second Jankos is going up topside for the Herald, which you expect after the Dragon goes down. Selfmade's bot lane, but here comes G2, classic mid game.
Oh, the dredge line connects perfectly. The root as well, and Caps slays Nemesis with the help of a bot lane roam from G2.
That's about as classic G2 as it gets. The flash from Mickey as well to commit to that play, and Nemesis without any cleanse couldn't get out of that situation. Now Jankos making his way up towards the top side of the map. They have their eyes on Bwipo, no flash, but does have the ult.
And there's support coming. 1, 2, 3 members of G2. Mickey could decide to go deeper into the lane. Blast cone popped over the wall.
Oh, here we go, Bwipo. Can you make the outplay? There's no minion.
They're waiting for the next wave.
Is with him.
Come on, Bwipo, get back to base.
Oh, this is so scary. There are 4 G2 members in the top lane. Dredge line catches him. He cannot hit the ram.
5.
And Wunder manages to get the kill with the Perks ultimate. That's a 5-man stack in the top lane.
Poor Bwipo. Oh, and add
this
insult
is
to
huge.
injury. The Gangplank ultimate comes down as well. Everything coming together for G2 right now. They've got the Herald too. It's so much. There's so much pain for Fnatic right now.
No, it was so nicely done by G2, because this is actually the waterfall effect. You saw Selfmade go for the gank in the bot side. So what happens when G2 lose their vision and, you know their junglers around them? They run mid lane. They get the kill in mid lane. What happens after that? Well, they take that mid lane pressure they just gained by getting the kill, and they convert it into a top lane dive. And the whole while they're sitting on the GP ultimate to be able to slow down the push on the bot side and only give up 3
Oh, and look look at these lane assignments too. Caps coming down bot lane with Mickey. They actually know they can win this 2v2 because Caps has his ultimate. Mickey does as well.
There's a depth charge available. Reckless is the target. The lane is taken, but now all of a sudden Hylissang gets caught out. He will get the summoner heal. This buys some time. Emperor's Divide gets rid of Reckless, and the curtain call is available. There's not enough mana for Reckless. Decides to hold on to that one, and obviously could be body blocked as well.
All right, so we're going to get an instant replay of this 2 versus 2, and the thing to note here is that the Nautilus ultimate follows the target.
Yes!
Reckless takes the lantern, and he actually just like, oh no, I realized that I screwed Hylissang. Oh man, you know, it's funny because this is like karma. Do you remember the Blitzcrank from Vanda when he took the lantern and then he got hooked?
No, no! Oh my god!
BM! Oh, such fantastic work by the Observer team.
Someone call Yone.
G2 picking up their 3rd kill of the game. They are now 1,000 gold up. Whippo's getting good damage onto Wonder. But Nash's Tooth has been completed by Caps. He's been involved in 100% of the team's kills thus far. Has roamed to every single lane. And now Selfmade
is really awkward.
Alone.
Oh man, this is how horses get turned into glue. But he will use the Onslaught of Shadows, will get out for now, and the Lantern is there. Fnatic were able to get him out safety, but at what cost? Bellows Breath from Bwipo. He's going to dash forward, call the Forge Guards available, and I don't think he'll get the secondary proc. Maybe he will. No, he will. Not another kill. Selfmade maybe baiting Bwipo in.
Caught us off guard there with that horse comment.
Not meant to call it out, gentlemen.
Anyway, getting back on topic, good punish there from G2, and I feel like that we're seeing the poor coordination from Fnatic that we saw in last game. Selfmade invading when he had no pressure anywhere on the map. Bwipo then trying to come down and help, and he ends up putting himself in an awkward situation. This is now going to give G2 another Drake, and while G2 are making a lot of great plays in this early game, it feels like we're not seeing the same Fnatic that we saw in game
I
one.
do think Mickey actually misplays here pretty majorly and results in Selfmade escaping. So Mickey's auto attack to CC, longer animation than it takes for Selfmade to just charge through him. So he flashes forward to try and deny Selfmade from getting his ultimate off, but then also misses the Q on the wall. So a couple of mechanical blunders there from Mickey results in them not being able to finish off Selfmade.
But then Bwipo walks straight over a control ward that's sitting in the river. 5 members of G2 are able to collapse, and they just are able to make up for it. So Bwipo was like, don't worry, Mickey, I got you, and ends up donating a kill.
Now, I think it is important to call out that the gold difference is not that significant, as Bwipo is under some threat from Wonder. It will get a teleport here from Nemesis. And looking at the minimap, there are some G2 members around, but there's 2 dragons inside G2's inventory, and we are playing for Notions.
I mean, this entire series, Wonder's just been able to draw so much pressure from Fnatic, playing in the 1v1 up there. You know, he drops his ultimate, that's immediately a teleport. The rest of Fnatic comes running up in the top lane. It does mean he doesn't have the cannon barrage to delay the push coming through, so Fnatic will be able to trade plates pretty freely here, but Caps is going to be bot side getting some too.
Well, let's see how Fnatic start to recover from this. It feels like a few extra punches from G2 are landing, but because we are even in gold thus far and towers plates are still being traded top and bottom, the team fight compositions are still powering up, and I'm anticipating some saucy fights as we progress towards the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely have some team fight comps. I think that the gold is telling us a really interesting story, because it feels like I've seen this before. The solo lanes of G2 have like really big gold advantage, then you pan bot lane, it's like I thought Perkz was doing fine, but Reckless just has a 1k gold lead.
And a lot of that obviously coming off the back of the turret plays that he was able to pick up as well. Something that we often see from Fnatic. Nemesis going to close some of that gold, actually put Fnatic in a position where they are actually leading for the time being, and when we bring the items back up, I want to draw your attention to where some of the big spikes have come through. So, Trinity Force sitting on top of Selfmade. This man has been the carry for Fnatic. He's a player that was supposed to be brought in, the upgrade over Broxah, and help take this team to newer heights. Ever since they've been playing carry junglers, he has been standing out, and he has to do it again today on the Hecarim. He's sitting mid lane with his team. Hylissang is top alone.
Man.
Oh, man.
He's waiting, right? Obviously, G2 don't know he's in the bush, and the rest of Fnatic were considering a play. But now they're just going mid.
They absolutely are. The man you were just talking about is Selfmade. He gets caught backwards by the Emperor's Divide and taken out. A lot of damage goes down onto Perkz, though, and there's no further follow-up from the rest of Fnatic. That dredge line almost catching Nemesis, and There may just be the ultimate caster curse there as we start talking about Self.
I mean, this game is such a challenge for Selfmade because they went very early for this Hecarim that he's looked so good on, but all these tools to kite back and punish him when he goes for the commitments are going to be rough. Here we go, fight mid.
All right, there's the showstopper onto Nemesis. He's going to get some damage and taken down. And the tower falls as well. Bwipo throws out the Call of the Forge God, but there's no follow-up.
It's a 3 versus 5 Fnatic. What are you thinking?
Fnatic tried to defend their mid-tier 1, and it just ends up being more gold in the pockets of G2. We see Hylissang sitting in this brush, Wunder completely unawares, but it also means that they're a man down in this upcoming fight.
I mean, Fnatic just baited us into thinking that they were going top lane, but they didn't bait Fnatic, or G2.
Fnatic commits to this fight, and it's exactly as you said in draft, Ender. Every time this man goes in, there's nothing that he can do because of champions like the Azir. Nemesis and Reckless then realize that they're in an awkward situation, they have to disengage, and at this point you're like, okay, concede the tower. Meanwhile, Hylissang still sitting in top lane. But they're also bringing our attention to the fact that Hylissang was not involved in that fight. And what were we saying last game, Ender? 3v4, 4v5, every single fight, it was like Fnatic were taking it at a numbers disadvantage, and now they might be fighting another one.
They absolutely are. That's a double TP from G2.
Oh, Caps!
The Emperor's Divide over the wall! Caps, the best mid laner in EU, managing to set it up for Perks to pick up the kill onto Hilly. Turns the attention onto Selfmade, and now Nemesis is running for his life. That was beautiful from Cap.
Caps never fails to impress, and G2 are going for it. They want Reckless.
Reckless is absolutely being taken out. Mickey uses the stopwatch to buy some time. 4 members of Fnatic are dead at G2's hands.
Caps just claps and he stops the Fnatic run back. It is unbelievable how clean he is playing right now. Let's get an immediate replay of this as we can see Fnatic trying to get some control over the top side river. You can see they do have numbers here. Jankos contesting within the double TP immediately, and this is where we get to see the play. Look at the moves, look at the place. Flies
It's
in.
instant too. He sees them hit the blast cone and immediately is over the wall with the ultimate ready to go. Hand delivered the team fight to the rest of G2.
Caps is just too damn good at League of Legends, and he is making the difference in this series as Nemesis then gets chased down along with Reckless afterwards.
Absolutely the case. Mickey sets it up for Perks, manages to play that one as we come back to live.
Hello, Nemesis is top lane, no teleport.
Fnatic were trying to start the Dragon. Bwipo should be able to escape with his life here, and the Dragon will be secured by G2. Gold is now just shy of 3,000 at 3 Dragons to 1. 10 kills to 1. And it's starting to look all too familiar from what we've been seeing in G2 versus Fnatic in 2020.
G2 not giving Fnatic any time to breathe in this game either, because we talked about it right at the start. Jankos, early pressure on the Drakes. We're now at 3, playing for an Ocean Soul in just under 5 minutes time. And with the advantages that Caps has, I mean, like, what 2K in both solo lanes for G2? I can't imagine how Fnatic are supposed to run into this backline, because G2 outputs so much damage.
They absolutely do, and for Fnatic, the way the game started in the series, starting to get very excited as Game 2 and Game 3 have played out. It's just a stark reminder of the head-to-head between these respective teams. 1 win, 8 losses in 2020, but all time, Fnatic 22 wins to 33 losses against G2. Since G2 qualified into the league, it's G2 Esports that has been the superior team. They've won more playoff games. They've won more regular season games. They're tied in titles at 7 titles apiece. The winner of this series is sitting, waiting in the final. One of these teams, and whoever wins this, is 1 step closer to picking up the 8th title in Europe.
And it feels like that one of the main reasons why Fnatic brought Selfmade in was so that they could finally overtake G2, so that they could have more power, have more carries at their disposal. And I felt like in Game 1, we got to see that. But G2's ability to adapt, pivot, has been so difficult.
Here he goes.
To deal with this. Selfmade goes in, he's looking for Perks. He may actually get this one.
He made the final call. Not going to be enough for the curtain call, rather. And Selfmade with the Rampage picks it up. So they get the kill, but they are still 3,000 gold down, so they need to do more of that to come back in.
But it's an important pick. I believe they got a pretty big shutdown there because that was Perks' first death of the game as well.
Yeah, 600 for Selfmade.
But unfortunately, there's no objective on the map. And I mean, Baron's not even alive yet, so there's nothing that they can really take off the back of it, which which means that while it is a good pick, it doesn't really result in anything. And again, I keep my eyes on Selfmade. It's going to be difficult for him, but Hecarim plus Orianna, if that wombo combo comes through, there's a world in which Fnatic can turn this game around.
This is really interesting how G2 are playing. They have the Rift Herald, so they gave up top jungle control while they know Nemesis is going to be pushing, so they can blast the second tower. They may even be able to walk this in to the inhibitor tower because it is just an Ornn down here. No one's really recalling. They're canceling the recalls. Fnatic want to go to Baron.
Fnatic are making their way towards Baron. Do they commit to it?
No, they don't. Okay.
Recall's now going to start to come in. It's a risky play. And there is a bit of a redemption story as Nemesis will look for a shockwave here. One of the more criticized players on Fnatic. He gets his first kill of this game, but at what cost? Now the inhibitor turret will go down. The inhibitor's going to be focused on this. There's nothing that Fnatic can do to stop this.
So it looks initially like Pokes is just running it down, but he's just buying time. As look, G2 may actually even go for the end. People aren't even recalling yet on Fnatic.
This is insane. Here comes Hilly. He gets the double fight. Death sentence as well with the Ignite burning. That will be a kill. Now Wonder is in trouble. Pops the powder kick. The Emperor's Divide comes back and Jankos goes forward to the showstopper. Selfmade has arrived and so has Nemesis. They get themselves the kill. They'll start to calm down as Fnatic will defend their base. They will be donated several kills. And really importantly, the gold is now even thanks to those shutdowns.
It is a massive blunder there for G2. They got super hyphy, they got the inhibitor, and then we're like, hey, we still have this Herald, maybe we can get something done. It was too much, and that is going to be exactly what Fnatic need, because in a minute and a half, there's an Ocean Soul coming up. So Fnatic are forcing it hard for the Baron now.
I think doing the Baron is the correct play here. There's only Pooks and Mickey left alive. Yeah, he can TP, he's going to be up, and they're going to secure this one. Immediately, they're right back in it. G2 thought that they could end the game, but they get punished. And now only Pooks stand in the way of Fnatic in their first Baron of the game.
They will be able to secure this. Have you seen a more G2-esque decision? The Dredge Line connects onto the wall. Mickey doesn't find Reckless, but his flash is down. The Baron is picked up, and here comes the rest of Fnatic now for the fight. Mickey's inside the pit. The Lantern's available. The Shockwave comes out. That catches two. It's a fight on multiple fronts, but Fnatic are winning it. Cap's forced to flash over the wall. The Sand Soldiers, the Emperor's Divide by time. Reckless finds the shot. They get Baron, they get 3 more kills, and in the blink of an eye and a punish of G2's call, Fnatic are now winning.
What is going on? G2 are just running it into Fnatic, and now Fnatic have the lead. They're going to be able to walk in. They're going to stop the Ocean Soul from coming through, and they have a strong scaling composition. They're going to have a Rabadon's coming through. They're going to be able to take these next fights.
Look at these levels right now. Selfmade is 14. He's the same level as Nemesis. These two carries are coming up clutch with the Death Cap being completed as well. Fnatic have been able to flip this game on its head.
I need to know how much blame or how much you put this onto G2's decision to keep pushing.
They just ran it straight down the bot lane push and then the Baron on top of that. Like, you don't have a smite. You're going to lose that every time. Just take the fight at the Ocean Soul. Now Jankos has to find a steal.
They're not going to do it. Fnatic buy themselves more time. They are now 2,500 gold up. They were down 10 kills to 1. Now they're only down 2. And they've made back what was a 4,000 gold deficit into a 3,000 gold advantage.
Look, don't get me wrong. Both teams have very strong 5v5, have a lot of excellent scaling options. But we are now, I mean, Fnatic couldn't ask for anything more. At first, losing the inhibitor was a bad thing because that would convert into the Ocean Soul all that pressure. But now, they have a gold lead. They're taking bonus money in the bot lane. G2 can't farm the bot lane. They can't play for Baron on the top side of the map. And Bwipo will be the main beneficiary. He's going to get items, or he's going to get levels, and that means better items that he can hand out to his team.
You're literally seeing every single member of G2 at a level disadvantage. You're going to see Wonder die next as well. Like, look at how easy it is for Selfmade to just run them down. We talked about how he needed to be the big carry this game, and he's doing just that.
And what I like in this game in comparison to the previous one, Fnatic as a team have now found a few scenarios where they can bring Reckless's Jhin into the fold. In the previous game, the discoordination or the uncoordination.
Fnatic brush, a classic.
Will anybody fall trade?
Yes, they will.
Gets caught by the death sentence. There's the rampage from Selfmade. Curtain is called from Reckless.
Wait, Nemesis is here.
Showstopper goes forward. That's a kill onto Selfmade. There wasn't enough damage, and G2 were able to respond appropriately.
Okay, we got a Clown Fiesta on our hands. Okay, both teams are just kind of tossing it back and forth right now. Fnatic, they're not going to get anything as they hard commit to that fight. And just as we praise Selfmade, he dives right into the fold of G2, and immediately they just get so much gold back. They're now going to reclaim some control around the map. Look at all the vision they have in their inventory. They're going to deny Fnatic so much, and we have to take a breather because this game has just been so intense over the last 5 minutes.
Just chill out, guys. It's gonna be okay. Wait for an objective to come up because yes, both Baron and Ocean spawning in 3 minutes, and this is a time where G2 they could say, okay, we're down in gold, but we could trade an Ocean for a Baron or vice versa. They're always going to win if it's going to be a 50-50 trade. Fnatic are continue to be on a roll because now Rabadon's Death Crown, the Infinity Edge has been upgraded. The Death's Dance in one more level from Bwipo is going to be boosted up there for Selfmade, and he has a Locket, which offers so much value against both the GP and the Azir in the fights to come.
And super important, look at the levels there. Level 16 for Nemesis just came in. Bwipo's making his way. Selfmade and Reckless above everybody else on G2 Caps. The only one staying relatively close for now. At one point, there was a 2-level difference there between Selfmade and Jankos. Right now, it's actually up to 3. Selfmade goes in with the ultimate. Again, not a huge amount of follow-up here from the rest of Fnatic.
Yeah, a little bit random there. I do want to say, though, the fact that G2 gave up all those kills when they had an advantage is major because you get such a bonus of experience when you kill champions that are higher level than you. That is what has catapulted Fnatic on top of the super minions and bottom lane into the XP lead.
And I think the reason why Selfmade used his ultimate just there was, well, he got the flash out from Perks and the exhaust from Mickey, which is going to be huge because those summoners will not be up in the next fight, whereas Selfmade's ultimate definitely will be. So, quick shot. How good are you feeling right now?
Oh, exceptionally good.
Good, because you're going to need to cast a really big team fight that's going to happen in a minute and a half, because both of these teams need this Drake. G2 need the Soul, Fnatic want to deny the Soul, and then the Baron is spawning a few seconds before it, and this is what Ender was talking about. Both these objectives are going to be highly contested. How will they trade? How will they execute? And ultimately what these fights are going to come down to is, can Fnatic successfully get onto the backline versus how quickly does Caps and Wonder keep the backline safe while they're killing the front line of a Fnatic. This is a traditional front-to-back teamfight comp, whereas Fnatic have a little bit more dive and a little bit more wombo combo, and it ultimately comes down to will they be able to land.
And look at that difference there in the damage profiles. Obviously expected. GP into Ornn, as well as a Hecarim into Sit. You anticipate this. 45 seconds until Ocean. I'm looking at vision here. Pretty good warding from the G2 side. A ring of vision around the pit for Fnatic, though, and no one's positioned just yet.
Just very quickly, the Infinity Edge has now just been completed on GP. That is a huge item up.
Yeah, that's going to be huge. I want to look. Okay, G2 able to get out of this, or are they, Hilly?
Oh, that's a flash already secured. Reckless holding on to his call. The Forge God comes out. Jankos is running so fast. Manages to escape with his life for now. Tagged by one of the shots of the curtain call. He will look for the shield and buys a couple extra seconds before Nemesis takes him down. He is now on a rampage. Mickey sidesteps a deadly flourish, gets pulled back by a shockwave, goes all the way forward with the dredge line. Spider Nautilus cares not for your Orianna. Cannon Barrage will buy some time under the inhibitor turret, but crucially, losing the jungler means Baron and Dragon are available.
Selfmade is just a raid boss charging at G2. He cannot be stopped. G2 aren't coordinated against him. We have yet to see Selfmade in a true teamfight 5v5 situation. He's just been able to use Fnatic to find picks on G2, and therefore we haven't seen the weaknesses against the peel of G2 actually come to fruition.
Fnatic are going to win this game. I was so ready at 20 minutes to just say 2-1 to G2. G2 overpress, and I believe the word was fiesta, Mr. Day.
I think I said ran it down.
And I started this series getting very excited, and it's going to generate more questions. I don't have a completed thought yet about my expectations, not only for the rest of the series, but for next weekend's finals, but then also for Worlds. Because I think
how
there's
far away
so
you
many
thinking,
good
Quick
things.
Shot, that like this
2021,
game,
22.
Yeah.
It's
How
G2
G2 have these players for like 2 more years.
Yeah.
Exactly, but that's the whole point. It's like whenever you see these two orgs go head-to-head, it's never just the game that's on screen. There's years of history, and there's so much expectation going forward. But this just creates more questions in my mind than answers.
And the one thing you can always say for sure is that you always get an exciting series
Hell
when these
yes.
two teams play. It's currently 13-12 in the kills. Fnatic are currently leading. They're sitting with the Baron, and they have their eyes on
The blue buff.
The
That's
blue
the one.
buff.
I really
Selfmade's
thought
gonna
he was
take that
going
one
on to
away.
Caps there.
Caps was just like, Okay, I'm cool, we're chilling.
Well, let's see how this next few minutes of push comes in. Baron buff is available. There's not a lot of targets being hit here by Reckless. It's a show of force.
That's an L.
It's like
That's an L right there.
I don't know what kind of statement that was from Reckless.
Exceptional emote usage from Reckless, but look at the minimap. Self-made up in the top lane, Nemesis with TP in the bottom lane, support coming in from Hilly. And with Baron empowered minions, just gonna try usher these in and try break open the G2 base.
So I'll make this next fight look even better for Fnatic, because coming into this one, it's the cheap consumables they picked up. So you have Nemesis with Elixir of Sorcery, which is gonna give him a big boost of magic damage, and then you have a stopwatch on Ornn and a stopwatch on Hecarim, and the amount of time a Hecarim can buy in the backline, combined with the Death Dance, his healing from W, the stopwatch on top, and then a Thresh Lantern to get him out, he is not going to be possible really to take down, it feels like.
Not the case.
Oh my god, what the hell? What?
Difference. Nemesis obliterates Wonder. Thank you, observers, for that fantastic picture-in-picture. Caps is now in trouble. The Sand Soldier's doing work, but you simply cannot turn it around. Now Jankos is caught inside the frame. Mickey and Perks coming to try and help. Showstopper buys some time. That will be enough to take down Selfmade. But
behind you!
Here comes Hilly and Nemesis. A flash away from Perks. He's run down by Nemesis as Command Attack and Dissonance is wrecking him. He manages to make it to the fountain. Turns the damage around before Nemesis takes him out. Fnatic ace G2. Fnatic are inside the base of G2, and Fnatic catch the throw from G2 to slam it back in their faces. The Nexus turrets are going to fall, and Fnatic are one win away from the LEC Summer Finals. Exceptional performance as they're gonna go hunting.
Oh, Fnatic are doing the G2. You camp the fountain, you kill each and every last one of you. The sad B became a happy B for Reckless. They're going to match point.
Last game, admittedly, it was gifted a little bit. Let's see if Fnatic can keep the momentum going, though.
And as Fnatic say, we take those. Let's turn our attention to the draft. Because G2 lost the game, they get side selection. They chose blue side and end to take us away.
Yeah, it seems like we're just going to be blue-red, G2 blue, Fnatic red the entire series.
But a shift here, and we got the Nautilus ban coming out from G2.
And what this means is very likely we're dropping the Ezreal ban, and then where does Ashe fall down? Do they let Ashe through? Do they try to first pick that? Because for so much of the series, there's been 480 carry bans in every single draft phase, and that has pushed such a priority onto the Senna pick for Perks.
Take a look at the next ban. It's going to be the Thresh and the Nautilus, so both Hook champions removed from the pool. We've seen the Braum that we do not want to see Mickey on again, and we have seen the Leona, and with a Yuumi band away, obviously that denies that potential.
So I think this Yuumi ban was directed so that there was no Thresh Yuumi, Lucian Yuumi. I've heard a lot about it being very popular right now, a really strong combination, and by removing the Yuumi, it kind of pushes that potential Lucian pick to come through.
Yeah, and with G2 leaving the Ezreal open as well in the bottom lane, like there are a lot of different things you can pair with it. So I like the Ashe now coming through from G2. We saw that do very well up against the Senna, the priority you can gain in the lane, the volley, as well as the long-range initiation, because that has been a consistent problem for G2, is facing against Fnatic's long-range engage. We saw it so much in the last game with the Hecarim, but the Ashe earlier in the series was also a big deal.
Well, let's see what they pair up with it. A lot of the main supports that we've seen in this series of Nautilus and Thresh are obviously going to be removed with Senna on the board. Fnatic, of course, going to grab that one up for Reckless. Very confident Senna player. The question is, will they lock in a support immediately? Or will they just go I mean, they have a lot of options right now, really.
I mean, this is the first time that Senna's playing, Reckless is playing Senna this series. He's played it 7 times throughout the course of summer and only lost 1 of those games. The Hecarim once again for Selfmade. I liked his late game Hecarim. Early game was not super strong.
Fnatic left the LeBlanc open, and now we get to see G2 in like the actual, we're going to hard stomp through mid lane, because Set with Hex Flash coming out of the Fog of War combined with the distortion forward as well as the chains from the LeBlanc is absolutely devastating, and that makes it really hard for Nemesis to survive the lane phase that he's done a good job of sustaining through thus far.
Ooh, Fnatic going to grab themselves the Leona that we saw from Mickey in game 2. I think that it can pair up very nicely with the center, gives you some strong engagement already. You're seeing that self-made hilly synergy that we've often seen throughout this series, making sure that they both have champions that can dive in, provide crowd control, and set up the team to deal the damage.
And there's also that like really quick pop CC from the Leona as well when a LeBlanc tries to dive your backline. If Hylissang is positioning well to peel for his backline, he has a lot of different options if he wants to go in or not. You can quickly shut down Caps from finding the angle into causing damage into your carries.
We are going to see the Tahm Kench taken off the board. Ashe Tahm has been a very popular bot lane, and I think Fnatic showcasing good respect. Typically, we've seen a lot of top lane bans from G2. We've seen the Shen consistently banned away. We've seen the GP banned away. We're seeing the Renekton taken off the board right now, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Shen also removed. Yeah,
but this is the awkward thing, is that the Gangplank will still be left open if Whippo wanted to go for that. But I mean, Orianna would be the safe pick here. It's pretty solid up into that LeBlanc matchup, and we see it pair so nicely with a Hecarim and a Leona. On the other side of things for G2, with a LeBlanc this early and the form that Wunder has been playing in, I want him to be on a carry on some sort of side lane threat, because this has been, you know, G2, when they're able to work all 3 lanes, put Wunder onto a carry with the Caps LeBlanc too, that's hard to deal with.
Well, the Gangplank has been banned away, and now let's see what happens, because on the other side, Fnatic have actually been banning away Irelia, Camille. They banned a couple of top lane carries throughout the course of the previous games this series, and we'll get an indication on what they want to do. They have historically throughout this series left the top lane to be more regularly the last pick option on red side. And as the timer runs down, it will be the Camille, something that they have banned already.
Yeah,
wow, they're really afraid of Wunder's Camille, I feel.
I mean, and you should be too, because I think like Camille plus LeBlanc is so devastating playing together in a side lane. You know, you tag team whoever's playing down there and can absolutely shut them down. So this Camille can be a really solid side lane option. And I think a lot of top laners in our league think with Grasp of the Undying, she's a relatively safe blind pick in the top lane too. She's strong in the side lane and one of the best like side lane team fighting players too.
Wow. Shen is going to come out as well. So G2, once again, going very heavy anti-dive. Last game, they ran the Azir to mitigate the dive that came out from the Hecarim. This time, you have the Taric ultimate plus the Shen ultimate. So when Selfmade jumps on in, he's trying to get that execution down onto the Ashe. There's going to be a lot of protection. The question is, can Fnatic kill Perks before that protection comes down?
And in terms of initiation, you know, they've obviously got skill shots that can land, but not the super clean or super
skill matchup.
Let's find out. There's a couple seconds left here for Fnatic. What do they run into the mid lane?
Oh!
One second. Do you know how many times Nemesis has played Kassadin in the LEC?
Is it 4?
Yes.
3. Oh,
do you want to know
close.
How many games he's won?
It's 0.
That is correct. Ding, ding, ding. You win the quick stats competition. Can he win it today and help Fnatic take down G2?
But every time we see a Kassadin pick, yes, the idea is good. Fnatic scaling is phenomenal. But G2 are just so good at taking advantage of mid-priority. Like, if you can't clear a wave between levels 1 and 6, G2 just run away with the game. So as much as I want to see this Kassadin pick work for Fnatic, I am so afraid as to whether or not it actually will.
This game should follow a very similar story to Game 3 in the early stages. G2 tools to play around the mid lane to set the early proactivity, but then can the scaling come online for Fnatic? Can they play the side lanes? We're going to check it out and see what goes down.
Welcome back to Summoner's Rift. Let's see what can go down as G2 Esports have their backs against the wall. Lose this game, you drop to the semi-final next Saturday and wait for Rogue or Mad Lions. Win and push us to Game 5.
All right, so Kassadin. Kassadin versus LeBlanc. Often around level 11, and once Kassadin has the 2 items completed, you don't need the Seraphs fully upgraded. You just need to have it combined with something like a Rod of Ages. We'll see what itemization he goes for. Sometimes you rush the Lichbane, but point is that around level 11, level 13, that's when Kassadin can hold his own against LeBlanc. Until then, it is just the LeBlanc show.
And can I just say, Caps has invested in the dark technology, and I am such a fan. He's starting with the Cull in the mid lane. This might look crazy, but Kassadin gets a lot of natural magic resistance, so LeBlanc actually wants to trade with her auto attacks a ton in the lane. Cull is going to allow her to do that and capitalize on that, and of course, give that 180 gold bonus when she cashes that in later.
So we may be happy with the decisions to interact with Boris from Caps today. Do have a very brief question that I want to bring up. I have been wanting to bring up a little bit, and considering it's a last pick Kassadin, taking a look at Nemesis, his regular season performance to his playoff performance. We said it in an earlier game, Nemesis is not necessarily the central figure, the central carry for Fnatic. You're looking at other players, but we have seen him stepping up his game, and we've seen some mixed performances, shall we say, this series. But definitely if you take last weekend in consideration, improvement and growth for the mid lane and for Fnatic.
I mean, Nemesis is all reliable, right? Like, you can often rely on him to not really ever die in a 1 versus 1. He's a very difficult player to punish. He's often played mages and scaling picks, and that's what he's always been known for. And then when you get to team fights later, that's where he often offers a lot more value. But it feels like that against Cat. Hang on a second.
That's a lot of damage. Bwipo's going to push Wunder away, still sitting on his flash, and Wunder's going to back away and start to regen as best he can.
So, good trade there in favor of Bwipo. Looks like Wunder going to go for a very early reset. Will he invest the teleport is my question, but to come back to Nemesis very quickly, I feel like that he as a player in playoffs has definitely stepped up, and I think that his Orianna performance last game, while he was getting bullied around a lot by Caps, and it feels like the laning phase has always been the Cap show so far in this series, Nemesis is still offering value, and he best sets up Selfmade for success, and that's ultimately what you want. But right now, when you have 0 priority, look, Jankos is just like, yes, I can do whatever I want because my mid laner is perma pushing, but Selfmade with the clever pathing actually is not going to have anything for Jankos to take.
Yeah, Selfmade has just been sort of running into, or Jankos rather has been running into Selfmade's jungle. It started right after red buff. He went in, took away the Gromp camp, which is a ton of EXP. So now with the Scuttle Crab, that should be his cue to level up himself towards 3, but I mean, Selfmade already 2 camps ahead of Jankos, following a similar story to last game.
And notice in the bot lane, Perks and Mickey took the bot Scuttle Crab, which means that Selfmade isn't going to get any of that farmer XP, and this is where things start to not crumble, but, you know, he starts to fall a little bit behind, because again, junglers are very reliant on priority and pressure, and the fact that Perks and Mickey have that push in the bot side of the map, Caps has priority in mid, means that it's a lot harder for Selfmade to do whatever he would want.
Yeah, because you see Selfmade's going to waste a little bit of extra time. He doesn't know that this actually went down. I don't think his bot lane realized what actually happened. He's like, how did Jankos, he's down here, he's up, like, what actually happened? Can cause some problems if he doesn't know where the camps are, and doesn't know that his Grump is down either. So Selfmade, very sad while standing on top of Vision the entire time.
It definitely feels bad, man, as we take another glimpse on the top lane. You know, we're pushing forward.
He's gonna kill him.
Wunder's gonna look for that flash, manages to get the taunt for a few seconds, down to 200 HP. That's a flash forward to the precision protocol from Bwipo. Manages to get the damage. Spirit's Refuge will buy so much time. Now, where is the hook shot? That's the taunt that goes in. Wunder gets taken down. That was a game of inches, but Bwipo gets a solo kill.
Oh no, Wunder full committed for that fight. Jankos was close by, but Bwipo got the passive back up and takes that bat shield to turn the trade around in a lane that was going so poorly for him. He's able to get the first blood, and now Vamp Scepter should make it much easier.
Now, many may have wondered why Wunder committed the flash there. That was mainly to proc his Q, to have the sword come through as another fight kicks off bot lane.
There is indeed a lot of damage coming out. Hylissang a little bit on the retreat perk, still going untouched, so is Reckless. Mickey down to 150 HP. The Exhaust was traded, as was the Ignite. Reckless backs away relatively unscathed. Advantage to Fnatic in that fight.
Wait a second, Wunder just ran bot lane. Wunder's not going top lane at all. They want to force this fight really badly.
All right, there's Mickey trying to play the bait game. Flash is available for Reckless and Hilly. No flash for Wunder. And he's going to be unable to impact this lane.
Yeah, so, I mean, Wunder runs down here because I believe the lane was pushing away from him in the top side of the map. Jankos was pathing down here, and he would have been super vulnerable after losing his flash in the last trade. So I like the idea there from Wunder. Of course, it doesn't pan out, but it will convert into that early dragon.
So you can see here, he uses his taunt initially, gets a pretty favorable trade, and then you're going to see again when, okay, so this is where we saw Bwipo at the first. But notice here that flash in from Wunder, he's trying to get the sword to come through so that he gets that bonus damage and the bonus attack speed, and he's thinking he can win the trade here, but now he's like, oh, okay, maybe this trade isn't going as well as I want. I didn't actually have the burst damage, and then the taunt finally comes back up, but so does the shield passive from Bwipo.
Yeah, and his W was slightly late there too, didn't block out the true damage. Here we go.
Well, damage there on to Caps. He's dropped very low, 100 HP. Nemesis picks up the kill. Jankos is arriving in time, but he simply can't turn it around. Thumbs up from the drive-by by Hilly. 700 goal up, 2 kills to 0, and they helping cast it out.
And this is exactly what you want to see from Hylissang on this Leona pick, is making moves and shutting down a lane that we were all expecting G2 to be playing around early on. Now Selfmade's up here to make sure that Bwipo can pick up the CS, and the wave's going to actually be pushing out, so Wonder is in trouble.
Let's see what happens. Selfmade doesn't have access to the onslaught just yet. Hextech Ultimatum comes down. Level 5 there from Wonder. Devastating charge into a Rampage. The taunt will buy some time. One more Rampage under the tower. Now Selfmade will get taken down, and the kill credit secured by Wonder. Jankos unable to get in on the assist. It's a trade 1 for 1.
Hey, check this out though. Look at the collapse. Caps pushed out.
Pings are coming through though.
Has the blast cone. Bwipo very low mana and no flash himself, but I don't know if they can get the minion wave here in time.
Well, let's see.
They might not need it.
Oh,
might not need it indeed. Bwipo's going to turn backwards. Caps level 6 showstopper available. There's the passive from Camille. 2 chains from Caps. And just autoing from outside of the turret range. Kill is going to be available in just a moment. Showstopper comes down. Now Nemesis trying to turn it around. Shield comes out from Jankos, and the call is retreat. Jankos and Caps make their way out. They pick themselves up 1 kill, as Caps will dash over with the distort before he is taking too much damage to Nemesis.
I mean, what is happening to our top laners? We're almost 8 minutes into the game, and Bwipo has 26 CS.
Yeah, it's not been great.
Can we see the gold quickly? I don't even care about Shen versus Camille. I care about those two players versus the rest of the game.
Wait, they're actually not even that far behind. Like, they are for solo laners, admittedly, when you compare that to the mid laners too. What's more interesting to me is the fact that Nemesis is 2 levels up on Caps.
Because he just got like 2 waves in the top lane.
Yes, he did. So he's just been benefiting from the fact that Bwipo has been attacked on the top side of the map. He also had that early kill. This Kassadin is reaching already late game stages very quickly, and G2 need to find a way to stop it.
Fnatic and Kassa win. It is a very, very old duo, but can Nemesis buck the trend? He's got 0 wins on the champion while playing on stage. Fnatic right now, they will start off the Rift Herald as something that's kind of been G2 dominated the last few games. While that's going on, Perkz and Mickey will get themselves a number of plates in the bottom lane. You can see Reckless and Hilly moving in that middle lane. And the gold is dead even for now.
Yeah, so right now G2 with the map split up, they have the global advantage with Shen, so I want to see Jankos maybe try to threaten a dive towards the bottom lane, but at this point with the amount of pressure Fnatic have put around mid, Caps can't get the same level of control in that lane, so he will not be able to assist in any sort of play down block.
Good trade there from Caps onto Nemesis, gets the chains as well. Continues trading with those autos, and those Rift Walks just not landing. Nemesis unable to get any follow-up damage, but just uncontested time in this bottom lane means Perkz is able to build up a CS advantage, get, what, 3 or 4 plates already, and continue to hammer away on that tower.
So even though it was Fnatic that picked up the Rift Herald, it looks like G2's more than likely going to secure themselves the first tower of the game. Notice that the Camille is sitting in mid lane right now, not risking going bot because Nemesis has just reset. We'll pick up the Rod of Ages, so we'll start that stacking, and now we'll see whether Nemesis will rush for the Lich Bane, which sometimes Kassadins will do to give you a slightly stronger mid-game spike, but others will then go towards the Seraph's Embrace, so it's much more of the scaling build, but you then have like full late game. You hit level 16, you basically become unkillable.
Yeah, and with the amount of EXP he got early on, like that's going to be coming a little bit earlier than I think a lot of people would expect. We'll use the Herald up here just to cash in on a couple plates. Little important they do get that one over to Hylissang and the rest, but G2 still able to push down bot side and maybe convert them more.
Well, I was wondering if Bwipo was going to get jumped on. He was able to use that hook shot to put distance between Perkz, Mickey, and himself. 36 CS for Bwipo's Camille right now, down 30 to Wonder Shen. He does have 1 kill and 1 assist on the board. With the tower falling, G2 accelerate about 1,000 gold in the lead. They also got the first dragon, and it's 30 seconds until the next Infernal, so I want to see where Perkz and Mickey will move next.
So I think that right now, Fnatic don't want to fight. So I think that, ooh, yeah, okay, we're kind of reaching
well,
that.
Nemesis.
Flash away there, Hylissang trades his flash for Caps.
Yeah, so I was going to say, Fnatic probably don't want to force fights right now, but because Selfmade's so close to Trinity Force, Fnatic may actually just go straight for this. It looks like the Camille is actually freezing bot wave, which would be a little bit dangerous right now. Is he freezing? I mean, it's a
Rose,
wave advantage.
he has the option too. He does want to start pushing out. Here we go, Mickey.
Solar Flare lands onto Mickey. Cosmic Radiance will come down and buy just enough time for support to come in from Jankos and from Wonder. Selfmade's forced to retreat for now as Hylissang is left for dead. That's a flash fall into Nemesis. He needs to get the Riftwalk if he can. Riftwalk's underneath the tower. The blow up from Jankos. That will even out the kills, and now Hilly is going to be able to escape. Whippo forced a flash from the Dazzle. And after Fnatic started that fight, G2 ended it.
As you rightly said, quick shot, it was Fnatic that tried to initiate that play. They tried to catch Mickey off guard, but a clutch ultimate comes through from him and it mitigates a lot of the burst that was trying to come out from Fnatic, and then Nemesis, he overextends, and now Caps is looking for the kill.
He is indeed. Nemesis, no ultimate available. Distortion damage doesn't come down, but with
Can't hit him because of the minions!
No, the minions are blocking so much. Self-made, the Spirit of Dread will not be enough. It is going to be a solo kill to Caps, but it looked a little fishy for a while.
Honestly, though, if Reckless reacted a little bit quicker and got the shield onto Selfmade, that was looking really rough. When he missed the second distortion, that was pretty brutal. Now, I think, Vettis, you're exactly onto it with Camille freezing the bot wave, because she's not going to be here right off the bat. The CC doesn't come through. Selfmade can't get the fear to apply before Mickey can drop down the ultimate.
And look at Nemesis here. So he uses his initial ultimate, right? And then at level 9, that cooldown is still 5 to 6 seconds, depending on how much CDR you have, which means that that's still a lot of time that G2 can use to re-engage onto him. So Nemesis feeling a little too confident that you still got to remember on the Kassadin, you don't have that much damage only at level 9, especially with this itemization, and he ends up getting punished. And if we have an opportunity, I'd love to have a look back at the XP graphs, because I want to see the difference between Caps and Nemesis again, because before it was really huge, but now you can see that XP gap has suddenly closed once again.
And even Jankos pretty high up there. The junglers, of course, outpacing the top laners with how crazy that was. Ooh, Reckless has to burn his cleanse in the mid lane. There wasn't even anyone behind Perks, but he didn't necessarily know that.
And of course, when you look at it, 4 kills to 3, nearly 2,000 gold in the lead for G2. 2-0 for Jankos' set. Perks 001 got that Blade of the Rune King completed, plus 20 CS over his opposite number. The same is true for Wonder over Whippo. And now I'm following Hylissang. He's got his ultimate available, got that Zenith Blade primed and ready if they wanted to fancy a dive, but you don't really want to tower dive the Shen. Minion wave is there, and while that's going on, there's a siege in the middle lane. It looks like G2 pushing forward just a little.
Keeping an eye on what options there are right now, because very few objectives. Plates are kind of the main key that both teams are looking for, but there aren't really that many plates to play for.
No.
It'll be a Trinity Force picked up by Selfmade that I think is a big purchase, because up until...
Wow, does Hylissang get in trouble for this one? The chains are going to connect and he's able to walk away. That was a swag Hex Flash, if ever I have seen one.
A really nice route coming out from Reckless as well. Just great stuff from the Fnatic bot lane. Styling on G2 right there.
I've never seen a Hex Flash that was meant to send a message. In all the years that I've been casting. Now, let's see what happens under the tower. Caps is trying to zone away Selfmade. 3 members of G2 pushing the tower. Stand United is available. The Showstopper comes down. Facebreaker, Haymaker is being thrown out there by Jankos. The Cosmic Raiders will buy so much time. And the Stand United will deliver Wonder to the mid lane.
The last 3 games in a row, we have seen this exact same play from G2 and Fnatic. Nemesis is top lane. You know what's going to happen. They have literally beaten it into you and killed you every single time. Just give up the tower.
Fnatic is just like, I will die for this mid lane tower. And G2's like, okay, we will take those kills. Thank you very much. There's just no need, man. Just give it up. It's fine. You can afford to lose that tower. You're going to trade it in the top side of the map. Nemesis is going to get a bunch of free XP. And again, look, he's just clocked over to level 11. He's now working towards his next major item, which I think is going to be, yes, we're going to see the Seraph. So the problem is this will delay the Kassadin power spike a little bit longer, but let's have a look at this. So Fnatic think that after Whippo just uses E, same for Selfmade, that they can engage onto this. And I don't think Hylissang recognizes that, like, with the Taric ultimate, this dive becomes so easy for them to execute.
Yeah, because the Shen ult is what actually gives time for Jankos to survive until the Cosmic Radiance drops down.
And he has the shield from his W as well. It's just so many powerful diving tools. And, like, Fnatic, they... Trevor, do you remember during the regular season you started that trend with the why?
Yes.
So this is one of those games where Fnatic don't need to do anything. They scale really well. They have, like, much better late game than their opposition. They just need to sit back and relax. And I feel like that was a situation where they forced a fight that they just did not need to.
So just to make sure I'm understanding it correctly, why are you defending the outer turret in the mid lane? Is that the best summary there?
That'd be a good
You're
summary,
like 2 minutes late, but yes.
Yeah, yes.
Perfect.
Correct.
You know, I'm not the fastest learner, right? Despite what
Neither
the
a
name
Fnatic, apparently.
implies. Look,
Maybe in game 5.
Fnatic are down nearly 3,000 gold. 2 dragons as well. It's 30 seconds until the next mountain, until the mountain drake spawns, correction. And Nemesis, by the way, is pushing the bottom outer turret. That's going to be the Flash Zenith Blade. There wasn't an expectation from Selfmade that that was going to connect, and the Spirit of Dread by some time. Here comes Nemesis. 50% of his mana pool available. That was the flash and the ultimate committed from Selfmade and Hilly 20 seconds before Dragonfight.
So one of the important things to remember about Taric, hang on, Reckless might die.
Well, let's find out. Enchanted Crystal Arrows on cooldown perks, cannot fire that one out. Jankos continues to push forward. Showstopper's available to him.
Hello,
Hylissang is inside the pit, gets caught by the distortion, the ethereal chains, the dazzle. And that will be a dead Hylissang, secured by Caps. 3, 1, and 2, and the Drake now uncontested.
Well, G2 are able to find themselves another pick. They're going to get themselves the 3rd Drake of the game. And what kind of looked like a great start for Fnatic, with Nemesis getting that kill, with him picking up so much farm on the top side of the map, there's just been a lot of small mistakes from Fnatic that G2 have been picking over and over and over again. And now that's put them in such a commanding position.
But am I having deja vu? Because I'm almost positive Hylissang got picked right before the 3rd Drake last game too,
Yes.
and again, we are on Soul Point.
Now, unlike last time, we would appreciate if G2 did not decide to play a game of catch. They should not be throwing towards Fnatic as they did in the previous game. And we need to take a look at how these next few minutes play out. However, G2 have felt a lot more coordinated, clean, brutal this game and how they're approaching it.
I mean, what I am happy about is that I think that we're getting to see Fnatic definitely level up from what we saw from the regular season. That is a given, right? They're going toe-to-toe with G2. The problem is they are making these very small mistakes that are consistently getting punished and capitalized on by the side of G2. Now, again, want to reinforce, their comp scales extremely well, and it only takes one big mistake from G2 for Fnatic to suddenly reclaim control over this game. Level 16 Kassadin is something that is as old as League of Legends itself, right? You can never disrespect it. It is a guaranteed late-game win condition, and Nemesis is only 4 levels away. The question is, what can G2 in those 4 levels?
Yeah, I mean, can Nemesis get there in time? Can he survive long enough? Is going to be a better question. Historically, the answer has been no. Nemesis is solo in the bottom lane. He will be taking this tower, the 2nd of the game for Fnatic, but G2 are securing the 4th of the game, and with Rift Herald, there's huge.
I've seen this before!
Okay, now G2, have you learned from your mistakes? I believe that you have.
Oh, they've
they're
left.
out. They're out. Ladies, gentlemen, fans at home, G2 have backed away. They're looking for Hylissang. He's going to get dropped down. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow snipes him underneath his own steps. Teleport comes out from Nemesis, and G2, they do not get the inhibitor. They get themselves their 8th kill, and they start to back away.
Yeah, that was really nice play there from G2, showing some caution around the inhibitor. They even held onto the teleport now for Wonder, and setting up, you know, with Baron coming onto the map, with Soul Point coming in 3 minutes. Just the amount of power that they have in their solo laners is going to be super meaningful when it comes to playing the side lane game, because we're almost 20 minutes in, and may I remind you, Bwipo still has yet to complete an item.
And
Wow,
unfortunately for Bwipo and the rest of Fnatic, it is feeling like this game is going to Game 5, the first of our summer playoffs. The first time that G2 and Fnatic have gone to Game 5 since summer last year, and a guaranteed spot in the finals is at stake here.
And if there is one way that Fnatic end it here, it will have to be Nemesis, because he is the one that's picking up all the side lane farm. Bwipo, no, he didn't take bot lane through that entire play while the inhibitor tower was going down. It was Nemesis continuing to farm, trying to reach that super spooky level 16.
Well, he's under pressure now, Caps. Jankos, Wonder starting to push Nemesis. Fnatic have not taken G2 down in a best of 5 since Spring Split of 2018. There are years and years of stakes on the line as now all of a sudden Selfmade goes down. The man that was supposed to make them better. Nemesis forced to run for his life. Level 12 at the moment. Zenith Blade connects from Hylissang, but there's no follow-up. There's no damage, trying to buy time. Hylissang gets blown up in the mid lane, and G2 are knocking on the doors of Game 5.
Another engage comes through from Fnatic that just leaves Ender and I scratching our heads. They tried to dive into this Ashe, and the first thing we said in draft was, there is so much peel for this Ashe. Unless the entire Fnatic lineup is committing to this play, there's no way in which they're going to be able to make that work, and G2 picked themselves up 2 free kills.
And for fans that maybe are just joining us and haven't seen, this is the second game of the 4 that we've seen thus far, where Reckless at 20 minutes is 0-0-0. The team is not playing in a way to enable them or to facilitate one another, and they keep getting caught out.
The thing is, Fnatic have to play an in-and-out style of team fight. But when it's just a Hecker him, it's all in. He cannot really get out of this type of fight. You have to wait out the Cosmic Radiance. That's where a cast and pick works, because after you bait that out, you can pop out and look for the re-engage a little bit later. But Fnatic are at such a deficit at this point into the game. Every single engage is a lost one, and they have to pick and choose their battles, because this wasn't even for an objective. They were going to lose that tower regardless. This next fight around a dragon, around the Baron, if they have to give it up, that's what will decide the game.
7,000 gold, 7 towers secured, 7 extra kills, and a Mountain Soul available in 30 seconds. Fnatic feeling the pressure, and they are setting up, but historically, they've been caught out. Selfmade goes in, there is some support coming, but Stand United is unavailable for now. The rest of Fnatic continue to chase. Perkz is in trouble, goes low, does not go down.
He does no damage.
They can't kill him. There's not enough damage connecting. And now Caps is gonna look to clean this one up. He goes unstoppable. Hilly drops as well, and Nemesis Rift walks to safety. Soul to G2.
That was a perfect example of how to peel for your AD carries. Solo queue players at home, I hope you watch that in detail, because that was exquisite from Mickey and Wonder. The utilization of the Spirit's Refuge, the stuns coming out. Remember the consistent heals that are going to come out from Mickey as he's just beating on these divers that are coming on top of him. Like, beautifully done to keep Perkz alive, and then he dishes out the damage to win that fight for G2.
It is just ruthless too, because Fnatic tried,
and he steals a red buff.
Gotta be kidding me. That is... Reckless doesn't get it. He has no mana either. He has to go back to base. Sure, there's a ward on this objective, but the jungler is just now spawning, and this will certainly be going down here.
This game is bigger than just the round 2 playoffs. Obviously looking at Worlds, obviously setting expectations. Caps is chasing.
A little miscommunication on that one.
Yeah.
Wonder thought he was committing.
G2 definitely wanted to hunt for that extra kill, and seeing some of the mechanical plays here, especially on the G2 side, starting to fill me a little bit more confidence. Decision making can be reviewed. Insta cleanse from Reckless as he starts to escape, but with Baron, with Mountain Soul, oh, the Hex Flash will complete. I thought that Shadow Dash.
You can't keep getting away with it.
And now Hilly escapes with his life. 10k gold down, Caps is chasing, flash forward, finds the chains.
Oh, all right, that wasn't really necessary.
The swag on the fadeaway, knowing the electrocute proc was going to come down.
Collapse.
How good is he?
Is very happy. Remember, this LeBlanc has been banned multiple games in a row. G2 Esports will even this series out in just a moment or two, as the final siege is going to be pushing into the base here. It is a gigantic, gigantic lead. And Ender, at the end of the last game, you talked about how that throw could tilt teams. And while I agree with you fundamentally, G2 is not one of those traditional teams. If anything, the throw has energized them.
All right, so we'll get back to that point in a second, because I really want to highlight what Mickey and Wonder do here. So the first thing is that Mickey is going to try and land the stun after the Ashe arrow connects, right? So Perkz gets a nice big shield after his runes as well. The stun does land, good setup onto Whippo. But then just watch what Mickey and Wonder do, right? So at this point you're thinking, oh, Perkz is definitely dead, good use of the cleanse, but then the Spirit's Refuge comes in to mitigate. Look at all the heals coming out from Mickey as well, as he just keeps hitting all these melee champions. And on top of that, the stun connects as well. Just the combination of the two to keep Perkz alive. That is how you peel for your AD carry, and that's also what makes this so difficult for Fnatic every time they try to dive onto the back line.
I do want to take, because this game obviously a blowout. Whippo tried so hard leading up to that. Like, the man did not have boots up until that point. He bought an Elixir of Wrath just to try and kill Perkz, and he still could not do it. It is just a rough, rough game to be a top laner for Fnatic.
It really, really is. And for Fnatic fans at home, being so tantalizingly close to winning the series and taking G2 down, to have this type of game play out, it's heartbreaking. We need to see what happens as this final siege is now moving in. Baron is still on for another 50 seconds. Super minions in multiple lanes. And Wonder's going to dash forward, doesn't go for the flash taunt. And now the rest of G2 pushing into the base, under the assumption that this game is over.
Whoa!
Hilly with the long-range Zen. It did not anticipate that one. He gets shut down. Solar Flare did nothing. That is a gigantic taunt coming out from Wonder. The Cosmic Radiance buys time. 1, 2, 3 Fnatic members falling like flies as G2 will take down the Nexus, will take down Fnatic, and will bounce back from a monumental throw in Game 3 to force Game 5. 4 games in a row, the first pick on blue side for G2 has been Senna, and Ashe. 3 games of Senna, and this might just be the best picks and bans music I've ever heard.
This thumping.
I want to see if Set will be dealt with by Fnatic. I agree with what Kedril and the analysts were talking about just before the break. It has felt like Jankos and G2 have got huge advantages, and this will mimic the bans from the previous games so far. Eve, Nautilus, and Hecarim from G2. That is a pivot away from the Thresh.
I do like this as a move. Even though they've been able to beat the Hecarim has always looked good for Fnatic. So removing that, they do give the Thresh over, potentially. But I feel like if I'm G2, I'm willing to deal with that. Hylissang's Leona was not the most impressive. And there's the Ashe for G2. I feel like that is just going to win your bot lane.
I feel like if you're Fnatic now, you just insta-lock Senna Thresh. I feel like that's the play. You cannot afford to give Ashe Thresh over because of how strong that 2 versus 2 is. So if I'm Fnatic, that's what I would want to lock in. Maybe even consider a Lucian lock-in if they don't want to lock in the center right now, just so they can take that away.
I mean, the question is, will Selfmade now go to an AP jungle? Because G2, after 4 games, realized, okay, we're banning not just the Evelynn, but also the Hecarim away from Selfmade. So he's going to have to find the pivot. The Karthus was that pivot in their series against Rogue, but that is a very hard scaling direction that he would be taking so many resources in Fnatic's final game.
Is this going to be the Thresh that Vedius just talked about? All series long, the second pick has been either a jungler or that support, and that's it. So this time around, the Thresh secured as opposed to the Nautilus, which is obviously in the ban list. And with the Hecarim removed from the pool, where will Selfmade go? Also, what does Mickey play in the support role? We have been saying all series long we like him on the engaged supports. So I'd like to see that one come back as the Set LeBlanc run back.
Yeah, I think you just get to wait on the support pick because once again, Fnatic left the LeBlanc open, and this will still remain a problem because now G2 have so many playmaking opportunities still. The long-range engage of the Ashe, LeBlanc in the early laning phase. The Set can run through jungle matchups early on, and this is exactly what G2 want to snowball the game.
Well, I have a couple thoughts because I think that G2, they should have considered going for a Tahm Kench. I understand that they really value the LeBlanc, but in my opinion, Caps has been beating Nemesis in pretty much every matchup. And I think that what they could have done here is just lock Tahm Kench, guaranteed a safe, strong 2v2, especially into the Thresh, and then save your mid lane pick for later. Because now, Fnatic have gone back to Comfort for Nemesis. I mean, he's always been playing Comfort, right? But he's got himself the Lucian, and now G2 need to ban away AP jungle.
Vedius, in a game 5, what do you want Caps carrying on? To me, it's the LeBlanc every single time. He will 1v9 the game.
And if you're a Fnatic fan, what do you want Nemesis on? He's undefeated on Lucian in playoffs. He's got a 17 KDA. Admittedly, it was 2 games. It's found itself in the ban pool multiple times. But Nemesis, it is now or never. It's not just the finals on the line. The whole world is watching, and the question is, how good can you play?
Nemesis has been given the lane bully, he's been given a lot here too, but this pick always means Selfmade is going to be AP champion in the jungle. The Lilia is the first ban away. I would not be surprised to see a Karthus banned out here too, and now it's for Selfmade way down the priority list.
Tahm Kench is actually still up. I think they saw a terrible pick here for G2 if they want to get themselves the Ornn alongside that. But I think right now their ban is going to have to be the Karthus. Fnatic can then look to something like the Gragas. I wouldn't be surprised to see that. When I think of AP junglers, I'm thinking Echo, Gragas, Diana. And of the 3, Gragas makes the most sense when it acts as an engage. And I think that under the assumption that G2 are likely to go for an Ornn, as they need a slightly more reliable way to start fights off outside of the Ashe Arrow, then Fnatic likely want to save their last pick for the counter, which will probably end up being the GP.
Yeah, and I mean, if it is a Gragas come through, you then have some gank opportunities that Selfmade hasn't really felt early on into the game. It will be the Gragas locked in. That means Predator Boots are very likely for him to play around. But now, I mean, we're talking about the Tahm Kench. Tahm Kench, not a great answer into the Gragas. His ultimate offers you many tools here. So, dare I say it,
maybe the Braum
is this the Mickey X Braum run back?
Maybe the Braum is better.
Oh, I don't know if I like this. I don't know if I like this. We felt so strongly that we didn't want this after game one. Now, compositionally speaking,
It is good,
into Lucian, Thresh, Gragash, I probably like it a little bit more.
This game, it also, like, G2 have other ways to start off fights. In that game one, you really didn't have that many tools, right? Remember, they're like playing the Gnar, the Akali, all this stuff, but Perks has the ability to begin fights. Caps with his change, Jankos in the jungle too. All of these players, and now Wunder in the top lane on the Ornn, they have the setup needed to get the ball rolling.
What does Bwipo run into the Ornn? You can feel the energy. It is not banned, it is available. It is something Bwipo has done a lot, and you can feel the excitement here as we wait for this final lock-in. Verius, give me a zoom out on what your anticipation and expectations are going to be for the draft, as there is the gangplank you just talked about.
Well, so I think that Fnatic could quite easily play through the bot side of the map. The biggest thing is going to be mid lane, in my opinion, because when you have Lucian versus LeBlanc, on paper, this feels like a Lucian-favored matchup initially, but I can see how it can very easily be a skill matchup, and so far this series, Caps has had Nemesis's number in lane. So I think that whoever gets the early advantage is going to help swing the momentum of this game and dictate who will eventually be the champ.
Let's find out who will be the first finalist of the LEC Summer season. Fnatic have picked up more wins this series than all year against G2 Esports. And frankly, it is up to Fnatic to prove that they can play with the big boys G2. 2 games in a row, it has been G2 favored, and we are down to this, the last time on Summoner's Rift for G2 versus Fnatic.
This is game 5 here, and I recall that the first part of the draft is similar to game 4, but explain to me the second rotation here and your goal in the early game against Fnatic this game.
I mean, as before, right? We try to snowball through mid into bot, get some extra advantages. This time around, Evolution, who's a bit more self-sufficient in lane than his other picks, so maybe he doesn't hug tower this game. So it will be a bit harder, but still, of course, aiming to have a strong early game presence, and then Ornn can be weak side, top side. We play 4 objectives, as I said, and that's the goal.
All right, well, we'll see how things go for you. And now, back to you, casters, for game 5.
So, based on what Grab said, they want to play towards bot side by getting Prio through mid. So, Ender, talk to me about jungle matchup here. If you're Jankos, do you look for a level 2 player into a Lucian, or do you... What's your early pathing? I
mean, right now, Jankos looks like he might want to make a level 1 play. I think level 2 play into Lucian can work if you go straight after a red buff, because that means he won't have his E just yet, so the dash will not be there. But I think by starting on the blue buff, he's likely just going to try to clear out the bot side jungle. Again, like Grabs was saying, they want to play around the bot area of the map, play for the early Drakes. So by splitting the map right there at level 1, it's going to create a lot of pressure on Rekkles and Hylissang right off the bat.
You can see a hook does land in the 2 versus 2. Mickey, though, feeling
can go mid, actually. Like, Nemesis is so far pushed up in this lane.
Going to be pushing forward. Flash is available to Nemesis. Selfmade is nearby. Level 2 on both junglers. And a couple of autos coming down as Nemesis will get that passive off. Now there's the siege. Flash for Flash. Jankos trades his for Nemesis's, and that's going to be pretty happy for G2 Esports.
There's not a lot of reaction time on that from Nemesis. That was very clutch for him to get away, but this is where the strength of set lies. When Nemesis will not have a flash for the next 5 minutes, Jankos gets Hex Flash, which works off of Nimbus Cloak. You get all that movement speed, so Fnatic need excellent vision control around mid lane, because now it's so easy for Caps to set up the gank with a chain, followed up by Jankos popping out of the fog of war, and that will be instant death for Nemesis.
And if you aren't watching and hearing some audio glitches, we are aware and we are working on it. As now you can see Perks and Mickey stepping forward just ever so slightly. While in the meantime, Bwipo is pushing that top lane all the way towards the Tower of Wunder. No surprise in terms of the matchup right now.
He's already forced the TP out from Wunder. A very good trade in the early laning phase meant that Wunder was forced to go back to base. Nemesis, though, being forced to play a little bit more defensively after losing his flash. This is guaranteeing Caps the early prio, and again, comes back to what we were talking about, Ender. The fact that Nemesis has to play defensively means that Caps can look for opportunities elsewhere, as Self-Made is moving towards the top side.
Yeah, I think right now Nemesis has a lot of potions. His Wonder does take a nice trade up towards the top side. I was checking that one out because G2 are really committing around this middle lane, trying to funnel the Scuttle Crabs into Jankos and give him that pressure.
Double Skull again?
He has the top side Scuttle and should be able to secure the bot one. Rekkles and Hylissang do have control over that bot side wave, and Jankos is committing up towards the top, just sitting around here so that I think Orin can push the wave.
Good damage there onto Mickey. Death Sentence into Flay. Big minion wave as well, pushing towards Perks and Mickey under the tower. Down 7 CS for now. Nemesis on the Lucian, doubling up here with Self-Made and making the way to the bottom lane.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit difficult to pull off of a dive here. There's an exhaust and a heal they have to worry about, so I think Fnatic make the right call to back away there, and just as soon as they go into the fog floor, the threat of the dive will loom on the horizon for G2's bot side of the map. And I think this threat will return in a couple of minutes because, you know, we mentioned briefly in the top lane, Bwipo traded really aggro into Wonder to get him to back to base and forced to use that teleport early on. So there will be a mismatch for a little bit when Bwipo takes over to level 6, where he has the global and Wonder won't be able to reply.
All right, Hex Flash comes down. Nemesis can get pulled back in just a moment. The chains need to connect, and it looks like they do. Nemesis will go down. First blood to Jankos. Wave the white flag in Fnatic's face.
Extremely well played there by Jankos, and he's actually just been playing up towards the top side of the map, and I feel like Nemesis, he had to push that wave out. He was forced in a difficult situation. Self-Made wasn't there to help support, and now Self-Made is even having more of his camp stolen away, and a lot of that comes off the back of those early plays from Jankos. We talked about it, and so far it's paying off for G2.
I mean, this is exactly what G2 needed to do, and Nemesis already in trouble, still won't have a flash, and Jankos still holding on to the Hex, so he's going to be able to come and make that happen. A situation where Hylissang does take a lot of damage down here, but I feel like when Nemesis loses his flash so early in the lane, the bottom lane from Fnatic almost need to force an early reset so that Hylissang can get some pressure around mid, because the 2v2 for G2 is obviously going to be one around mid lane, but I feel like the Thresh could be the thing to swing it back to Fnatic so they could get some control over the area.
Let's see if Hylissang can get unlocked. Jankos once again appearing on the map, threatening pressure onto Rekkles and Hilly. Hex Flash is available. He's going to find himself Rekkles. The Lantern is available after the pullback. And that means Hylissang and Rekkles will be able to turn this around, put some damage down onto Jankos. The Haymaker's done a lot. Here comes Self-Made and Nemesis, level 4 and 5 respectively. Hold our thoughts on whether or not this dive is going to go forward. Flash is available for Self-Made. He's not going to go under the tower just yet.
Bwipo, I think he just hit level 6, but his ult went on cooldown?
It does look like it. I didn't quite see where that was used. We'll have to check with the observers. And while we're figuring that out, I quickly have to ask all the fans at home.
He has ultimate. He has ultimate.
He does have it.
Who is going to win Game 5? Spam in chat, G2 or Fnatic. I know it's tense. It's 1 kill and 400 gold in favor of G2. And it looks like an observer bug, right, for the GPO.
Yeah, so the reason why I wanted to mention that was because we saw 4 members of Fnatic looking towards bot side. The play for a dive was very real, especially with Bwipo having access to his ulti, but Fnatic choose not to pull the trigger. Jankos will now finally get around to clearing his red buff. Definitely a little bit overdue, but he's sitting with a level advantage over Self-Made right now, and Fnatic with a slight gold lead.
I will say, though, that because of the ultimate threat from Bwipo, as well as Nemesis and Self-Made constantly, you know, twice now, trying to move into that bottom lane and put down some pressure, Jankos has not been able to play for the early Drake, like Rabs was talking about. So we're in a very real situation where around the 8-minute mark, we're resetting and not actually pathing into the top lane. We're going to be pathing back towards bot side. Now, Jankos is here in the river first, and I think with Mickey to follow him first there as well, they'll have the vision to potentially be able to set that up. But I think they might want to wait until Wonder's TP does return.
And if Jankos continues to find impact this game, you then start to question Fnatic's answer to it. You know, they chose to let that one go through. Mickey will be able to roam, and this was Fnatic's bottom lane. They managed to get their recall pickaxe and tier secured, and Hilly and Rekkles will just do a brief drive-by in that middle lane. Fnatic are falling a little further behind as far as the gold is concerned, and CS advantages, however minor, being picked up in the top and the middle lane for now.
Looks like right now the fans are behind G2, but that's closer than I thought. Based on G2's throw and then a commanding Game 4 performance. I was expecting chat to be a lot more G2-sided, but clearly there are still a lot of Fnatic faithful fans out there, and I think they do have a shot with the draft that they have gotten themselves. The gold, of course, still very even. Bwipo yet to use his ultimate anywhere for a play, but we see that the bot lane of G2 already on the rope.
And I mean, this is the most competitive Fnatic have been in 12 months against G2. So, you know, rightful for the Fnatic fans to come out in support. But look at G2's moves now. You've got Jankos soloing out the Rift Herald. You've got the duo lane from G2 pushing forward, level 6 secured for perks. And they'll just usher that minion wave in. And this will allow the recall from Caps. No TP available to him. And it doesn't look like they'll lose too much as that wave is just about to hit the tower.
Yeah, so G2 have been controlling vision around mid lane very, very well, cascading that pressure into the early Rift Herald for Jankos as well. I will say, though, that it has once again resulted in Perkz falling behind in this bottom lane. Yeah, he'll pick up some farm underneath that bot lane tower, but this is going to be the Reckless again that probably will pick up some plates when they eventually swap and get out to a lead, but we have not seen Reckless's advantages actually transitioned into anything meaningful for the rest of Fnatic.
That's very true. Last game we saw him sitting at a 0-0-0 scoreline once again, and we do see a bit of action in the bot lane.
So much damage onto Mickey. He stays alive a few seconds longer. The exhaust and the kill keeps him up, and the barrel won't be able to pick up the kill. Hellesang's over the wall. Selfmade's got flash available to him. That's the body slam flash combination. And here come the rest of G2. The root is going to be big. The death sentence into the play. Hellesang trying to turn this one around. Reckless throws down the Dawning Shadow, and that does so much damage onto G2. Fnatic get the kill and get away.
It's a huge save right there to keep Selfmade alive. It looks like he was almost surely going to go die once Braum applied the passive to him. But I think Reckless showed up, the hook as well from Hylissang, and they get out.
For Wonder.
Searing Charge didn't find its target. He must survive as observers will throw up the replay.
Let's have a look. So the hook does land on the Braum. He takes a huge chunk of damage. The stun does come down, and a clutch exhaust actually mitigates a lot of it. The ultimate not quite enough, as Ender highlighted before, and then we see Caps and Jankos join. And as Ender was saying, I thought at this point, Selfmade was going to lose his life, but the Gangplank ultimate comes in clutch, along with this hook that lands onto Caps, rooting him in place, means that the damage isn't there onto Selfmade, and Perkz realizes, okay, I don't have any mana left to commit to this, so beautifully well played from the bot lane of Fnatic there to stop Caps from getting that execute.
And now Fnatic may be able to turn this into the Dragon. Selfmade just going to be clearing this one out for now, because Wonder just used his teleport to get back into the top lane. This is the second time now he's used that ability to make it up to the top side, whereas Bwipo has his for the time being, but did use his ultimate earlier.
Let's take a look. A little bit of pressure from Caps here, just using the distortion over the wall. If you look at the river, 1, 2, 3, 4 members apiece inside. Mickey's going to tag Reckless, though.
Bwipo does have teleport, whereas Wonder does not.
Let's find out what happens. Fnatic able to secure the first dragon of the game. That is the Cloud. Infernal is next, which means we're going to get a Mountain or an Ocean Soul. The Lantern will be used to bring in some threat, but no further follow-up. G2, despite their posturing, unable to contest Dragon.
This is exactly what Fnatic want, though. They've slowed down the G2 Dragon game that you're supposed to be able to get with this power mid-jungle 2 versus 2. Selfmade's been able to get to level 7, all the way past the 6 point, and this bot lane's doing just fine, too. So Fnatic very much in a solid position. Even though this game does remain close, I think getting that first Drake is a big swing.
Yep, I agree with you, Ender, and I think that right now Fnatic is feeling comfortable. Gangplank ultimate not up just yet, but you can see that Bwipo playing very defensively because he knows that Set's in the top side of the map. LeBlanc also looking for a roam up top, and Fnatic looking to make the cross map. Selfmade, he will spot out.
Oh, he doesn't see him, the vision.
He doesn't.
The vision does not see the recall from Mickey. Bwipo respecting the potential dive, he backs away, so he does not concede another death. Or any
this
death.
gold to Wonder?
That
okay,
is...
wait, it looks like Cap's cashing on some. I don't know if it was just the global turret or not, but...
Okay, so significantly slower early game than the two previous. Jankos, despite his impact in mid onto Nemesis, has been unable to accelerate that further. And Fnatic, while they are down a tower right now, they are much more competitive and trading blow for blow thus far. 12 minutes into the game, down 700. They got a bunch of plates in that bottom lane. And the Rift Herald took the top tower.
Yeah, I mean, now would be a great chance, or a great time for us to check out the gold between these two teams and the players, if we could get that up on our screens, because the constant for Fnatic has been Reckless gets so much gold down in the bottom lane, but the solo lanes of G2 are the ones that continually claw out advantages, and we're seeing that again with Wonder and Caps, especially on this LeBlanc. With an edge, he will be able to convert that into a lot more.
One of the trends that we've also been seeing is, oh, hang on, they know he's there.
Reckless is going to be able to flash away.
Nice sidestep, very
Summoner
nice.
spell secured for only regular spells.
Ooh, bit of a BM with the B there. I respect it, Reckless, as he's able to sidestep Caps' aggression. But again, the thing that I want to highlight is that typically in this series, we've seen Selfmade on a carry, and that's where the other gold advantages have been coming from, because he power farms, he plays for himself, he gets early kills, and now he's on the Gragas. Gragas can make these game-changing ultimate plays, but the onus to carry is not on Selfmade right now. It's on the shoulders of Nemesis as Fnatic look to play in the bot side once again.
Mickey's going to be able to flash away from the death sentence. That saves his life, by the way. The Lasting Embrace didn't slow down or root perks, so he escapes as well. And to go back to what you were saying, Vedius, it's kind of indicative of how these teams play stylistically. You know, G2, when they made it to the World Final last year, when they won MSI, it was off the back of exceptionally strong solo laners, and now Caps is going to be forcing Nemesis away. That is how G2 made a name for themselves last year.
I wonder if Nemesis flashed there because he didn't realize Caps, that was the clone W right there going forward, because he used the W first to come in. He didn't quite have the burst damage to finish him off, but they're just running this all the way into the top lane.
Now Bwipo's in trouble. Flash is available to him, Cannon Barrage as well. There's no support from anyone else. The Powder Keg will buy some time. While that's going on, Fnatic are going to take a tower in the bottom lane, and Bwipo is just taking them on a run. Cue the, is it Benny Hill music?
That's the one.
And he's running for his life.
Might just try to get an execute here, but he's not going to get it, I don't think.
No, I don't think so either. Barrel will get interrupted.
In the way.
Minion blocking Caps. He continues to take them on a run. While that's going on, Fnatic are pushing down the bottom lane. It's a dead even game thus far. And that will be the
eventually. Surely it'll happen. Come on.
Wait a minute, will it?
A lot of damage.
Yep,
Perks and Mickey arrive as well, and that's maybe even more problematic. Kill secured there by Caps after wasting a lot of time. So much time that Reckless and Hilly get into the inner turrets.
Exactly that. They're able to push in through bot. They'll be able to move into the bot side jungle, rotate up into mid, and potentially threaten this tower. But Jankos securing this Rift Herald now means that G2, after a quick reset, can look to take the mid tower themselves.
Yeah, so, okay, we're going to get the cinematic angle on this one. All right, slaughters the innocent minions. Okay, have your fun.
We can see Caps here. Hey!
Okay, now to bring us back into Game 5 of G2 versus Fnatic, thank you for that wild ride across the Rift. It is still a 500 gold advantage to G2 Esports. The winner goes to finals next Sunday. The loser plays Rogue or Mad next Saturday. And I said this at the beginning of the game, I said this 30 minutes ago, the world is watching. What we're trying to see here is how our representatives that will place first, second, or third in seeding for the World Championships are going to shape up. And I'm happy to see Fnatic bouncing back after two very difficult games. They've got an element of control. They've managed to handle the early death by Nemesis. And they are just marginally behind G2 right now.
I mean, let's kind of recap the series, right? Because in Game 1, Fnatic, at this point in the game, was pretty much in sole control, and it was G2 constantly playing on the back foot. Don't have time, arrow lands.
Reckless instantly cleanses away. Hylissang does have flash available to him. He's holding on to it for now. Gets tagged by Winter's Bite despite the death sentence. Manages to double flay into the box. Cannon Barrage comes down. Selfmade gets the body slam. Barrel. Mickey's in trouble. Stays alive. Burnt down. That's the kill secured by Hilly. Now Jankos is trying to run amok inside the jungle of Fnatic. Reckless stays alive to find the lantern and escape. Selfmade stays up just long enough for Nemesis to get in. The culling only takes out the clone before Caps takes him down. It's a 1-for-1 inside the jungle, and everything.
And it's not over yet. They're going to find Bwipo with the slows.
They absolutely are. Bwipo is now in trouble from the Rangers' focus. He's forced to flash away. Wonder's going to look for the Searing Charge if he can. Bellow's Breath available to him. Bwipo gets pulled backwards. Haymaker to the face, and he's taken down. But it is at the cost of Caps. Another 1-for-1.
What happened to Caps? We're going to have to get a replay of that because this initially looked like it was just kill after kill after kill going in favor of G2, but Fnatic were able to get one back. Let's have a look here. The arrow does initiate onto Reckless, and this is where Fnatic is on the retreat.
Yeah, but look, like it is a very split up fight, so the arrow does come through, but Ashe is not ready to fight. It is just Caps and Mickey who have a lot of damage, but with the Senna's shield and healing coming through, Caps cannot 100 to 0 Hylissang. This is where Selfmade comes in and of course trades, and this Jankos play, you can't follow up off it, because again, it's Caps. He doesn't really have the AoE damage without that jump forward coming through.
Selfmade Jankos must have assumed that Caps had that kill, which is why he immediately turned on to Selfmade there. And of course, once Selfmade does die,
so close.
Not able to get. Look at how low these bot laners are, and this must be where Caps commits to the kill, uses his W. R just comes off cooldown. He knows where Hylissang is. The hook's
I don't think
land.
he knows it. Hylissang got the heal, though.
Oh,
no!
You beauty!
Good hook there. Happy B for Reckless, that's for sure. But it is, at the end of the day, 4 kills to 3 in favor of G2. Gold's still very even.
Nearly 20 minutes into the game, 1 dragon apiece. Gold is irrelevant at this point. 4 kills to 3. The thing that is important to call out is G2 2-tower advantage over Fnatic. While that is standing gold, it will unlock some more possibilities for G2 to play around. And this is the tension that we wanted in a Game 5 between these two organizations. What is the next move here for G2 as they start to push forward? There is a wave from Bwipo being ushered into the top lane, and it looks like Nemesis is going to catch in the bottom lane.
Keep in mind, like, fights will break out so quickly in this game. Both teams have really solid long-range engage options. With G2, you have the Ornn and the Ashe. Fnatic, they of course have the Cannon Barrage, and Selfmade with the Predator can run you down. So this game will come down to who can gain control over mid, it feels like, and transition that into pressure inside lanes, or catch people overextended as these outer turrets start to fall down. And that's why I feel like G2 are in an advantage state, because all the outer turrets have fallen, is because it opens up so much more of the map for them to find picks and find these collapses onto Fnatic.
Bwipo, no flash available to him, but Fnatic is nearby. Hylissang, can he find the lantern? Not because of the showstopper. There's a Winter's Bite tag down, and somehow Bwipo stays alive just a few seconds longer. He will finally get taken out. Death Sentence connects onto Mickey. And that's a lot of damage coming out from Reckless, but the rest of Fnatic cannot find the targets just yet. Body Slam comes down, 1 for 1. Top for support. Teleport coming out now from Nemesis.
Nemesis,
but
he has
will
calling.
be in the middle of the G2 members. Ardent Blaze, as well as the Relentless Pursuit get used. Dashing and dodging around, using that passive. Wonder will likely fall as well. And Fnatic turn around the engage to find 3 kills.
Such a good hook, but Caps is still looking for picks. He's called out Reckless.
So much damage coming out of Reckless. Goodbye! Caps turns it 3 for 2 after it all.
Wow, what a clutch fight there. And it started off with G2 trying to get that collapse. Endo was setting it all up beautifully, and they're able to find that initial pick, but Fnatic answer back. They go toe-to-toe with G2. This is what we wanted to see in Game 5. And it looks like they're doing just that. The gold is dead even, the kills are dead even. G2 ahead in towers. But everything else aside from that is dead even between the two teams.
Okay, well, watch this one more time, because it starts out, the Herald went down. Bwipo knew Jankos was in the area, but he thought with the Lantern, surely he's safe. The arrow, though, forces the cleanse. That allows Jankos to pick up Bwipo, and then the chain CC will mean they can finish him off. But the turnaround comes with all this damage coming through. I mean, Reckless hits Perks there. Perks can't really step forward, and that's when Selfmade hits the charge going forward with the Predator.
Honestly, I think that G2 expected Fnatic to disengage after that, but they didn't. Fnatic were like, we still have 3 healthy members. That hook onto Hylissang from Hylissang was beautiful, because he's just acting as disruption. What could have been a huge ultimate, we don't have time because we've got another fight.
And this is exactly what you were saying, Ender. The fights will break out constantly.
Oh no, Caps is right there.
Teleport is now coming down. Caps is going to flash over the wall instantaneously. No crowd control to lock him down. 6 kills to 6. He gets the ethereal chains onto Reckless, and the ECA will connect, but there's no further follow-up. Showstopper will bring Bwipo further backwards, but there's no damage to connect onto him. Bwipo continues to run for his life. Wonder and Mickey are dashing forward, but they can't find any CC or damage to stick. It is an Ocean Dragon, and G2 appealing.
Ornn has just come back up, and Fnatic have every single ultimate except for the Gangplank one. I think Fnatic want to re-engage this. I think they want to fight G2.
You can see right now, Caps takes a lot of damage. Here comes the Ornn ult.
All of the Forge God will find
That's
his
huge!
That's massive! But Wonder has no damage to follow up. The rest of G2 are sticking onto the Ocean Dragon. The culling is melting through Wonder's HP bar. He's down, he's low, he's dead. A parlay to the face kills him. The Dragon is still inside the pit.
Selfmade!
They get it! They get themselves the Dragon, and now they're turning the attention onto the rest of GT. Hylissang, can he find the flare? Yes, he does. Looking for the death sentence as well. Now he's in trouble though, as Hilly will get a heal! Reckless brings him back! The Dawning Shadow gives him a shield and a heal, and the rest of Fnatic continue the chase. Powder Cakes won't find themselves the targets, but Fnatic fight back!
What an intense team fight. So many things either missed, were dodged, were clutched up. This was crazy. This is where the Dragon starts off. Caps gets chunked out initially. The Ornn ulti comes through, but look at here from Wonder. He doesn't connect the knockup.
He misses
which
the E.
means that the follow-up doesn't come through. G2 then can't commit to the fight, so Fnatic then just commit onto Wonder, and then this is where things get real tense.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic, G2 had been so split this entire time, so Selfmade comes into the pit. He flashes with his body slam, I think, too, for the extra damage to combo it down onto the Dragon.
Oh, and that flash from Nemesis,
I mean,
too.
Caps coming into the backline, trying to finish off Nemesis, just barely dodged away.
And then the heal.
This is the game 5 everybody wanted. These fights are so insanely close. We couldn't have asked for it better.
Absolutely fantastic. 36% of you fans at home said Fnatic would win this game. Spam in chat, FNC or G2, who will win game 5? We're 23 minutes in. Gold is even. Keep in mind, Fnatic have still only secured 1 tower. That is crucially important. If G2 can take advantage of the map control that they have, they can look to set up more picks. And when you look all the way down, the kill scores, 1-0-6. Hylissang's Thresh this time around has been exquisite.
And I mean, even right there, it's not flashy, but trailing behind Nemesis as he wants to fully push in the wave. There's no turrets up in the top lane. So the collapse, as we said, G2's comp wants to execute on. If there's a Lantern right there, he pulls Lucian out to safety, and they're going to be fine. And that is what Fnatic need to be on point against. There's so much long-range engage options. You cannot find yourself caught out of position without a friend there to help you out.
So, it's funny because whenever you end up in a game 5 with G2 versus Fnatic, what you often find is G2 will usually have the stronger mid-jungle, but then Fnatic often have the better scaling in the late game. And when we look at this comp from Fnatic, I think one of the biggest things is going to be this Gangplank ultimate, because note how it can easily separate and split up G2 and make it so much harder for them to actually play the 5 versus 5. So I think the longer this game goes on, the easier it actually gets for Fnatic, and the fact that they've kept things so close is only good for them.
And look at the bottom left-hand side of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else, 54% of you at home now believe Fnatic can win this game. I mean, it's dead even. It's 25 minutes in. Dragon is going to be up in 2 minutes. Baron is available, and the risks are so high. Fnatic have not been able to beat G2 Esports since 2018 in spring. It would be mind-boggling for them to do it today, but they do need to knock over that final Nexus. And if you look at the minimap, if you look at the Rift, it is G2 that currently have control.
For G2, the fights, the game, it will come down to Caps right now. He's looking for Hylissang, but he gets hooked!
Death Sentence comes in. Caps is going to be able to distort all the way back. He manages to find Yenko. Selfmade fight him! Manages to land the cask. That's the 8th kill. He also did commit the Cannon Barrage. So 90 seconds until Dragon. There are Fnatic members moving towards Baron, but this might be risky.
Yeah, I'm evaluating if it's worth it right now. I don't
just
think
gonna clear the wards.
I think you just get as many out of towers as you can right now. Like, Perkz did a good job of pushing in mid, but Nemesis is going to secure that top tower. Fnatic is like, that's such a good pick for Fnatic. The fact that that kill went down, that's going to alleviate so much pressure. They get so much vision control around the Baron buff. They're going to be able to push in mid. Fnatic are going to feel like a lot more relaxed now that Caps is dead.
Yeah, I mean, Hylissang finding that pick there with the hook again. He's been in every single kill that Fnatic have found in this game. And for a split, a series even, that's been so topsy-turvy for him, it is Hylissang in the clutch to show up and shut down Caps.
Oh, I can't wait to see the discussion on the learnings from this game. 1,500 gold up off Fnatic right now, 2 towers to 4. And it does feel like the last few kills they've been able to pick up have been punishments. Like they've caught G2. They had the Death Bush in the red buff of G2. They responded to the tower dive top. But now Fnatic may be walking into a trap of their own. Hylissang gets caught out. The heal keeps him alive a few seconds longer, but he's down. Core of the Forge God flies across multiple members of Fnatic, and the teleport comes out from Bwipo. 9 seconds to Dragon as a numbers advantage to G2.
And so this is the biggest difference. Fnatic get a pick, but they can't convert it into much. G2 get a pick, and they can secure a Drake. But Fnatic right now, they're threatening the Baron, and they're saying, if you start that Drake, I'm going to take that Baron.
Yeah, Fnatic won't be able to commit to it, though. They do not have Thresh on the board, so they just wanted to cause the chaos a little bit, waste some of G2's time, as they still haven't fully committed. Just Perkz finishing off the Ocean. But this is where Game 5 has been different to every other game for Fnatic because they already have 2 Drakes. So losing this one does not put them in a position where they're fighting against an Ocean Soul or Soul Point for G2. After a death like that, they can back up, lick their wounds, and live to fight another day.
I could just imagine fans right now sitting at home, wrapped around their pillow, like clutching it and biting into it because of how tense this game is.
This game is a clincher, Andrew Vedius. There's no doubt about it. And Fnatic are just marginally in the lead. The Dragon was picked up by G2, so the 4.5-minute timer is on the table. The later we go, the easier it'll be to take that Baron as well, and it's starting to get risky.
But I think it's really worth highlighting the itemization right now, because when we look at the items for Reckless, he is fully, well, he's got 3 online. He's upgraded the Muramana. Same for Nemesis. He's at 2.5, working towards his 3rd. And you can also see, not Infinity Edge, the Essence Reaver plus the Trinity Force on the GP. All the gold, or the vast majority, is actually on Wonder. Yes, he's at 3 items, but Caps is only at 2. We don't see the death cap from him yet. We don't actually see any upgraded Ornn items yet coming out from the side of G2, which means that right now I just think the Fnatic is that much stronger.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, Wonder could give the upgrade to Caps' loot.
Oh, they're actually sitting on a lot of money right now.
That's true. I believe, yeah, I think they want to wait for Rabadons for the Infinity Edge too, because those items can be upgraded by Wonder.
Oh, let's see what happens as Fnatic are now pushing into the Bramble back. Still 3 minutes till Dragon. Jankos is going to step forward. Ends up winning that fight. Commits the smite to it as well. And you can just see as well, in comparison to all 4 previous games, the willingness with which to go and make those plays, to initiate fights, is not happening. We talked so much about items. Perkz just picked up the Infinity Edge. That is why...
Oh, look at the arrow!
The Enchanted Crystal Arrow. It will connect, but there was a dash as well. Gets pulled backwards. Call of the Forge God comes out. Nemesis will flash away from that one. Could a lot of damage onto Jankos. Multiple ultimates committed. And they do end up getting his flash.
But they get the flash, and that's ultimately all that matters, because now there's no objective. They don't need that ultimate for anything, and on top of that, Perkz will get his upgraded Infinity Edge as well. So I think the play was worth it. Nemesis now has to be very careful, as Caps is going to be looking for him in the next.
Exactly, like Caps finding him in a side lane, and G2, the way you can watch it and look for where they want to make plays, they're going to be playing around Perkz, it feels like, or Caps, and a lot of it is going to come off of Perkz' arrow. When he has arrow, when they push out a lane, walk into the enemy jungle, look for targets, look for deep vision, because wards like that will set up picks for kills, for flashes, and future objectives.
Keep looking at the minimap, I keep looking at the vision, and it's been G2 dominated for several minutes, but they haven't been able to catch a Fnatic member out of position, and it does feel like both teams have kind of handshook and gone, if it's not a Dragon or a Baron, maybe we don't want to fight over it anymore. We haven't seen those dives, we haven't seen G2 even really crossing the halfway mark on the Rift. And Fnatic, similar situation.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is that the Soul is not really the big threat, it's the Baron. That's going to be the biggest objective that's going to swing the game in either direction, and whoever gets that can come very close to winning the game, depending on how the team fight plays out. G2 now grouping up. You can see Gangplank in the bot lane. No teleport, but does have the ultimate. Wonder just ticks 16, which means that he has the upgraded Ornn ulti. And both teams looking for a fight. But I think G2 need to wait for that death cap to be completed before they go for a fight. And this might be the window where Fnatic could actually force him.
Right now, Bwipo comes back to base, gets back onto the map because he doesn't have that teleport, of course. And it will be a trade of pressure constantly. Now that Baron is the only objective on the map, one top laner, or mid laner, I guess, is going to have to go back down to the bottom lane, push out that wave fully. And that means the other team, Fnatic in this instance, can group up and get a little bit of vision back. But I think G2's attempt to get vision into the river is going to stick for them.
That's the death cap, now finished for Caps. Like, this is it, gentlemen. Like, both teams are ready, right? They've entered the arena, the items are good, the levels are through. Like, both teams are poised and ready to fight, and it's all going to come down to the team fight that will decide who moves on to the finals and who ends up moving into the lower bracket.
But first, Caps is sprinting over to Wonder. He's like, come on, give me the item. Like, the death cap is good, the death crown is even better.
And there it is.
Got it.
It is. Molten Edge upgraded for Perkz, death crown for Caps in the middle lane. 30 seconds until the Ocean Dragon is up. It is the third one. It may not be worth throwing the entire game over, so if a team has an advantageous position, it may not be contested, but Baron is still open and available. We need to see whether or not either of these teams will contest. Fnatic are currently pushing through the mid lane, trying to put pressure on that tower.
They still can't take it down, though. The Drake is spawning in 7 seconds. This could be a quick shot. Arrow!
Arrow?
Oh, it goes
the body
wide.
slam.
That's a big deal.
Webbo sidesteps, 1 second. Okay, Ocean Dragon has just been spawned. And Vedius and I cannot get closer to the monitors because this game is so incredibly tense. Both teams playing with an immense amount of respect. A single mistake costs the series. A single mistake costs a guaranteed first or second seed at the World Championship. More importantly, a shot at the LEC title, the 8th one for either team. Caps gets chunked out by Bwebo. The Bwebo's going in! Bwebo flashes over the wall! He's not going to be able to find Caps, though. The Dragon has been peeled away. Wonder and Mickey are inside Fnatic's jungle. Caps is able to escape. Now Wonder takes damage. Perks and Jankos will be able to pick up the Ocean Dragon.
Look at Selfmade, look at Selfmade.
Waiting. The barrel will catch under Jankos. The rest of G2. Now they're starting to come together. Selfmade finds the kill. He goes golden for a few seconds, and the death sentence will not find his target. Call the Forge Guard will knock up Nemesis into the air, and Caps goes down. 3 G2 members are down, but they did get the Dragon. How much more?
They're gonna get them all!
It's going to be the kills. It's going to be the ace. It's only going to cost 1, and the Dragon and Fnatic are gonna push.
Fnatic smash G2 in the team fight. They say, forget the Dragon. We're just gonna go straight for the base now. It is a long time before G2 come up. Fnatic are gonna break this wide open.
Fnatic are looking to end the game. Those death timers are huge. The teleport is going to come through from Whippo. 8 seconds on Jankos. I don't know if this is the correct play from Fnatic, but they're going to go for a quick shot.
That's a lot of death timers, though. Jankos will just come up. This should be the inhibitor.
I think they can do it.
Do Fnatic keep pushing?
They can do it.
Do not pull a G2. Showstopper into the minions. That's a great.
He got the minions. He got the minions. Oh my God. Jankos, you beautiful man.
Saves the game for G2.
Oh, what a clear from Jankos. He uses the ultimate, he uses the W, the minions are gone, Fnatic can't siege, but the jungler is dead. Oh, if Caps can interrupt the backs.
It doesn't look like he can.
Oh,
just
he can get it.
Hellasang will land a death sentence, body slam, barrel is
No,
gone.
that's too much.
He's gone. Selfmade sends his regards and sends Caps back to the fountain. 15 kills, 5,000 gold. And it's Fnatic in the lead. It's Fnatic in control.
Trevor, I can honestly not believe this. And Jankos is still dead. Fnatic, they're walking to the Baron. They're going for it. This is going to put them right into the advantage.
There's no one from G2 around. There's no one to stop this. Fnatic have secured the Baron with 0 contest from G2 Esports, and they are in the driving seat to pick up the series.
Oh my word. Let's have a look back at this team fight. Keep your eye on Caps versus Whippo here. Look at how Whippo just eliminates Caps from the fight. He stops him from doing anything, which means that the rest of Fnatic is very safe to play. They all commit. They're saying, let's kill Caps, let's kill Caps. And of course, they commit, and the fight becomes a little bit split up. But G2 are immediately on the run for the rest of this fight.
And on the bottom of the fight, Selfmade, you just saw the cast. He corralled G2 down there. He made sure they could not escape here. And at the end of it, it is Whippo that finishes the duel against Caps, snipes him out there, and Fnatic run away with the rest of the fight.
Oh my word, Fnatic played that fight so well, and they had their eyes on ending the game, and if it wasn't for Jankos, they could very well have done it. Clutch stuff coming out from Fnatic. They now sit with the Baron. They have a 7k gold lead, and they are so close to finally beating their rivals in a best of 5.
For the first time in a year, Fnatic are looking strong against G2. We got 2 5-game series last year, and Fnatic right now looking to end this one in Game 5 as they're sieging the middle lane.
The difference in 2020 for Fnatic was Selfmade. He sits 8-1-5. Fnatic have the Baron pushing into the base now, and Caps is on the flank.
And in the final game, Nemesis gets his hands on the Lucian and
Wait,
sends
they're
a
going
big message to fans. Whippo's in trouble, got caught out, he's taking Caps! G2 turn around, Caps blows up Selfmade. Whippo's already down, but Nemesis is looking for the culling. He can't find the kill into Mickey, and he's forced to run away. Jankos goes low, and Hilly's death sentence does not find a target. Reckless needs to back away, and will not be able to find more. Okay, Fnatic lose 2. What?
My mouth is wide open. My jaws on the floor. I can't believe it. I thought that was it. I thought the Fnatic were going to just end the game right then and there, but like, you can't give all the credit to Caps, but the fact that he just one-shot Selfmade from the flank, the fact that he was able to find that opportunity was beautiful, but the entire G2 team just committed to that play. Front to back, they just ran Fnatic down.
We have two teams that won a team fight, and G2 got it right there. It starts off here. I think the Ornn ultimate comes soon is going to be huge after they isolate Whippo at the start. But he actually doesn't even get the Ornn ultimate off, but it doesn't matter because Caps explodes Selfmade there. No Zonias to come.
If you're a G2 fan, you want to see that happening more and more. Caps needs to blow up members of Fnatic again and again. They are still down. There are super minions pushing in the bottom lane, and the Ocean Soul is up for grabs for G2.
It's in 20 seconds, and Selfmade's flash is going to be up right in time for the fight. He used it in the last one. It will return. He's level 16, and his mission is to find Perks and Caps in the back line.
This game is too intense, man. It's so intense. All right, Dragon, G2 might just give this one up. Wait, what if Caps actually tries to steal it over the wall? Remember the QR combo?
That's a lot of damage. I mean, Jankos too, he has Hex Flash, and there's not a Baron for 3 minutes. This could just be a 50-50 steal and get the hell out.
Caps out, he's gonna go for the try. Death Sentence almost catches him, but the Dragon is secured by Fnatic. Level heads, they pulled the Dragon out of the pit. They played that one as safely as they could. The super minions, this should be the last couple of waves pushing into the base. As you can see, the respawn time at 30 seconds away. And I think the next Dragon or the next Baron could be the final play to win this game.
It's sold one way or another.
Okay, so a couple things. Number one, I do think G2's comp gets a little harder to execute later on into the game because while they do have what is kind of considered a traditional front-to-back, their only backline really is Perks because Caps is going to want to look for flanks and ideally not hard commit to a fight, but just look for picks. The problem is if G2 don't have that vision, it's very easy for him to turn that around. Now for Fnatic's side, their scaling is incredibly strong. You can see Reckless's range is so excessive, and my observers are going to tell me in just a second how many stacks the center does have, but Nemesis with the double AD carry threat, with the Gangplank ultimate, they have a lot of damage, but they're very squishy. He has 117 sacks on the center right now, so like, you are full late game center, your range is insane, and like, the thing about Fnatic is, again, they have a lot of damage, a lot of range, but they're very squishy. If Caps finds anyone, he could almost one-shot pretty much any member.
He has so many targets.
And keep in mind, Reckless has been the consistent rock all year long. Consistently high-performing. When the pressure was on, when the back were against the wall, Hylissang and Nemesis, the players that have been discussed and debated and argued about and criticized for so much of this summer season, have stepped up. 2, 2, and 5 for Nemesis. 1, 1, and 12 for Hylissang. His death sentences and his lanterns have been game-changing. The only reason we've got so much time to talk about this, both teams are committed to the Barons and the Dragon fights as G2 now start to back away. Predator there, used by Selfmade, and not going to look for any initiation. Instead, Fnatic barreling down the mid lane.
The map is in a position where G2 cannot risk a fight because there's no neutral objective open. If G2 lose a fight in this position, the game ends with the priority in the lanes. Fnatic have gathered the
Ash Arrow.
solution.
It was witnessed, it was seen, easily dodged away with
That's
a
a hook.
relentless pursuit, and the death sentence won't be followed up on. The tension's too big, there's nothing to fight for. I think the right call from
the vote
Fnatic.
swinging back in favor of G2.
Oh, I love it. Just leave that up there for the rest of the game. That's exactly what you want to see. I mean, it is just teeter-totter this entire game.
The belief in G2 and the expectation that Fnatic will throw. I'm not sure if the fans are watching the same game, but Fnatic are not making those mistakes.
I mean, you know that the world is watching right now. Everyone wants to see G2 and Fnatic. These are going to be two of the most discussed names going into the World Championship, especially after G2's year last year, the fact that Fnatic caused so many upsets. And right now, a very intense Game 5. This game could literally go either way. Both teams fighting for that spot in the finals. And here we go!
Hylissang! Where's the death sentence? Where's the death sentence? Wonder is going to be able to escape for now. Comes down the flame, comes out as well. Dawning Shadow is good, but so is the Call of the Forge Guard. G2 running for their life. Showstopper brings Selfmade backwards, but Caps are able to jump around, surround him. That's it, Caps! Does it! G2 Esports may have turned this one around. Reckless, the rest of Fnatic start to back away. 2 more kills to G2. The arrow tags onto Hylissang. Nemesis will get some damage down. That's the pullback backwards, but it's blown up. Jankos goes down. He will get taken out from the damage from Perks though, and now G2 turn around. The fans predicted it, and G2 are pushing.
I think G2 won it all right here, Trevor. There's 2 members alive, Nemesis and Reckless on the other side, but Caps finding 3 members in the backline with his LeBlanc. It's massive.
40-second death timer for Hylissang, 30 for Puepo and Selfmade. The teleport is coming in from Wonder inside the base. It's up to Reckless and Nemesis, the double ADs, to defend. Mickey's going to jump forward. The Unbreakable will time out very, very shortly. The first Nexus turret is down. G2 Esports are pushing on Nemesis. Nemesis has forced his zone away. The culling! It takes down Wonder. Reckless is getting the damage down though. The scaling, the late game.
Wait, Selfmade, 5 seconds! Selfmade, 5 seconds!
They've done it. Selfmade's going to come back alive. G2 get the Nexus turrets, but they don't get the game. They don't get the series. G2 do not advance to finals.
How in the world did that game not end? Nemesis with the ultimate comes up so clutch. The Drake now spawns in 35 seconds. Wonder does not have TP. He will be dead when the Drake is alive. Fnatic are very likely going to get the soul. And I'm like, what is Caps doing right now? Is he looking for a pick? Is he looking to clear out the wave?
Is he looking for the Nexus?
There's the ward though.
Is
It's
he
going to
looking
spot him
for
out.
the back door?
He was going to find Nemesis
the
as
back
well.
door.
Nemesis was going
There's
to
no
go
ways.
there.
There's no ways. 43 minutes in, 13 kills to 17. 74k to 76k. You know what? The numbers don't freaking matter. The next team fight can
Caps?
dictate.
I thought the last
winner
team. Oh no way!
of
But
this
there's still
game.
wards here. Oh no!
Caps almost gets taken out. Apologies to headphone listeners. Did not intend to scream that loud.
But we're still on the dragon. The Ocean Soul is. Oh, Nemesis! He just solo killed Caps.
Nemesis kills Caps. The soul goes to Fnatic. They kill Jankos as well. It's 5 versus 3. They can push into the base. Fnatic have everything they need to win the series.
I think that's it. I thought it was done and dusted. I thought G2 had won it all. But Fnatic have held the line. They get the kill onto Caps. They secure the Ocean Soul. 5 members strong. Fnatic are looking to end it.
With the world watching, with the criticism never being higher, with Nemesis and Hylissang.
Perks is going for the Nexus. Perks is going for the
By
Nexus.
fans, they turn this around. Now Perks is pushing into the base. You are kidding me. This is a 5 versus 1 base race. There's one cannon minion to work with. It gets interrupted. Mickey and Wonder are doing what they can. Nemesis is there to defend. Nemesis kills Perks. And Fnatic turn their attention to the Nexus turret. They get one. Stop focusing down the second. The backdoor bonus is just about to end. Fnatic, for the first time since 2018, for the first time in 875 days, Fnatic take down G2. Fnatic are your summer finalists. Thank you all for tuning in. Let us know if you enjoyed the game or have a specific match that you want to see by tweeting at LEC. Match history, we'll see you next time.
Next up.
Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
Orange. Thank you.
Our teams are so good this year.
I can't believe they actually made it. What? It's what champions eat.
Beko Harvest Fresh preserves vitamins for longer by simulating the natural 24-hour sun cycle. Beko, eat like a pro.
Have a bite. It's good.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Honor, duty, glory. These are the principles that define us. Top, jungle, mid, bot, or support. Together, we are all summoners.
Cut! Summoners don't even exist anymore.
Dynasties of the
Cut!
in the alleys, the kings of...
Dude, what's going on with you today? Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
We are EU, and this is the LEC.
There's still no friends, huh?
League of what?
Why can't you do something normal?
How did you get past the login screen? You feeder!
You haven't got what it takes.
Welcome to Berlin, Germany, home of the LEC Summer Playoffs. We're closing out round 2 with a direct elimination match as Rogue and Mad Lions face off in the new Battle of Top Teams. I'm Quickshot, joined by Kadril, and for the first time in playoffs here at the AD Jezzers. Thank you so much for joining us. Did you enjoy Fnatic versus G2 yesterday?
I enjoyed it very much. That was very exciting. I definitely expected a massive bloodbath between the two.
Well, you got what you wanted.
And we got it.
You got exactly what you wanted. Look, yesterday, G2 and Fnatic, they went back and forth. It was an extremely intense series. Some highs and some lows, though, overall. Kadril, what was your main takeaway?
Well, I mean, like Jesse said, there was so much fighting in these games. I think Jankos with the early game junglers were just forcing so much. I mean, you could argue G2 through game 4 here and there, and it could have been a different series,
there's
but...
no argument to be right. G2 threw. It was game 3.
I mean, it was a big throw.
I mean, what was it? 20 minutes, they pushed the inhibitor, they hit 3 dragons.
Yeah, bot inhibit 18 minutes, they had 10 kills to 1, they had 3 dragons and an Ocean Soul ready to spawn. I don't know how you can throw that.
It's unbelievable. It ended up going like all the way to 5 games, and Fnatic closed it out. Jez, how surprised were you to see like game 5, the level of tension, the level of control from both teams?
I feel like with G2 and Fnatic, you can always expect 5 games, just because they have so many players that just refuse to lose. Like, they all just, it's always just going to be like a banger of a series, and I don't know, I feel like Fnatic really stepped it up. I think against Rogue, they were kind of looking really good as a team specifically, and they looked really prepared. But against G2, I feel like some individuals were really, you know, stepped it up.
Selfmade was one of them. He got the key player of the series, and during rehearsal, you said it couldn't have been anyone else. Like, it was really strong. Why do you think it couldn't have been anyone else?
I mean, like I said, I think a lot of the Fnatic players really stepped it up, and I think specifically Reckless, Hilly, even Nemesis really just smurfed it this series. But obviously, they're fully drafting around Selfmade, and he was smurfing, obviously, so it couldn't have been anyone else.
Selfmade's consistency was crazy good.
Yeah.
Absolutely was. Now, Kadril, as many of you know, has been on the analyst desk for many days in a row, so I figured I would give him a challenge. Kadril, could you break down one of the pivotal team fights as to why Fnatic were able to win?
Well, I can raise you, Trevor. I can give you 2 key points about this game. So we're going to go to Telestrator here and just break down 2 huge things that happened in this G2 Fnatic series. I think, obviously, the main one was the big team fight on the 5th game. As you can look at the current state of the game, we can see G2, the game state's kind of even. They both have the same amount of gold. They're both sitting on 2 drakes, and it's an Ocean Soul. So this 3rd dragon's really important because it's one dragon away from the Ocean Soul. So if we look at the game state, you can see here, G2 is pushing in mid-wave. Now, why is that important? Well, the dragon's up, so that means Fnatic has to show. So you can see Fnatic 5-man clumped up on the mid-wave, and G2, as we roll this out, they're going to go into bot side. They want to start this dragon, but the whole thing about neutral objectives is you don't want to start them, because if G2 would start this dragon and get a GP ult on them, it would be quite difficult for them to fight. So you can see they're 5-man stacking on this bush. Why is that important? Well, the pixel bush is super important in neutral objectives. Whether it's the Herald or the Dragon, if you can hold this pixel bush, you basically have a really good advantage in the fight. So as G2 roll it out, Fnatic try and push them out. You can see Caps, he sees Ripper on the top side with this ward, and you can see instantly jumps on him. Now, if we pause it right here, you can see there's 2 fights going on. There's Whippo and Caps, they're having a scrap up there. And then you can see Nemesis is using the culling alongside the Gangplank ult, and 3 members of G2 are zoned away. So as we roll the clip out, Fnatic make a decision here. You can see Reckless and Hylissang instantly run up to the top side with Nemesis, and that flash from Reckless there kind of seals the fight. They're 4v3 top side. They only have 1 carry in Caps, who's basically out of it. You can see he's just about to flash away from the Senna ult. And what does G2 do? Well, Jankos and Perkz can't really join them. So what's the best thing to do? We may as well finish this Drake, because it's the 3rd Drake. We're not going to win the fight, but maybe we can get out with the Drake. So you can see if we roll this one, they rush the Drake, and Caps does his best to dodge around and get out. Mickey and Wunder kind of use their flashes to peel as much as they can. And if we pause the game state right here, you can see Caps is out of it. He can't fight. Mickey and Wunder are just running away. They have the Ornn ult and the Set ult to turn if they really want to, but their whole team composition needs to fight front to back. They have Ashe, Braum, Ornn. They have to hit frontline. So if we play this clip, if they're split like this, it's so hard to turn. Jankos has flash ult, he can't really go in. Wunder has the ult, he can't really pop it yet. Selfmade does really good in picking up Jankos, pops the Zhonya's, Fnatic come in and save him. The Ornn ult comes out, but there's just not enough follow-up. Perkz can't hit. And as you see as the clip rolls out, Perkz and Mickey are 2v5. They do their best to turn it, they do manage to kill Nemesis, but basically Fnatic, as soon as this fight ends, they get bot inhib and they get Baron. So that was a huge turning point in the game. I think the second main point was Caps versus Nemesis, because this is a bit later in the game. This is about 7 or 8 minutes later. There's 3 dragons on both sides and it's an Ocean Soul. So why is this important? Well, Ocean Soul kind of seals the game. So if you can see Caps here, he's looking for a pick on top side. The dragon's about to spawn. Nemesis has the TP ready. Caps jumps over the wall. He has no vision. He's no idea where anyone is. He's looking for a pick. He sees Nemesis, and we'll pause it here. Look at Caps' HP. He's probably fine to fight that, right? Nemesis didn't crit him. It's probably a good fight for Caps. If he can kill Nemesis, they're going to win the game. They're going to get the Ocean Soul. But as we roll out the clip, Caps, he considers it. He does eventually decide to go back in. He lands the chain blind, so it's a good start. But you can see 2 crits, and then the third one, 3 crits from Nemesis. Caps is dead. That was the Ocean Soul for Fnatic, and that kind of sealed the game. So I think one huge team fight gave him the 3rd Drake for G2, but this one pick by Nemesis kind of ended the game. So Trevor, did you keep up with that?
I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Nicely done, Mark. Thank you for breaking that one down. Very, very impressive stuff. It's not easy to do solo. It's not easy to work with that telestrator. To bring it back to the game, though, Jesus, what did you think of the decision-making? And being honest now, what did you think of the quality of G2 and Fnatic's gameplay yesterday? Because they're both representing at Worlds, and that's one of the big question marks that we have.
So I feel like we've definitely seen higher level of play from both teams. But I feel like, I mean, I've been there but myself, right? And when you play against G2 from Fnatic side specifically, it is just, this is a different game, right? Like you have to just fight, like you have to show dominance, right? So that's why also, like for example, in the first clip that Kirill was showing as well, I feel like Fnatic and G2 are both so good at playing team fights, and they're so good at understanding team fight zones. So to me, it was very, very weird where I think it was Wonder and Jankos that tried to help the LeBlanc, right, on the top side. And so instead of just staying as a unit, as 4-man, and letting Caps do his own thing, they just jump on the GP and try to help Caps, and it's just a bloodbath. And I feel like that really just said everything about this series.
Kajal, is that like a bit of panic, a bit of confusion? I mean, that's game 5, 30 minutes in. Like, that was one of the most intense game 5s I've ever seen. Where would you attribute some of that lack of focus?
Well, I think Caps overestimated how much damage he had. He went for Bwipo, he tried to go for the 1v1, but Fnatic just responded so well. You know, as soon as Bwipo's having this 1v1, he's probably screaming, look, LeBlanc, he's inting. And then everyone flashes onto LeBlanc, gets LeBlanc, and that was their objective. They knew immediately when Caps went too far forward, Dragon was no longer the objective, it was the fight.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Well, look, at the end of the day, Fnatic win. It means they move on to the final, and G2 will face the winner of today's series on Saturday next week. Fnatic are guaranteed a top 2 seed at Worlds 2020. And of course, the loser of Mad Lions versus Rogue, which is today, which is in 15 minutes, will then start in the play-in stage. Jesus, I'm going to turn to you. How important is it to win today, to avoid play-ins, or is going to play-ins okay?
So I think specifically for both Rogue and Mad, assuming that, you know, either of them go to play-in, I guess they will. I think it's actually really helpful because they have a lot of rookies on their team. And at least for me in the past, when I was with Fnatic, we had Brox and Caps, who were rookies at the time. We've really benefited from being in play-ins just because we got those extra stage games. And I think it'll be the exact same thing for Rogue or Mad with their rookies. They will greatly benefit from actually being in play-ins.
Yeah, I have to agree with Jessis. I think regardless of whether you make play-ins or groups, you're in a good spot, right? So I think making groups is always a good jump forwards for the rookies, but making play-ins is always good because, I mean, it is a lot of pressure to get through the play-ins. But if you can get through them and get the experience, get the stage experience, you're super good. Because if you look at the past, right, G2 2018, all the way to semis, we have, last year we had Splice who got to the quarterfinals through play-ins. So play-ins could be a good thing.
I'm going to cut you off now because I'm going to put you on the spot. You brought up history, so this is your fault, right? And after making fun of me, did I keep up? How good is EU going to do at Worlds? 2018 Fnatic World Finals, 2019, all 3 teams advance. We now have 4 teams going. Are we going to win?
Well, China looks scary, that's for sure. But I think if Fnatic and G2, it's hard to compare the level of them versus the Asian teams. I think Fnatic and G2 are obviously the pillars of Europe. They're the best teams we have. And if the rookies can step up and the veterans can step up, I think Europe will have a pretty good showing, honestly.
Jesus, that's a positive outlook. Do you agree? That means no. Okay, that means no. What do you actually think? What are our chances? I mean,
I think G2 and Fnatic will always step it up when it matters, especially for Worlds. So they can surprise me, and I do expect us to go out of groups, assuming that we have good groups.
Yes.
But I don't expect us to really go that far as the last 2 years. I think actually Mad Lions will be the dark horse coming into Worlds. But I don't know about Rogue.
Okay, well, we'll find out. We'll find out. We'll see how Rogue play a little later today. Maybe at the end of the day, I'll ask the same question. But let's turn our attention to a league where new talent emerges every year. The Rookie of the Season is a very prestigious award. In summer, it went to Vitality's Labrov. Jesus, tell me what you thought about the rookies in general here in the Summer Split in Europe.
I think this split's rookies were not that impressive, at least compared to previous splits rookies. I think it is obviously a little bit unfair just because the standard of the rookies last split was just so high. But I do think that Labrov definitely seemed confident, and he did seem to have good fundamentals as a player. So definitely deserved.
Yeah, I mean, it is deserved. I have to agree with Jess, is kind of right. The powerhouse rookies we had coming into the split last year and the start of spring split this year, you had like Selfmade, Shadow, Karzi, Kaiser, all these just crazy rookie talents. So granted, Labrov did do good in his first split. I think obviously they didn't make playoffs, but his plays were pretty good. His champion pool was good. He had really good ideas in the game and had a good game knowledge. But like Jess said, the rookies were a bit weak, but Europe always produces rookies.
They absolutely do. Rookies always step up and show. We've got a number of rookies going to the international stage as well. Let's turn to a few other rookies in the EU Masters because you can watch the future superstars of the LEC. So let's get a rundown of the tournament so far.
Kings, Dynasties, Legacies, Fnatic 3-0 in LEC playoffs. Fnatic 3-0 in LEC playoffs? The self-made nemesis Fnatic? The duo that came from here? EU Masters has been the best scouting grounds for LEC for years now. Rookies come and go, veterans fall and rise back up again. Whatever you need, we got you. From top-level plays to pentakills and coin flips, here's a couple of players to keep your eyes on during this season's European Masters. Coming from the NLC, playing for Fnatic Rising, Dan is holding the region's sole chances in his hands. A pure bloodhound in the jungle with very intelligent jungle paths, he always manages to find a lead. And once he has it, he never lets go. His first game in EU Masters was just a hint of what he's capable of. When Dan gets ahead, he stays ahead. Straight from the Ultra Liga, playing for Kick, Pookie style went global last split. Everyone across the world changing their profile pics to support him and the fight that Kick gave, going all the way to the finals in spring 2020 and granting Ultra Liga a very much deserved 3rd seed. Pookie style has been the most consistent link in Kick, and even though he might not seem too flashy, he is to be feared. Coming into the first week of groups, he managed to go 5-0 in under just 13 minutes versus Schalke 04 Evolution, while he has yet to die in lane. This man has been training his biceps for a reason. His cross-map ash arrows that never miss. Finally, European legend and current EU Masters champion, we could not leave out a veteran like Yellowstar. Representing the LFL, his 9 years of competitive experience are key for LDLC's success. A true playmaker, he's the driving force of creating proactive plays on the map. Roaming the rift and exerting pressure on his opponents is what he thrives on as a support. Even though LDLC are looking extremely shaky in the first half of groups, Yellowstar is actually topping the charts with an 87.5% kill participation. I know, you have too many questions, right? Is Dan indeed the best jungler in the EU Masters? Will Pokestyle give us another Polska Gorum final? Is Yellowstar and the defending champions gonna bounce back? Well, you can find out on the 9th of September where the second group stage begins. And don't forget, EU Master champions today, LEC champions tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Trouble. That was absolutely fantastic. EU Masters does continue after our summer finals. And Jez, you're no stranger, having won it, as a player, as a coach. How important is EU Masters to the European and the LEC ecosystem?
EU Masters is just massive for LEC. There's so many players that have just moved up. Even for me as well, I obviously had a year or two even outside of LEC where I was just smurfing through the academy a little bit.
I love that.
So it's really massive. I feel like that's the core of esports. I feel like it's just different. Like you really feel the hunger in all these rookies, and there's just so much talent to be found.
Yeah, they find the experience, they show up. I mean, I love what Trouble said. Champions of EU Masters today, maybe future stars in LEC. Kedril, who are you looking at to perform? What are expectations for the teams who are currently competing in EU Masters?
Well, I'm looking at the good old veteran teams. I think there's a lot of rookies, but there's also some players coming back, the likes of Leader and stuff like this. So I think Mouse is really strong. I think Gamers Origin is definitely really strong. LDLC, Fnatic Rising, these kind of teams are pretty strong.
Well, but hang on, there's no Excel, right?
There's no Excel.
There's no Excel. Oh, do you know what? The deepest run Excel make it to EU Masters is with Kedril because he'll actually be casting and might get to playoffs. This year, Europe is also sending young talent to Worlds as Rogue and Mad Lions have taken the league by storm.
I'll get you back for that one.
I think this patch was a bit rougher for us, but we picked it up now. That's like our biggest strength, I think, like the adaptability. I can already taste the feeling of being in finals and playing against G2, probably having another rematch. But I think outside of G2, I think Rogue and Schalke should be the next best teams.
Will the sleep come in? It does, and Roman, they don't know he's here. Triple sleep, massive ulti across the entire time, but no, still don't want to do so much damage, still trying to find a way out. Gilly is simply next on the list. No!
And winning the LEC would be really cool to stop the G2 and Fnatic dynasty. And I think we have a really good shot at winning LEC. So I really hope we can take the chance and actually win it, because I think we can do it.
Mad Lions and Rogue, the two new title contenders, only one of whom will advance to the championship weekend. Whoever wins will challenge G2 on Saturday next week, and if they win that game, Fnatic on Sunday. Let's start with Mad Lions. It is the rookie lineup. It is the team that for most of the summer season was sitting in first place up until the very end. Jesus, I'm going to start with you. What's your take on Mad Lions, the level that they've shown, and how you feel about their summer so far?
At least in the regular season, they were looking so promising. They really looked like they knew what they wanted to do. I felt that all the players were really performing to a really high level. But they kind of fell off. I'm not sure why. I feel like the whole split, they had the right idea in terms of picks and meta. And they had good fundamentals. So it made no sense, to me at least, why they would fall off.
And of course, the shots you're seeing on your screen, producers just told me this happened a few seconds ago as the players are getting ready. Kadriel, they did fall off. They did lose round one battle, but then bounce back against Schalke. Talk to me about what you've seen in the last 2 weeks from Mad Lions.
Well, I think if you look at their sort of game against G2, the whole series, they were adapting really well in terms of playstyle. They were matching G2 way much more. I think their creativity was somewhat there, not really, but I think that the whole core concept and their fundamentals are good. I think the coaching staff has definitely engraved that in them. The core fundamentals are especially good, and I think versus Schalke they had much better showing. I think Shadow, he had one bad game on the set in the first game, but after that, when the Lee and the Lilia came out, he looked so much more confident, he was making so many plays, and I just think Mad Lions was kind of back on form.
Definitely on form, and obviously picking up that second series win is going to be important. We'll see what they do. Their opponents today is going to be Rogue. This is the team that won the regular season. They had extremely dominating stats, yet nobody respected them or feared them. Jesus, help explain to me why.
I mean, they just got 3-0 Goomba stomped by Fnatic, right? But I rewatched the games, and they actually didn't look as bad as the first time around that I looked at them play. I felt like they were just kind of limit testing, and they weren't as bad. I genuinely think that Fnatic just
outperformed them,
smashed them basically.
Yeah, I think the whole plan that Fnatic had coming into the series was the whole AD AP jungle. I think everyone's familiar with it, but I just think Rogue's responses weren't good. They went back to their old style with the Kalista in the set, and it did work for them. I just think that they needed that extra oomph, to go to the best of 5. I think obviously in best of 1s this team's really good, but I think individually they kind of stepped down a bit. Larson was getting caught in team fights, Finn was not playing the lane phase well, Inspired was misplaying a couple of fights. But barring that, I think Rogue is still a strong team.
I mean, they absolutely are. They're definitely going to Worlds, and I've actually got a personal message to a lot of fans saying they don't deserve to be there. You're freaking wrong. This is a team that has played better than everyone else in Europe all year long. And with the new format for Worlds qualification, even if they lose today, they will have the 4th seed, which means they go to play-ins, right? Hypothetically, had this been last year, had this been 2019, and last year's world qualification system, they would have been the 2nd seed because they would have gone on championship points. So the new system, while yes, it does mean they're still going, and while yes, they may have lost their playoff series, you have to look at the whole year, and you have to look at the fact that they have been consistent. One consistent story that I've heard, Kadriel, is that they have a one-dimensional play style.
Yeah, you heard it from Kazi on PGL a couple days ago. He thinks that they're like an open book, basically. You can look at their team comps on screen. Mid lane, I don't even have to say anything about it. They just play control mages. Larson is the control mage king, but the whole concept of their comps is the same. They play like a team fighting top, maybe a carry here and there, and then they play an early game jungle, where it's a tank or just a pressure jungle, and then in the bot lane, they're just playing these roaming playmaking supports with the Kalista, I guess, is the only outlier in their comps where they want to play more aggressive in bot, but the rest of them are just scaling supportive AD carries. So Rogue is definitely targetable. They've had a week's practice, so hopefully they've come up with something new. But we'll have to see what they do against Mad Lions.
How do you beat them?
How do you beat them?
Yeah.
You play better than them.
Well, that's simple. For more on Rogue, let's check in with Law and the performance coach. Well, you made that very easy.
Well,
Thank you very much, Quickshot, and thank you, Ismail, for joining me ahead of your game.
Thank you so much for the invitation.
Like always, it's a pleasure to talk to you. And you will be playing again this week. You didn't know your opponents before 2 days ago, actually. So how did your prep go, not knowing who you would face?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was not too difficult to prepare for Mad or for Schalke anyways, because we we as well can see what they are playing beforehand, Saturday and Friday's games, and as well we've been screaming them like in the previous weeks. So it was more about how we refocus after Fnatic's game. So it was more about us, how we're going to fix or change a few things that we should prepare for this week, basically.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting because you were the first team to also qualify for Worlds. So I want to talk about the preparation from Rogue entering playoffs, because to me, it's hard for the players to stay focused on playoffs while already knowing that they will be playing at Worlds. So talk me through managing their expectations, but also keeping their focus here.
Yeah, I think that's an important point, because for sure our main goal this year was to make it to Worlds, so we made it early. So in terms of motivation, of course, it's still there. The motivation, the players want to have a good performance in Worlds, but then at the same time, what we did was to be very clear how we were going to approach the playoffs. So we've been working a lot in terms of being the present moment, as well as how that's look like in reality. So for us was like, we have playoffs, so who do we play first? How is going to be approached? So it's of course challenging. It's challenging, but I think everyone is on the same page in this direction as well, trying to read the meta and trying to just be here. To be honest, it's just like that.
Do you think it impacted the result you had against Fnatic, though?
I mean, I think there are many things that happened that last week. Some of the players were a little bit sick, so as well that impacted in the preparation. Of course, for some of them, we're already in China, but I think that's part of the experience. And I feel like in best of fives and playing against teams like Fnatic and G2 in best of fives, it's a huge difference. I think I consider my players still rookie players. Of course, Handsome and Bander, they have experience, but three of them, they don't have much experience in best of fives or in playing at high stakes. Yeah. So yeah, it could have been an issue when playing against Fnatic. But the goal for us right now is just to gain the like kind of more experience and trying to get comfortable in these scenarios, basically.
Yeah, of course, you want to be on your top form when you will go to China. But okay, hold on. Are the players healthy this week? Like, is everybody doing okay?
Yeah, everyone is fine. Yes,
awesome,
yes.
awesome. Okay,
it was just part of that week. But everyone is feeling great this week.
Perfect. Then now, today against MAD, it's a team you know very well, actually. It's growing into becoming the second best rivalry in Europe, I think. So today against MAD, you have to win to get into semifinals. So how will you approach this game in terms of preparation, I mean?
Yeah, in terms of preparation, same as last week, same as how we've been doing it the whole split. I think we've been consistent in terms of approaching preparation and approaching how we want to play on stage. So it's going to be the same, but then of course what is changing right now is we want to release some stress from the players. So that's why we want to share that idea that we are playing best of fives to try to get more experience, to try to figure out how we play together as a team in a best of fives, because definitely it's a different game, basically. So how people interact between the games. So we had already one experience last week against Fnatic. This week, we took a reflection on what we should do differently between games, even before the game, and how everyone should be feeling and treating each other. So yeah, there are a few changes, and of course, in-game might be another changes, but more from my perspective, is more about like very specific things in terms of between games.
All right, well, I trust you to put them in the right mindset. It's a recipe that's been working so far. So Ismail, thank you very much for the interview, and best of luck today against Mad Lions.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
And back to you, Quick Shots.
Absolutely fantastic interview, Law. Thank you so much for getting that insight from Ismail. I really like the comments about best of five and it being different to BO1s. I think we'll be unpacking that later throughout the day, but with less than 4 minutes until we get to draft, I want to talk a little bit about this matchup. My eyes are going to be on Kaiser. I think he needs to be on a playmaking champion. He was a mid-split MVP, and I think he's one of the superstars on Mad Lions, Justice.
I think there's a big reason as to why he was the mid-split MVP. He was just completely smurfing on the league. He was honestly just a level above every other support, perhaps even over other players as well. But I don't know, I guess Mad Lions just kind of fell off as a team. He started playing more, lean back kind of supports. And I feel like Mad Lions really need him on these proactive supports. Specifically because, they have, obviously it's a full rookie roster. He is one of the more comfortable players when it matters. And also just the champion pools, like the jungle loves to play Lilia and Hecarim and stuff like that. So they really benefit from Kaiser on a proactive support.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Somebody whose champion pool has been in question, Finn. Talk to me about Finn. We're expecting him on Ornn duty all day long. Did not look particularly strong last week against Bwipo especially.
Yeah, he just kind of didn't look like he's on the same page as the jungler, especially in this fight, for example. I think if you look at his champion pool, he likes to play, there's 2 carries there. He does like to play the carries here and there, but I feel like his carry performance against Bwipo last week was just, it wasn't very good. I think he got solo killed once by a Sion. He had to flash out a couple times against Bwipo's Ornn. The carry performances just aren't doing it for me, and you can see one of the solo kills here. I think Finn is good in team fights. His lane has been questionable, so I'd rather see Finn on something more teamfight oriented, the Ornn, something safer like the Sion, because I think if you're going to first pick a Gangplank and invest that into draft, like a first pick champ for your top laner, and it's not working, then you need to go back to something default.
Kedril, talk to me about Larssen, because he's the consistent carry, and he's the guy that has statistically been the most impressive mid laner, and he's the guy that Rogue can rely on.
Yeah, I think Larssen has been definitely their rock kind of in the games. I think he's always playing these control mages, whether it's a Azir or Orianna or something like this. He's always having the push. He's always helping his team as much as he can. And I think his team fighting is essential for Rogue. I think he plays the team fight so good, barring probably one team fight last week where he got hit by a hook. Other than that, I think Larssen has been exceptional.
He's allowed one mistake. Right?
He's
allowed one mistake. But now let's see how he does today. I do want to hear from the fans around who you think is going to win. If you're watching, spam in chat. Mad or RGE? That's MAD or RGE. Who will win today to face off against G2 next Saturday? Kedril, you've been here the longest, so I'm going to give you the honors. Who will win this matchup? What will the scoreline be? And how will they win the series?
Well, last time I was on the analyst test for this kind of matchup was Rogue Splice last year, and I voted Splice 3-0. But this time, I think times changed. They might have changed their name, but I think Rogue's going to take it. I think they're the first place team for a reason. I think they probably stepped it up. They found something new. Inspired maybe wants to try out the Evelyn, and they're going to win 3-1.
That I was not expecting, and it was quite a compelling argument. Where does your prediction lie, James?
I think Mad Lions 3-2. I just think that it might go to a lot of games. I think both teams are in a pretty good form right now. I just think Mad Lions have more in the bag. They have more picks. They play more towards the meta, and I feel like Rogue, just their predictability is just, it's not going to take them far enough for 3 wins.
3-1, 3-2. The fans at home are heavily in favor of the Mad Lions. And with 30 seconds left before draft, very quick thoughts. Pivotal champions that you expect to be, showing up in game 1.
Yeah, I think Rogue, if you look at Larssen from Spring Split, he was playing Tristana and Lucian and stuff like this, so why doesn't he bring those things out? I think Rogue need to adapt to what's happening in the meta. They can see the G2 Fnatic series, what teams are playing. They know what the top teams are playing in the LPL, try to adapt to it and try to pick something new up rather than just a control mage with a scaling jungler and a team fighting top.
Do you think Rogue are going to be brave enough to let Finn play anything other than Ornn?
I think it would be the best choice and also the newer choice, because to me that means that maybe they put Inspired on a carry.
Ooh,
finally.
That might be bold. That might be bold. Gentlemen,
finally.
Thank you so much. Jez, it was a pleasure having you already. Check. You'll be here all day long for the post-games. Kedril, you did okay. The teams are fighting for the right to challenge the kings of the LEC. Let's see who rises to the occasion.
Hello, everyone. I'm Medic. This is Vedius over here.
Hi, everyone.
It seems like the fans are really predicting a Mad Lions
Does
win
seem like
here,
that way, but
yeah.
Medic, I must say, that weight loss, it's really starting to come
through.
Man.
It's really
Loving the tattoo as well.
I got a heart because I'm a doctor.
That does make sense.
I quite like your fashion sense, a little bit warm
thank you, man.
for me, the scarf.
Yeah, I'm feeling it, though. It's a little chilly in the studio today.
Good place.
But I'm excited. Mad versus Rogue, how can we not be? This is going to be a great day.
It's going to be an incredible day.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
We didn't work out how long we were going to do that for. I'm actually going to keep hugging my bear.
I was really hoping Kevin would just be in our area and be like, stop.
Hey,
but Kevin was like,
please finish.
Keep going.
We'll put you over here.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for Mad vs. Rogue. We're having a bit of fun because, of course, it has been a long and intense playoff series, and this is the final day of round 2. One of these two teams will be going up against G2 Esports next week in the semi-final after what was a thrilling game or series yesterday between G2 and Fnatic.
Honestly, I think I'm still in shock. It was 274 days between the last time Fnatic beat G2 and yesterday, and it's so strange to see Fnatic sitting in the winner in the finals already, and one of these teams has the chance to face them. Of course, it's kind of reminiscent of spring when it was Mad Lions versus G2 in the semi-final. I'm sure Mad Lions will be hoping to get there once again, but Rogue currently stand in their way. Rogue are first place team in the regular season, and Betty, I must remind you, of the 15 LEC titles that have been won so far, the team that placed first in the regular season has won 11 of them. 73% of the time, our best team in the regular season ends up being the best team in the split.
So what you're saying is Rogue's odds are looking pretty good right now.
I see, odds implies their form has stayed the same. And I think, although Fnatic now look like a much better team than they did when they played against Rogue last week,
isn't that where the controversy around Rogue comes from? In that their form has stayed the same, and that's what made them so exploitable against Fnatic and why they were punished. And I think that's what so many fans are going to be looking at in today's series, because Rogue will be a representative at the World Championship this year, and after they were handily defeated by Fnatic, expectations are, how will Rogue stack up on the international stage? Are we really sending a good representative to the international competition this year? And I believe that we are, but let's see if Rogue can prove it today. Mad Lions are hungry. They want to get top 3 again, seeding for Worlds implications, of course, and still a chance to fight for that LEC crown. We're going to see who comes out on top. We've already got the bans coming in thick and fast, man.
And I love this from Rogue. They say, okay, Shadow's played 4 games of Lilia in the playoffs. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of Humanoid's possibility of having that first pick at Kali, remove the Hecarim, and put Shadow back onto something like the Lee Sin, onto something like the Set, something that you know a little bit more. And immediately, Rogue, they've learned from last week.
No Gangplank first pick this time.
Larson is going to get Nemesis's Lucian in the mid lane, probably.
The Gangplank, of course, being banned out, but this does mean that the Lucian going to be locked in. I'm excited to see where this goes. We've been seeing a lot of it in solo lanes over in the East. We also saw it in North America last night between Cloud9 and TSM. And I still think it can be playing the bot lane. Hans Summer used to be a big Lucian player, and I think that when you pair it up with Yuumi specifically, it can be a very potent 2 versus 2.
Of course, we first saw it when Rogue were demolished by Fnatic last week. Nemesis playing against Larson in the mid lane. Ashe, still an incredibly strong AD carry. Kazi's played it 4 times in the playoffs, has won 3 of those games. And Mad Lions looking to team it up with. You'd expect a support here. The Nautilus, a very powerful pick alongside the Ashe. Could go for a roaming mid, though, for Humanoid. The deck may play out in their favor as they lock in Twisted Fate.
Interesting. Again, we saw a pretty impressive Twisted Fate last night from Bjergs. We'll see if Humanoid can replicate that level of performance. I think that it's a very powerful early game champion, not necessarily for laning, but the moment he hits level 6, as Medic was saying, you can look to impact the rest of the map. And when you pair that up with an Ashe Arrow as well, you're already seeing a lot of pick potential come out from this Mad Lions squad. The Evelyn hover, we heard the analyst there talking about it. We will get to see Inspired on a carry jungler. Rogue definitely shaking things up here in Game 1, Medic.
I mean, the crazy thing is, Rogue actually had the least unique champions of any team during the regular season, and they have already locked in 3 champions. They did 2 champions they didn't play at all in the regular season. So that question of draft adaptability, that question of bringing new things to the table for Rogue seems to be being answered in Game 1. Of course, they still have to pilot these champions well. They still have to be effective on them. But with the Lucian, the Eve, and the Senna locked in, I think we can solidly say Rogue are bringing something new to the table.
Yes, they certainly are. Well, I'm excited, that's for sure. As we move into the second phase, let's have a look at some of the things that both these teams need. Well, support is going to be the priority. Remember, the Mad Lions do get first pick of support, so they may consider banning out some potential counters, things like a Leona, perhaps, and then they look to prioritize something like the Nautilus for themselves, get a weaker matchup for that center. They could also think about banning Tahm Kench, but it looks like they're going to focus on banning out some of the counter top lane champions that Orome could struggle against.
I actually really like this because when Rogue played against Fnatic last week, Finn was a clear weak point. He died 3 times on average at the 15-minute mark. He was dived on by Fnatic over and over again. And so here, pick the Camille, give yourself a strong pick in the top lane, get rid of some of the powerful picks into it, and put Finn on something where he is near useless.
Looks like that is the game plan and strategy for Mad Lions. Meanwhile, Rogue looking to take out some of the junglers. Graves going to be the first one off the board. Will they take out the Kindred? I think that we've been seeing a lot of this over in the LPL. Nidalee is another one that has been rising in popularity. Ooh, I actually love that Lulu ban because Remember that Evelyn, all about the execution, all assassins, they hate playing against Lulu players. The whimsy, the ultimate that provides that additional HP, all very valuable, but hey, Mad Lions, Shadow, of course, one of the best Lee Sin players, if not the best Lee Sin player that we have here in Europe. And of course, they're just going to lock that one in.
So I'm thinking about options for that support pick, and one that comes to mind, perhaps because I watched a lot of TSM yesterday, Zilean. Zilean support can actually work really well into the Eve, because you just chuck the Chrono Shift onto your AD carry whenever he gets dived on. Could do something similar to that Lulu. We'll see if Mad Lions decide to go towards it. Rogue, though, getting rid of another strong pick into Eve by taking the Tahm Kench themselves and then getting a strong tank in the top lane. Once again, Finn, his job is to influence team fights, not really win out his lane.
Yeah, it looks like that. So I think that Rogue, they changed some things, but they didn't change everything. The first 2 picks, I was like, okay, Rogue, we're seeing a different shape, we're seeing a different style to them. But nope, we're still going to get the Ornn, we're still going to get a Tahm Kench. This is still very Rogue. Right now, very traditional front to back. The craziest thing is going to be how this Evelyn plays out in fights, where they're able to find these executions. I'm surprised Mad Lions decided to go for the Thresh. I think that Tahm Kench is a great matchup into the Thresh because of the protection that it can provide. I mean, I'm also just really surprised that they didn't ban out Tahm Kench. When you think about the amount of single target crowd control that Mad Lions has, I think Tahm Kench is a really good pick into that. And I think the Mad Lions have put a lot of responsibility on themselves to actually get ahead in the early game. I think that when it comes to scaling, sure, Mad Lions do have some side lane options. I think it's going to be difficult for them to play on the sides. Sorry, they're going to have strong power in the side lanes, but the problem they're going to have is this Evelyn later on, because she can just show up anywhere, and it's something that's very difficult to ward for. So I like what Rogue have drafted to try and answer Mad Lions' composition. It now just largely comes down to execution. Which Rogue is going to show up today?
We'll see. Rogue versus Mad Lions for a chance to place G2 next week. And on to Summoner's Rift we go. And I do want to come back to that point about Inspired, because I've been looking through his Season 10 history, Vedius, and the top thing, the top champion I can see that is a carry, I'd say, is Pantheon on this list. He's played it twice. Everything else, you're looking at Sejuani, Lee, Set, Trundle.
The
Olaf is kind of there.
That would be like the carry jungler that Inspired would typically play when he was like, that was the champion you had to ban out from him, but then whenever you didn't get Olaf, you would struggle. That was very much a narrative we had for him last year. Yeah, I think this is definitely a shift in a different direction. I find it funny because, you know, we did see some new picks in the form of the Evelyn and the Lucian, and then everything else around them is like, okay, that's enough change. Let's just, let's keep some things the same. And again, it's like very traditional front to back, good scaling, but they do have a lot of agency in the mid lane, and I'm very curious as to what Larssen will do with it. He may just neutralize it. He may just apply so much pressure in the early game against Humanoid to prevent him from looking for these roams. He could also try to roam himself. Notice that he is running the cleanse, so he won't be able to match, given that he has no teleport. And for the early laning phase Humanoid, he's going to be forced to play defensive because Lucian, for those that don't know, is very oppressive into most mid lane matchups. And we'll see how Humanoid fares.
It's going to be an interesting one, to be sure. Larssen, of course, struggled so much last week to really have an influence on the game. In fact, we actually have some of his numbers here. You can see in the regular season, he was probably statistically the best mid laner in the league. High KDA, ahead in CSD, high damage percent. But then in playoffs, Fnatic was so good at locking him out of the game, partly because Nemesis was on the Lucian pick into his Azir, but partly also because Fnatic were just very good at making sure that Larssen was on an island, that no one was really ever able to influence his lane.
Yeah, for sure. I think that Larssen, he didn't really show the same level of performance that he did during the regular season and playoffs, and I think that he is one of the players that I definitely want to say step up. You know, I'm very excited, and I hope that Rogue get to play TSM at Worlds. Obviously, it has been a bit of a meme, but I think that Larssen and Bjergsen have a lot of similarities in terms of their progression, their play style, and I thought that Larssen as a player has showcased a very deep champion pool in the past. I think that he showcased that he can carry, and while this split he hasn't shown that same level of depth, I think that matchup could be very interesting. So I want to see a strong performance from him to date, and from Rogue as well, with Worlds so very close. Hook does land from Kaiser. Looks like that's not going to result in a huge amount.
The last embrace coming out from Hans Sommer stops Kaiser really following up, and you can just see the constant trading here in the bottom lane. Kazi and Kaiser currently have the push as expected. Ashe very good at pushing in lanes, and Senna not that great at pushing them out herself because of those slower than normal auto attacks and a lack of real wave clear. So for the moment, you expect Mad to be behind this. The hook's going to land, but you talked about it in draft, Vedius. The Tahm Kench just gobbles up Hans Sommer, and there's nothing that Mad can really do.
Well, Kazi and Kaiser do have push in the 2 versus 2 though. We'll see what Shadow looks to try and do with that. Notice that Larssen also went for a very early recall after pushing in the wave. He's likely not going to lose a huge amount of that, but this also gives a window for Shadow to invade. He's going to get a bit of information on what Inspired is up to. For the time being, it looks like there's not going to be too much there. This will just give him the opportunity to take that bot river Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, so actually might be looking towards the mid lane here. Of course, looks like he's got a ward, so he can just jump across if Larssen oversteps. Humanoid does have the teleport, currently only sitting at the inhibitor turret. Shadow's going to start up the Razor Beaks. Inspired coming around the corner. Didn't realize that Shadow was on them. Is going to dive straight onto him, and this Lee Sin's going to have to ward jump away, but Inspired is still on the chase and has the flash. Shadow flashes the wall. Inspired flashes to follow. The Whiplash hits, but Shadow dives to the Grump, and the Ardent Blaze will secure first blood to Larssen.
And Shadow, he got a bit greedy here. He thought he could steal these away, and now Rome is struggling in the top lane.
Oh, if that Brittle had connected, Finn would have just clapped him down for the kill, but Arome will use the flash to get away.
So Rogue already having a solid performance in the early game and a big punish onto Shadow. Notice here, crucially, Shadow is just lying in wait to actually steal away the Raptors, but Inspired's timing is perfect. He lines everything up, he arrives just as these Raptors respawn, and now Shadow doesn't have any abilities to actually skirmish against this Evelynn in the early game. You're seeing the Q buffs come through here for the Eve, and while Shadow just barely thinks he's going to get out, Larssen is already roaming down, flashes, lands the W, and oh look, Lucian now has a blue buff at level 4.
Cool guys don't look at explosions as Larssen looks the other way, and already he's up to the top lane. And Vedi, you asked it just 2 minutes ago. What can Larssen do with the lane priority? What can he do early on to get around this map? Well, so far he's been able to get 2 kills.
And look, now Shadow is losing his early camps. Let's see if we have any more action in the bot lane. The ultimate comes through.
Humanoid, that was actually the teleport coming out there, but the curse of the Black Isles is too strong.
Wow.
Too strong.
So Mad tried to respond. As you correctly identified there, Medic, it was the teleport coming out from Humanoid, trying to take advantage of the fact that Larssen roamed up towards topside, but this bot lane's difficult to gank. Yep. Like, not only is there the Curse of the Black Mist, again, as you highlighted, Medic, but also the Tahm Kench Consume. It is the Consume, right? That's what it's called. I always confuse it with Consume or Gobble Up.
It's Consume, or is it Devour?
Devour.
Consume is Cho'Gath. Oh no, that's Feast. Consume is Nunu-Q.
Oh, this is why I have play-by-plays, ladies and gentlemen. To me, they're all just Q, W, E, and R. Yeah, so Vander uses W there to protect Hans Sommer should he be in any danger, and that makes it so difficult for Mad to actually find these picks. So early advantages immediately going in favor of Rogue. I like the initial punish, and then transition into taking that pressure up towards top. Larssen now sits 2-0-0.
What an early game it's been for Rogue so far. 1,300 gold ahead. A fed Lucian, Mad Lions trying to get something back for themselves. It looks like the reset has just come out from Larssen and Hans Sommer and Vander. They've only just got back into the lane, so this should be a pretty easy Cloud Drake for Mad. Will be at least a little bit of recompense for a struggling early game.
Yeah. It's kind of like the small light at the end of the dark tunnel right now, and the fact that Finn is already winning his 1v1 matchup in the top lane against Arome is definitely a much better performance compared to what we saw from him last week. I think he was definitely the player that received the most criticism, and he might even look to dive this.
Ball of the Forge God coming out. Arome is going to use the hookshot wall dive, still gets hit with it. Finn, that would be a long way to chase.
But it's worth. Do you know what I mean? You zone Arome away from all these minions. I think that was 2 waves that was lost, and Finn is going to be able to push in another wave, right? He could even set up a slow push freeze if you want. No, he's just going to go for the push. He knows that Arome doesn't have the TP, and I think this is also fine because now the wave is going to crash, it's going to bounce back, and Arome is going to lose the cannon. Finn's going to get a free recall. Everything going so well for Rogue in this early game.
I mean, there's a reason they were the best team in the regular season. They are having a cracking start to this game, and I will give credit to Finn. Early on, I said that I didn't think he would have that much influence, but he's doing a lot of work. So the Cullen comes out.
Evelynn.
Evelynn trying to get around as Shadow dives away, but Inspired already level 6, has that last caress, and Shadow tries to get onto the Krugs to get away. Inspired still on the chase, last caress, he dives back with it, and Shadow dies to the hate spikes. It can do everything. You go in, you go out, you protect, and you attack as Inspired gets a kill.
That was clever from Inspired. I thought that he had missed his ultimate there, but he just used it to close the gap. Clever utilization, and I honestly thought that he would go for the dive into mid lane as well, but his intention was to try and put Shadow behind. 2-level difference now between the junglers, and you know what, Medic? I laughed a little bit. You know, the changes that we saw from Rogue was, oh, we're seeing a slightly different mid lane pick, slightly different jungle, but everything else seems to stay the same for Rogue. Well, those 2 changes are coming up massive in Game 1 against Mad Lions.
They really are. You can see just a very strong performance so far from Rogue. Level advantage for Larssen in the mid lane. Inspired actually 2 levels ahead of Shadow right now. Almost, well, a level and a half if you subtract the little bit of XP that Shadow is about to gain. But it's just so difficult for Mad. They have so few opportunities. They're 2,000 gold behind at the 8.5 minute mark, and they are struggling. Destiny's going to be popped here in the top lane. Finn dives underneath the turret. Arome decides he wants to go in and will get the kill. The heal comes out. Arome just about survives.
Okay, if it wasn't for that heal, that could have ended in disaster. I think this was a much needed play for Mad. I like the setup, I like the execution, and Mad finally do get a kill back on the board. Larssen, though, going to push in that wave, look for a roam up, but I think he's going to act as interference to stop this Rift Herald going over to Mad.
I'm just not sure if you can do this as Mad, right? Humanoid has the flash, is up here. Inspired's on his way as well. Doesn't have the last caress right now. Shadow's in the back of the Rift Herald arena. And the dive comes in from Larssen. Light Slinger used to get a couple of autos in. Shadow's going to hit it with the Sonic Wave. Here comes the arrow. That goes wide. Unfortunately, doesn't hit Shelly. She's arrow immune as Humanoid eats up a culling. Cycles through to the gold card. Shadow diving in. Hits a kick onto Inspired, but Inspired's going to chase him down with the hate spikes. Dawning Shadow coming out as Shadow gets just about onto the Lantern in time. And Inspired gets the Herald.
And Mad, they tried to swap their bot lane up towards the Rift Herald, but it was a little too late. Vander was already there beforehand, and both Shadow and Humanoid just got forced off. Rogue utilizing this early advantage that they've been able to accrue, and they're keeping the snowball going.
I actually love this. We talked about opening up Inspired, opening up Larssen, so getting him around the map, putting the Rift Herald down here just gets that turret down quicker. It means the Lucian can get away.
But it also stops Humanoid from freely roaming around the map. He's been able to make 2 plays so far. He TP'd to bot lane once. He also used his ultimate to top lane once. And so far, Mad have only been able to get 1 kill. You can see the difference in the gold. 800 in favor of Larssen right now. 400 in favor of the top. 1.5k between the 2 junglers. And like that early play from Shadow, you know, it's pretty crazy how a single mistake can balloon into such a massive advantage. And, you know, this is what happens in pro play. You know, solo queue, you make that misstep, like, sure, you can probably bounce back from that, but Inspired knows exactly what to do. Larssen knows how to capitalize with the pressure, and they've just been doing everything in their power to put Shadow's Lee Sin behind.
It also makes you wonder about, you know, future games in this series. Of course, a best of 5. We've seen Mad Lions fight back in series like this before. We saw them fight against G2 last split, you know, where they went all the way to 5 games. So you wonder, do Mad have to adapt their draft? Do you get rid of things like the Evelynn? Because we said it in draft, Inspired is not known for playing these carries. Like, Olaf is the only carry we really know him on. Otherwise, he's on Sejuani duty. He's on Set duty. He's on Lee Sin duty, Jarvan duty. He's the guy that helps Finn engage. He is not the guy that hard carries the game.
Well, this game, he's having a stellar performance alongside Larssen. Both of them very fed, very strong. Both level 9, by the way. I think Inspired is the 2nd, 3rd highest level in the game. Just only matching Humanoid. But we're going to bring the XP. Yeah, you can see 3rd highest level in the game right now, with Finn close behind them. And Inspired, once again, looking for another play. We've been seeing this a lot from Evelynn, just rushing the death cap. You know that he can just execute him.
Dives in, Human's going to flash away, the stun card lands, and Inspired needs to use his ultimate to get away, but Larssen chases down the kill. Arome is trying to collapse, as meanwhile in the top lane there was a little bit of a dive, but Vogue have been able to survive. Arome now getting towards this mid lane tower as it falls. Inspired's going to try and put the charm down. Arome does still have flash, hookshot wall dive, doesn't flash towards it. Larssen trying to dodge away, but he's hit with the sweep, and the shutdown goes to Camille.
Much needed shutdown for Mad. That's trying to alleviate the pressure. Shadow with the kick.
Another well-timed play in the top lane. Hans Sama away from his Tahm Kench, away from the belly of the beast, and Mad Lions able to get the kill.
All right, so Mad Lions answering back now. They're able to get a couple of picks. They'll likely get a couple more plates up and towards the top side of the map. The fact that Arome was able to get that shutdown is very valuable for him as well. Finn actually setting up a bit of a flank here. He knows that Evelynn is on the Drake.
Rome does still have flash here, so should just be able to hookshot away. Manages to escape. As you say, the Dragon does go down to Rogue, delays any soul point possibility for the Mad Lions, because of course they were the first getting that Cloud Drake earlier on.
Okay, so we've had a pretty action-packed early game already. I like what we're seeing from both teams. Of course, Shadow put at that early deficit, but still able to find a pick here or there. And I think already we can safely say that Rogue has definitely stepped up coming into this series. Again, a lot of question marks surrounding Rogue and their level of performances. While they did lose to Fnatic, and I think that it's fair to say, based on yesterday's results, that Fnatic is obviously a very strong team. I think individually we saw poor performances. Hansama and Vander dying 2 versus 2 in lane, Finn getting solo killed, Larson not having the same impact, Inspired being invisible, but this time around his invisibility is working off in Rogue's favor, and they're able to get a huge number of advantages. So they're stepping up. We now need to see how Mad respond in kind. They're not the kind of team to just roll over and die. They're very proactive in the early game. They will fight you, and they will claw back deficits just through sheer aggression and looking for plays and picks. We can already see Twisted Fate going to bring up the minimap for you. Notice where he's hovering right now, looking for a potential opportunity with Shadow waiting in the wings, seeing if anyone oversteps, seeing if that Senna does get a little too far up in the lane so that they can punish, because with the mid lane down, it's too dangerous for Humanoid to just push up and wave clear as he was before, because that Evelyn could show up at any time.
And we've already seen Hansama get caught out by himself in this top lane, and Mad are setting up for it once again. As you say, Shadow is just around the corner. Let's have a look at where we are in terms of items. Inspired on his way to the death cap, has double needlessly large rod. The Manamune stacking up on Larson and Hansama, so give them, 5-10 more minutes. Those two champs, that Lucian and that Senna, will be incredibly strong. As you say, they just hit 11, which is second level ultimate, second level culling, second level last caress, and Arome, well, he'd be hoping to get to 11 himself, as Inspired is waiting just around the wings for a gank here. Arome does still have the flash, sitting on Tiamat, Phage, and Sheen. The charm looking to connect. The hookshot wall dive comes out. There's the charm, there's the chase. There is a very dead Camille as Finn dives in and secures his first kill of the game.
Finn had to commit his flash to help secure that one, but you know what? That's still worth. Keeping Arome down, one of those side lane threats that Mad Lions ideally want to play through, is definitely going to help Rogue as they transition from the mid game, or into the mid game rather. Now Mad, once again, looking for a cross-map play. They have the Twisted Fate ultimate, the Ash Arrow comes through.
Only onto the Tahm Kench, but a good flash kick from Shadow will get the chase off, but the Devour is just too quick. Hansama able to survive, and Larson's looking for a flank position here as the tower still stands. The culling coming out, Humanoid dodging back into the bush, but he's not going to be able to survive. He might take Hansama. The shield from the Dawning Shadow. Hansama keeps himself just about alive.
Well played there once again for Rogue, and you're seeing how obnoxious this Tahm Kench pick is. We talked a lot about it in draft. There's so much single target CC that Rogue were able to just get out of that, and now they're looking for another fight.
Box goes down, Sonic Wave misses from Shadow as he looks just to help disengage for Kaiser and Kazi. We'll note Kazi has a 20 CS lead now on this Ashe. Play with the Ruin King complete. Ashe, of course, so good at pushing in the lanes. We mentioned it when they were down in the bottom lane. Has just continued to do that in the top lane. And Rogue have been playing more around trying to catch out Arome, it feels, than around their bot lane. They've been trying to keep this Camille down, keep her shut down, and it has been working. She's about 30, 40 CS down, picked up a couple of kills, but yet to complete that first item. You can actually see only Shadow and the supports have less gold than Arome does right now.
Yeah, I think that Rogue have done a great job of putting the two carries that Mad ideally wanted to get advantage on in the early game behind. Keeping Humanoid down, attacking his mid lane early. Inspired now. I think he's found another pick.
For Arome, hookshot wall dive will get him out. Larson waiting on the culling. Doesn't quite have it up yet. Could dive under the tower. Goes for it. The piercing light into Ardent Blaze is not quite enough.
I don't think his Q was just in range, so he couldn't quite get that execute, but it doesn't matter. Rogue going to secure another tower. And what I really want to highlight this game is how Larson is moving around the map. Notice that whenever Rogue are playing for a tower, Larson's always in a position and working with Inspired to make sure that people get zoned away from the objectives so that they lose a lot of farm, and the objective goes easily in the favor of Rogue. And again, I want to draw your attention to the minimap. Notice how in the bot lane, this wave has been pushed up all the way to the tower, and the same is being done in the mid. The reason why they do this so much is to give them time to reset as Shadow looks for a play.
Yeah, he dived in. The heal was used immediately from Rogue, and Larson, well, it's named the culling for a reason as he takes down the Lee Sin.
Yeah, so, yeah.
It was a greedy play.
Well, Shadow wanted to try and find a pick while Rogue were on the reset because he recognized that, okay, Finn is probably looking to base right now. Evelyn's probably just looked to base as well. But you can see the center and Lucian here. Let's see if we can just burst out Hansama, only level 9, but lo and behold, the Lucian's level 12. Has more than enough damage to be able to turn that one around, and Rogue walk away with another kill and the second Drake of the game.
And a 5,000 gold lead, Vedius. Like, it's quietly continued to sneak up here. Larson has about a 2k lead over his opposing mid lane, over Humanoid. That's the name.
Oh, so initially he just wants to interrupt, and then he's like, I can make this play happen.
Follow the queue.
But he doesn't
do anything, yeah.
Well, wait, did he not have a ward? Because he didn't ward jump or anything. He literally just queued in and then died.
So sometimes Shadow is someone to be feared. And sometimes he does things like that and he's not.
I mean, I would actually say that's extremely uncharacteristic of Shadow. Oh, yeah, okay. So he had the Rift Tail. That's why he didn't have a ward to jump to. I wonder if he recognized that.
I wonder if he just made the mistake of diving in.
I don't know. Either way, like, uncharacteristic of Shadow. Yeah. Now, I will say that Shadow had a poor game 1 on Friday with his set. Now, that was kind of, you know, his... Oh, hang on, one sec.
First
Gotta watch this execution. Yeah, okay, so back to what I was saying. This is quite an uncharacteristic performance from Shadow. And some might say this is uncharacteristic from Inspired, as Mad picks up another fight.
Call of the Forge God going down, Aromia locked up in place, knocked up. There's the Dawning Shadow. The shot connects and Finn gets the kill onto Arome. Larson now on his way. Shadow goes down. It's a double for Finn. Kazi flashes away, uses the heal as well. Just a couple of auto attacks would be enough, but they can't quite get onto Kazi as he pops out the volley. The hook comes out. Vander, flash, tongue lash as Kazi trying to escape underneath his tower, but cannot get away.
That was a 3 versus 4 fight that Rogue actually won, and then the cleanup just came through from Larson. The gold advantage is massive for Rogue right now. I feel like it is going to be very difficult for Mad to find their way back in, and this has just been non-stop, relentless aggression. And we kind of have to go back to what we originally talked about. What will Rogue look like against Mad? Because the sentiment around them was, they shouldn't be going to Worlds. They do not deserve a spot. The quality of their gameplay was poor. I think that coming into game 1, they've definitely showcased what they're capable of and why so many of these players were put in the second All-Pro team at the end of the regular season.
Yeah, I think it just makes... I mean, if I'm G2, I'm actually watching this and being a little bit scared. I'll be honest. Like, this is pretty strong stuff from Rogue so far. We'll see how they continue for the rest of the series as Larson is caught out, but he dodges away. He's still able to survive here on the Lucian, and they get one. Finn takes it down. He's looking for more in a 2v1. The Call of the Forge God not quite available, but Hansama is on the chase with the Yumus. Kazi trying to back away. The volley comes out. The last embrace doesn't quite connect, but the slows are there, and Hansama continues to chase the hook. Only lands onto Vander. Humanoid gets underneath the turret, but it's being tanked up by Finn, and Hansama just goes in. Auto after auto after auto. Humanoid with the stopwatch to keep himself alive. There's the arrow, hits Hansama. Vander takes the kill.
Here comes Inspired.
And here comes Inspired, and there goes Kazi. Kaiser down for the double kill. Inspired 4-0-3 now on this Evelyn.
And so earlier I said this is an uncharacteristic performance from Inspired, and that's because we don't typically see him on the carry junglers, but he looks like a natural. Of course, he was gifted that early advantage by Shadow, but he took advantage of it beautifully. Now level 14 on the Evelyn, the second highest level in the game. Rogue have just dominated here in game 1.
It's actually just, it's a little dirty right now. Should take it to the laundromat, clean it up for the next game, hopefully, as Mad Lions have to clean up quite a few bits of their play. Baron secured by Rogue, 21 minutes in. They have a 9,000 gold lead, and Shadow did what he could with the Rift Tower, charged in a couple of turrets, got a couple of towers in the bottom lane, but Larson's now on the chase, and Shadow does have flash. How many wards has he got?
They know where he is, though, and look, he's going to get interrupted, isn't he? Yeah.
Where he interrupted himself. Yep. Here comes the Tarm Kench. Shadow, how'd you get out of this one? Well, good Dragon's Rage kick will knock Larson back. Vander still on the chase.
Has the stone plate.
Has the stone plate, has the tongue lash. Shadow has a flash and gets to the lantern. Dawning Shadow won't connect, so Shadow gets out. Had to burn his flash to do it.
Yep, he certainly does. Again, very uncharacteristic game from Shadow. And I think the craziest thing is, when we saw the game series versus Schalke rather, he lost on set, he immediately went to his Lee Sin, and he had like a stellar Lee Sin performance. And it was like, it was a huge confidence game for Shadow, because like, okay, you struggled in game 1, but you immediately bounce back in game 2, and then you ride that momentum throughout the rest of the series. Game 1, he's already brought out his comfort pick, and he's just been shut down. And admittedly, a lot of these players have been through his own mistakes, his over-aggression. But here's hoping that this doesn't just break him for the series. We'll see as the ultimate from Twisted Fate comes through.
Destiny comes down, as you say. Humanoid with the gold card locked in was looking for the chase, but can't quite get there. We have just seen the first item of the game for Arome. He's finished his Trinity Force now on the Camille. But he's an item and a half behind the Ornn. He's an item and a half behind the Evelynn and behind the Lucian. Like, when we were in draft and you talked about the power of Mad Lions in the side lanes, they've never had the chance to put anyone in the side.
They had to get ahead early, right? That was the whole game plan. One of my concerns was, how are they going to get ahead? What lanes do they attack exactly when you have an Ornn in the top side of the map, when you have the Tahm Kench center in the bot? They just haven't been able to do it, and Rogue, meanwhile, they've been utilizing their early pressure well. They've been finding good fights. They're currently 15 kills to 4. Mad have tried to find picks, but look, Finn just doesn't take any damage.
Engaging onto a guy with an Infernal Mask and Sunfire Cape? Sunforge Cape? I can't remember. Forge Fire Cape. That's what the name of the upgrade one is. He's almost got his locket next so he can get the Circlet of the Iron Solari. Just not going to do damage to an Ornn right now as they look for the second tower in the mid lane. Inhibitor in the bottom lane has already fallen. The Shadow hits a Sonic Wave, but only onto Vander. See the engage coming in as the Call of the Ford God lands. There's the last caress as well, and Kazi's being chased down. Last Embrace will lock him in place, and there's another 2 kills for Larssen. The inhibitor on the menu. There's a cannon minion there for Rogue to escort to the base. Shadow trying to do some fancy footwork, trying to keep the cannon minion aggroed onto him, but there's only so much you can do. Currently getting chased out by the Tahm Kench. Looking to make a meal of this as Inspired continues to chase him away. 4-level advantage on Inspired over his lane opponent, and right now this has been an absolute demolition from Rogue. First in the regular season and making a statement as to why they deserve to fight for first in the playoffs here as they destroy Mad Lions in game 1.
Whew. Statement game from Rogue to start off this series. I think that they showcased a bit of variety, a bit of the same stuff, but ultimately they demonstrated a much stronger performance than what they showcased before. Much cleaner League of Legends, and definitely what we expected more of from Rogue coming into the regular season. Of course, this is a long series. You can see that smile still on the faces of Shadow. He probably recognizes that was definitely not a great game from him. But again, I expect Shadow to bounce back. These young rookies, they're very hungry, they're very eager. They have a lot of confidence too, so I imagine we're going to see some big shifts in the draft. The one thing you can say for sure is Mad have very deep champion pools, and we're going to see some shakeups coming into game 2.
We definitely are. It was a mixture of happiness and kind of head in your hands, though. I do wonder if Shadow might be a little bit more frustrated with himself than he was letting on in that game, but we'll find out, because after the break, the analysts are going to tell you more about game 1 as Rogue secured a dominant win.
Charged up. Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
disappear. I'm your eraser. In the cut just like a razor. Murked up in this world, my blazer. I got all the boys on me. I got all the lines on ring. Not there, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Pretty face, cut out to the rock. 유행선 두자. 원하지만 못 찾아나. 애가 찾아나. You like whoa. 달리 you도 go. 난 알지, I know. 준비해. Cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 나는 내 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐. 그만큼 크게. 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해. 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss. 간지 with the sauce. 원하면 줄게. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해. 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. Coming at you loud. Real, real wild. Here to light it up. Set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools. Cause that's what the baddest do. I never going back. Nah, nah, that. Diamonds on drip. Cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools. Cause that's what the baddest do. It's crazy. Sorry for the bad news. Sorry, I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news. No, it makes you sad. Yeah, for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I say. When you see me coming, get out of the way. Back in this lane, back in this lane. Back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해. 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. It's crazy. Sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 the next. Look at the goal, all on my chest. Look at the goal, call it a flex.
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. Rogue looked like a brand new team in Game 1, the team that finished first in the summer season, and they completely destroyed the Mad Lions. As with every game, we start with picks and bans. So let's take a look at the draft order. And Kadril, I want to jump straight to you because you predicted Rogue to win this series. Tell me what you think of the draft and then, Mad's response.
Well, I like their adaptation. They played against Fnatic. They did the exact same thing. Okay, we're going to copy your homework, but not make it too obvious, right? So they just take the exact same draft almost with the Lucian and the Evelynn. I think it works. I mean, Inspired is one of the best Evelynns in EU. I think the Lucian first pick kind of gives away their plan for the rest of the series, unless they can play something like the Tristana mid, which I think if Mad Lions try to adapt and ban it out, it could come out. But I think the draft overall was good. The only thing I was a bit unsure on was the Graves ban, because obviously Shadow's going to pick Lee Sin. He's not played Graves the whole year, so...
Not that Lee Sin mattered.
Yeah, true.
What do you think of the draft?
I really liked it. I wasn't against anything either of the teams were doing, honestly. Perhaps, in hindsight, the only thing I would change is not picking Camille on 3, because then you have to ban the Shen and the Jax, right? Especially when you have TF. So perhaps you just, pick a different either jungle or support, or just a different champ altogether, and then you spend a ban on the Tahm Kench. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I think it looks like a comfort comp for Mad Lions. They ran the Camille Galio last week. They're trying the TF Camille this time instead around. They've got the Ashe, they've got the Lee Sin. It's pure comfort for Mad Lions. So it's a bit worrying that in Game 1 they lose with their most comfortable champs, but I like that Rogue has the Evelynn. I like that they put Finn on Ornn. And actually Finn, he got Aroma's flash level 5. This is the opposite of thing was happening against Fnatic.
Yes, absolutely the case. And I think definitely in terms of player matchup, maybe you expected. How important was the start? It was catastrophic for Mad Lions. We've got a replay that I want to pull up. And Kadril, talk me through this, because was this single play the reason that Rogue won the game, or am I, being too strong?
Well, Shadow's greeting for the second Raptor spawn, and Inspired shows up. So Shadow kind of overextended. He has no mid prio, his TF's in base, he has hardly any bot prio, he flashes out and he dies. And I think this just creates a huge domino effect for Rogue. Larson gets first blood, he gets blue buff, he runs to mid, and Aroma's just had to flash away from Finn's Ornn. So Finn probably says, oh, top has no flash, the wave's really bad. So this whole snowball effect comes in. Larson pushes out mid, he runs top, he kills Arome, and this is all because he gets first blood, he gets a blue buff, he can shove the wave in first, he doesn't have to be scared of Shadow on the map, and Yeah, 2-0 Lucian in the span of 1 minute.
Jesus, I'm going to ask the same question. Whenever I have pro players and I speak to them and you see a play like that, it's just GG, go next. Game's over. It's impossible to come back. Is that fair, or am I being overly dramatic?
Well, I feel like from Mad Lion's perspective, with their champions, it is kind of over, at least if they don't get to find picks, because it was a very early mid-game type of comp. Like, they do need to get early leads, they do need to find picks, they do need to get early dragons, perhaps even Herald, to accelerate the game. So the moment that the game kind of ends up this way and you are not kind of, you know, just playing through your strength, which is, you know, playing through mid as 2v2 and just not respecting the early game from what are they called? Rogue?
From Rogue, yeah. And of course, the graphic that's come up, it was something that I requested just to highlight during the Fnatic series what the goal difference was, what the kills of 15 were, deaths, etc. And this is one game. It's a one-game sample size, right? But Rogue's improvement in the early game, their ability to execute, I love what Kadril said, copying Fnatic's homework.
Yeah.
But then once you copy the homework, you still have to execute, right?
Yeah.
You can see the draft, and they did that flawlessly.
I think they executed flawlessly, like you said. It's all down to Mad Lions now. Do we adapt? Do we force Rogue onto their comfort? How can we ban them out? Trying to figure out a draft plan for the next game, because I assume Mad Lions is going to go to blue side. It's going to give them some target bans to shut down this Rogue comp, but I mean, Rogue looks so comfortable on this. Inspired's a really good Evelyn. Larson seems to not be, he's like drifting away from the majors, so they're changing things up.
Before I get Jesus to answer that question, because you predicted a Mad Lions victory, one of the things you did talk about was Inspired the jungle playing a carry, not being on those dog champions. We've got a tower dive replay that I want you to talk me through.
Yeah.
What do you think when you see Larson and Inspired double teaming and seeing how well they executed this play?
Well, it just tells me that they should put Inspired on carries more. He's super proactive and he knows what he wants to do. And I feel like that benefits Larson so much. I think one of the main reasons why he was such a, seen as such a rock for the team was because Inspired was playing a lot of these dog champions and he was giving a lot of these camps to Larson, and he probably felt the pressure of the responsibility. But now with Inspired playing carries and kind of leading the charge a little bit, it makes Larson play more aggressive.
Now you have to answer the question. Will Mad Lions be able to bounce back? They've picked blue side. You see the stomp that just happened. Are you nervous at all?
I don't know, a little bit nervous maybe. But to answer Kadril's point about, Mad Lions Rogue just actually being able to execute this, copy of Fnatic. I don't know if it's really them being able to execute. I feel like it's rather just Mad Lions
allowing it to happen?
Really trolling, because obviously Lee Sin just completely trolling at enemy Raptors. And then also just Lucian, they know he's going to get prio and he's going to be moving into the top side. And Camille is just hard trading super close to the tower. And also he has the TP from his mid laner as well, who can follow. So he just has to play a little bit slower. Has to wait for his Lee Sin to come closer.
Closing thoughts, Kadril.
Yeah, Mad Lions need to shut out this comp from Rogue. They're trying to do the Fnatic. I think they adapted well when they faced him. They banned out the Evelyn, forced him onto the Karthus. So, I mean, there's Evelyn, there's Lilia, there's Karthus, there's Hecarim. So it all depends on what Rogue want to default back to, but I think Evelyn should be taken out.
Okay, Evelyn should be taken. Let's find out if this is going to happen in Game 2. Rogue started with a very different look. What kind of answers will Mad Lions have for us in Game 2? You'll find out straight off the other side of the break. That was great. Thank you. That was awesome.
Hello and welcome back to the LEC. We are here, week 2 of playoffs. Rogue are 1-0 up versus Mad Lions, and if they win this series, if they win the next 2 games, they will face G2 next week for a chance to get to finals. Right there, mate?
Sorry, Kevin was in my ear and he was like, 3, 2, 1. Magic. And it got to
Kevin,
me. Normally,
you keep ruining it.
Normally he just says 3, 2, 1 and go, and that's what I was expecting.
I'll break this side of the desk as well, Kevin. Okay?
Caught me off guard, right? Yeah, Kevin trolling us behind the scenes. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? We're back for game 2. I was thinking to myself, right? Inspired went away, and you know that meme where it's kind of like your champion pool?
My champion.
My champion pool. So we saw Evelyn in game 1, and I'm like, okay. Are we going to see Karthus? Are we going to see Hecarim? Or what else are we going to see? Are we going to see him like, well, I got beat by this, so this is clearly the strongest right now.
Larson did the same thing, right?
Yeah, we have the Lucian lock-in as well. All right. Well, I'm really curious as to how the drafts are going to be adapted. We're going to be jumping in soon. We're definitely going to need to see some shifts from Mad Lions. I believe they are now on the blue side. Because they did lose, they get choice of side selection, and they're going to be looking to bounce back in this series. It was not a great performance in game 1. It was a very one-sided stomp, and I know that Mad Lions have more in them and are capable of more. I think that Shadow was a huge detriment to the team in game 1, and I'm sure he's looking to bounce back in game 2. So we'll see what champion he gets put on. We'll see whether he's going to be on Comfort or if he's going to bring out something different this time around.
And that's the thing, right? Because he was on Comfort last game, and you summed it up really well. It's when they were losing before against Schalke, they then put Shadow onto the Lee Sin, put him onto something he was comfortable with, and he was able to pop off. But where do you go when you lose on Comfort? Like, do you have those other picks? Do you have something strong that you can be like, okay, I can still carry on this? Or do you even stick for the same champion and run it back with the Lee Sin? We will find out in this draft as Mad Lions on the blue side, as you say, Rogue on the red side. Mad, the expectation is that you get rid of, some of the more powerful picks. The Lucian, for example, is going to be removed. We'll see if Rogue decide to stick with the Lilia, Akali, Hecarim bans that they went through before. Instead, they say, well, we're red side, so we have to get rid of the Caitlyn. Oh, Mad Lions having none of this. Like, hey guys, Fnatic gave you
Get back on your Azir, Larson.
Give me Azir, Sejuani, and we know how to beat that.
Yeah, well, Mad Lions definitely taking away some things that Rogue had a lot of success with in the last game. The Gangplank also going to be banned away. Ashe is the expected first pick for Mad Lions, I imagine, and then Rogue going to respond with the Senna.
Good job so far.
I'm not taking any praise for that. I think that's like the most predictable
of the current
meta. Yeah, I imagine that's going to be the Senna.
Oh,
Hecarim, okay.
That's nice. I like that. Still sticking to the self-made school of champion decision-making. But Hecarim is obviously a very strong pick. We haven't really seen Inspired play it at all during the regular season. I'm just checking to see if he played it in playoffs. He has yet to play it in summer.
We're seeing a different Inspired in this series today. Looks like we might see a slightly different Shadow as well if he does lock in this Graves. Not really known him for his Graves performances during the regular season.
I think it's one of those champions that I can see how it would work for Shadow, though. Like,
carry jungler, yeah.
Carry jungler, a lot of agency, a lot of ability to influence the map, and can be, one of those hard carries when the game goes on. So I'm not too surprised by it, but as you say, not something we see Shadow on too often. In fact, I don't think we've seen him play it all of summer.
So, I know for a fact that Mad Lions love to lock in Renekton when they're going against champions that like to dive. Hecarim, obviously a very strong champion when it comes to trying to dive onto the backline. And I think that Renekton is one of those champions that, hey, if you're going to close the gap, then it just makes things easier for him. He can provide a lot of peel. And if he does get access to the backline, he does have more than enough damage to shut them down. But Rogue going to respond with the Shen for Finn in the top lane. Definitely think that this could be a pretty solid matchup. Obviously, in the early game, you're not going to get that same level of prio. But I think that thanks to this Spirit's Refuge, you can mitigate a lot of the damage that Renekton is able to dish out. And we'll see how Finn handles himself as we move into the second phase of bans.
I mean, the Shen also gives you a second dive threat, because as soon as the Hecarim dives in, you chuck that Stand United onto him, and you can have 2 beefy bruisers on the back line. Lots of mid lane bans coming out here, though. LeBlanc removed by Rogue. Orianna going to get taken away as well. Wonder if we'll see the Twisted Fate ban, the Azir ban, some of these picks.
I think Rogue should consider banning Norless, if I'm being honest.
Yeah?
Just because I think that when you look at Mad's comp, right now the only engage they have is the Ashe. And I think that Naught would be really good at providing a lot of peel. They're going to take away the Tarek to mitigate some of the burst. We saw this from G2 yesterday. I think that it was great, especially against dive comps. What I think is very cool about Tarek is because, again, the more you're hitting, the more heals that you're able to get off. So when you're diving onto them, it obviously makes it very easy for Tarek to make utilization of that, and it can provide a lot of very effective peel. So they're going to remove that one. But now I really think that Nautilus, Nautilus needs to be prioritized here, because I think it would have been a perfect pick for the Mad Lions. Of course, their usual response here is the Leona. I think that Leona doesn't have the same level of peel that a Nautilus can have when it goes up against dive. So we'll see how Mad Lions put. Maybe they'll choose to go for something like the Lulu, but I'm a little concerned about running Lulu into things like a Nautilus, especially with a Hecarim on there as well. Can be good depending on the circumstances, but they're going to stick to the classic. They're going to stick to what they know. And now Mad Lions have to blind pick a mid laner. Wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Zoe come out from Mad Lions right now. I think that it's something that Humanoid has had a lot of success with in the past, with things like the Orianna and the Azir already banned out. I think that it can fit very nicely into this composition that Mad have drafted.
Nice little prediction there, Vedius, as you say. Zoe for Humanoid. Just having a look, I don't actually think he's played it in Summer. Although he has had success on it previously, it doesn't look like it's a pick that he has really utilized in the last few months.
But I do remember him being quite an avid Zoe player.
No, he's a very good Zoe player, I think in spring. But he just hasn't really picked up the champion since then.
Okay. Well, it looks like Rogue looking to find an answer, and it will be the Syndra lock-in. So a bit of a powerful mid laner, can set up very strong ganks. I think that Syndra Hecarim can be pretty potent, but something that Ender talked a lot about yesterday was that when you're playing carry scaling junglers, typically what you need is strong agency in the lanes. Priority is so important because of what you're able to do with it. And I think the scary thing for Rogue is that it can be very easy for the Zoe to get early prio in mids. I think that it's possible for Mad Lions to get prio in bot as well. So I think that Mad Lions have actually got themselves a pretty solid draft to give Graves options to actually invade, get into the enemy jungle, and try and put this Hecarim behind. The question is, will Shadow flounder like he did last game, not utilize his prior properly and get punished for it, or will he be able to find those advantages and shut down Inspire to prevent him from being the carry like it was in game 1?
And I think for Shadow, it is really a defining moment. You really want to win this, otherwise you are 0-2 down with a place in the finals weekend on the line. Level 1, Shenanigans. Currently, Mad Lions all together in the bottom tri-bush. The thumbs up comes out from Kaiser.
We're casting golf now?
Subpar plays. Hey, I would love to cast golf.
Yeah.
Because that feels like a job where you can sit around, you can slowly sip your tea. Something happens, as long as you react to it in the next 5 minutes, you're pretty golden.
Hey man,
pretty golden.
I don't watch enough golf to know what it's like to cast golf. So I can't really comment. What I can say is that this is a bit of a slow early game. I do expect a lot of the action to come largely from the junglers. You know, we talked a lot about priority, who's going to get that push, where are they going to get it, and how are the junglers going to utilize it. You will notice, if you draw your attention to the summoner spells, that double cleanse is being run on the side of Rogue. I think this makes a lot of sense when you're playing against Ash Arrow, Leona, and the Zoe bubble. So, like the respect being shown, but of course, fewer teleports, slightly weaker 2v2 in the bot lane. And as I say that, already we see a level 1 invade coming out from Shadow.
I love it from Shadow. Dashes across the wall just to get the damage onto Inspired. He's going to chase him all the way out of the jungle. Kaiser and Kazi are facing off against Han Summer and Vander, who are currently winning out on that trade, but this is going to be Wolves and a blue buff over to Shadow. It's a par 3, and currently he's on his second stroke of the match. That was a bit of golf terminology for you there, Vedius.
So this is kind of going as we expected. Honestly, I expected a little bit later, but I like how Shadow utilized his early power on the Grave to just bully the Hecarim out. Hecarim cannot really challenge you this early on, neither can the Senna. So Mad, recognizing they have a very powerful 3-man unit, they can do the delayed invade, and now they've put Inspired a little bit behind. The question is, will Mad choose to split the map, or will Shadow look to immediately rotate over to his blue? blue. You can see that there is a little ward sitting on top of the blue buff, so they will have information as to whether or not Inspired chooses to do that split map. But the risk that they have, as a mid gank does happen, but not much is going to come off the back of that. The risk that they have is you'll notice in the top lane, the push is coming through from Arome. There was pressure being set up in the mid lane as well, and there's pressure in the bot as well. And this is what we were talking about. Early priority gives junglers so much agency and control, and it makes it harder for Inspired to do what he wants. So Shadow, he's going to take away the blue, he takes away the wolves, he's going to pick up his own blue, and this is going to put Inspired very far behind.
The question is, how quickly can Inspired get down towards this bottom side of the map? There's a Grump available for him. There'll be a Scuttle Crab in just a few moments' time as well. So he does have some camps to farm there.
The problem is, he might not even get that Scuttle Crab, because what we've often seen is bot lanes with their priority will actually rotate up and take the Scuttle Crab themselves. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Kazi and Kaiser rotate up, but you can see how aggressively Vander's posturing, suggesting that a gank is on the way.
Hook lands onto Kaiser. He's just going to be able to back away. Hans Summer and Vander just farming up here underneath the turret. As you say, Inspired was waiting just around the corner, and now it looks like Mad are just going to go for the double scuttle. And we said we wanted Mad to use the priority they have in the lanes to put Inspired behind. Well, that is exactly what they're doing right now.
Yep. Very good early gameplay, definitely a different look from Shadow. Game 1, just a blip on the radar as they're continuing to dominate in this early laning phase. And I find it quite funny that Shadow has literally just walked through mid lane and just been like, nice day, have a wonderful day. Just going to keep on going with my jungle camps, thank you very much. And Rogue really can't do anything about it. Now, of course, that's not resulting in any significant gold discrepancies coming out on either side, but this will start to mount up. You can already see an XP difference between Shadow and Inspired, but those camps are going to respawn, and then Shadow's going to be able to pick those up much earlier and keep the pressure on Inspired pretty consistently during this early game. Means he can get that level 6 first, delay the playmaking opportunities from Rogue, and ultimately try and keep them on the back foot.
What we did just see is Larssen understanding that they have been set behind a little bit in the jungle, actually pushing in here, getting a control ward in this bush, and then a further ward on the wolves to try and just track Shadow as much as possible. Finn going in, didn't use the flash taunt, instead just allowed Arome to flash away, but this gives Inspired the opportunity to do some counter jungling of his own.
Yeah, they have information, and they're able to steal away some things, but now Mad looking for a play, TP as well.
Oh, that was beautiful! Oh, we need to see a replay of that, because Vander actually stopped the Zenith Blade with a hook so that then Kaiser was not in range to auto-attack for the stun. Like, that is next level Nautilus play there. That's actually really impressive.
They also use the Curse of the Black Mist, deny Arome a target to actually dive on top of, and if you can quickly pan up towards the top lane, assuming no action's going to happen, yeah, I believe this wave is now bouncing towards Finn, which means that Arome's dominance during the early laning phase is kind of screwed now, because initially the Shen took an early replay. We're going to get a look back for you, Medic. You can break this one down.
So watch this. Kaiser is about to go in with the Zenith Blade, and usually as a Nautilus here, it's actually quite difficult to do anything. He chucks out the hook, knocks airborne Kaiser, pushes him far enough away that then the Shielded Daybreak, the stun, can't connect. That is actually just next level play there from Vander. Hook's going to try and get him away as he gets into the Curse of Black Mist. Humanoid coming in, has the Proto Belt stolen away, the flash from Hansama into the cleanse, but Humanoid continues to chase and gets first blood in the bottom lane.
Wow, Mad were really committed to killing Hansama and Vander there, and they were able to make this one work out. Now Shadow is on the top side of the map. We'll run into Inspired.
Inspired doesn't have a huge amount of mana here. You can see with that devastating charge, he's actually run out of it completely, and now Finn is stuck underneath the tower with a not very healthy horse. However, Larsen's on his way up, has the unleashed power. And this, you could greed a little bit for it. Shadow gonna go across to the blast cone. Larssen realizing perhaps they're trying to collapse on him as here comes Humanoid once again. Larssen gets the knockback, has to dodge away from the Battlestar, but can't do it. Flashes from the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, lands another sphere, but Larssen is chased down the barrier. Might be enough as Shen Ultimate, in fact, as the damage comes down and Shadow goes down. I was wondering where on earth the barrier came, but Finn in time with the Stand United.
Yeah, really good ultimate there from Finn. Of course, he will lose a bit of farm on the top side of the map, but that was worth it because Shadow committed very hard to trying to get that kill, and it does not pay off. You can see that Mad trying very desperately to force a lot of plays in the early game. They've committed 2 TPs towards bot. They heavily committed to an invade in the enemy jungle, and so far it's only resulted in 1 kill, but the goal is still very even. Rogue feeling very comfortable, especially now that Inspired is actually ahead in terms of farm.
He's picked up his Sheen first item, not even completed the jungle item yet. Will note, though, Rogue no longer have the global pressure of a Shen. He doesn't have teleport. It's only halfway out of its cooldown. The Stand United was just used. So if Mad are able to find a pick, find a play, they know that Finn won't be able to work his way down there. Of course, Arome can't do it either because he doesn't have anything available on this Renekton. Continues to trade in the top lane against Finn. Finn trying to use that passive, use the shielding, use the dash to keep Arome busy, to keep him at bay, but Arome is winning out on these trades. Still stacking up that cull. Let's look where we are in terms of items across the board. Kazi has a Bilgewater Cutlass complete on the Ashe, as expected, and Hansama on his way to the Manamune, but is still quite a way away.
Shadow will be able to steal away that red buff, as the observers highlighted for us. First Drake is on the board. A bit of a late take, if I'm being honest, 8 minutes into the game. Typically, this is where you'll see Rogue actually swap and play for an early Herald, but Shadow kind of ahead of the curve here, going to look to solo this one out as mid is being pushed, and so is top lane. You can see on your minimap, going to draw your attention to the Senna that is slowly making her way towards this objective, but Zoe's acting as interference, trying to stop any Rogue members from interfering from the Graves solo take. So kind of recognizing what Rogue typically do and having a good answer. Ignite comes down.
Oh, that's just so... It was an Ignite from the passive as well. It wasn't even like a proper Ignite there from Humanoid. He's just trying to put a little bit more damage down in the top lane. Rift Herald is now secured, and Hansama might feel like he's on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, the play now is to go straight to Drake, I think. You know where the Rogue players are on the top side of the map. You have a wave pushed in bot. You also have the Rift Herald. Right, but he's actually just going to focus on taking his top side camp. He's going to hand the blue buff over. I felt like there was a really easy window there where he could have just gone straight to Drake. Maybe there's something that I'm missing, but based on the state of the map and with the information that Mad had, I feel like they could have just made that quick rotation.
I feel like they can still do it around now, actually. They've kept their bot lane down towards the bottom side of the map. Arome being very sneaky here. I don't think he wants to make a play. This is more just Alcove Gaming is trying to get himself away, as Hansama and Vander will retreat from the lane as well. Roman's actually going to stay around. Now he's spotted. And yeah, Vander and Hansama are like, oh, there he was all along. Crocodiles can bounce out from anywhere, Vedius. I've actually been playing a new game, an MMORPG called New World. It's like in preview at the moment. And it's crazy where the Crocodiles can come from. As the dive comes in the mid lane, and it looks like Humanoid might die as Finn. Trying to collapse on him. Humanoid very speedy from the more sparkles, but Inspired should be able to get him underneath the tower.
Well, no Crocodiles in that play, but Rogue certainly trampled Humanoid down with some horsies and ninjas, and they are able to get themselves a kill. This will now stop Mad from being able to properly set up for this Mountain Drake, and it will give Rogue priority over the mid lane and a bit of safety as they look to secure this objective. And I think that, like, this is a missed opportunity for Mad, in my opinion. Like, it's not going to be the end of the world, of course, losing that first Drake, but I think that there was a window where, because they were resetting, because they were delayed, they were a little slow in terms of setting up for that objective. Rogue are going to take that one away. And again, gold's still very even. I feel like that, again, I don't kind of want to keep harping on about Mad, but they were so well set up in the early game to keep the pressure onto Inspires, but because of some of the decision-making and the plays that they ended up making, it feels like the Inspired hasn't really suffered from what could have been a massive early game deficit. So here we can see Inspired and Finn, good flash torn, the Senna ultimate comes through as well. Humanoid does burn his flash and he gets some of the bonus movement speed from his W, but unfortunately it's not quite enough to escape from the ghosted up Inspired and Finn that were able to run him down, secure the kill, and secure the first Drake of the game.
Rogue, as you say, pretty even on gold now. I will note that Finn is miles behind Arome in terms of CS. 36 down on this Shen. Has just been moving around the map a lot, trying to play with his team. You can see he is about 800 gold behind. So he's in a bit of a deficit. Larson still topping the gold charts as expected on this Syndra, with the Illuden's Echo now complete. And with Mountain Drake down, with Rift Herald still being down, you expect it's going to be a little while before either of these two teams try to force another fight.
Looks like it for now. They're just going to try and secure themselves some early plates. The Rift Herald is going to be running out soon. Shadow needs to make a decision as to where he's going to invest. I think bot lane will be the play, given that we can see the Ashe pathing towards that side of the map. You'll notice that Finn recognizes he could be in some danger, so he's going to disengage. Graves hovering as well. And using the Rift Herald, they can actually just take that tower completely. So that'll be a lot more gold into the back pocket of Kazi, setting up this Ashe for success, get that early Blade of the Ruin King completed. And then Mad can start looking for picks, start roaming around the map, utilizing this Ashe hour a little bit more.
I want to see that pick potential. You know, you have the arrow into the collateral damage. It's just so powerful with the solar flare as an initiation tool if you need it, Mad. Want to start to try and find some of these connections because for the moment they are 1 kill to 2 down and only a small gold lead ahead.
So I want to draw attention to the fact that Kazi did not immediately clear that wave. He actually waited for the next wave to arrive, and this is the basic concept in pro play of stacking a wave. Rather than hitting a tower with 1, he's now actually hitting a tower with 2, plus the Rift Held, making this push harder to stop, but Rogue forced the engage.
Humanoid has TP, so does Arome, and the engage comes in. You can see the damage already down as Kazi's going to fall, and Larssen could just open up straight onto Humanoid. The Unleashed power is being used, and Humanoid just about able to survive, but Inspired's got a double kill, and there's the third as Humanoid falls. Arome in the midst of it all has to retreat underneath his tower, and, well, Mad knew it was coming, and Rogue didn't care at all. They just totally destroy Mad in the bottom lane.
Surprised that Larssen didn't actually get the stun there, but a really good force coming out from Rogue. The game plan was clear from Mad. Stack up the waves, use the Rift Hell, drop it down, get all that money onto Kazi, and because he got a little too close to the turret, Vander saw his opportunity to force the engage. Notice that Larssen already on the way down as well. Flash ultimate onto Kazi, the ultimate already coming down onto Inspired, and here's that dive combo that you can see with the Shen, the Hecarim. Kazi doesn't even get to move. Leona not providing that same peel as something like a Tarek typically could. Meanwhile, on the top side, Larsen's able to get that kill out onto Humanoid, and then Rogue just chasing down the stragglers. Really good engage from Rogue. Now they're 5 kills to 1.
Yeah, and Inspired is so big now. Look at that, second highest damage in the game on that last fight. And at the start, we said, hey, Shadow seems to be more comfortable. He's getting this early lead. They stole away the blue. Mad Lions had all of this advantage. And it's just fallen by the wayside. Rogue scaling. They have power in this Syndra. They have power in this Hecarim. And they are looking to secure their spot in the finals weekend. Of course, the winner of this series plays up against G2 next Saturday, but also secures a spot in Worlds groups. The loser of this is in play-ins. The winner goes to groups. And getting that extra time to prep, getting that extra time to boot camp can be so influential on a good Worlds run.
It certainly can be. Or the play-ins buff could come into it.
Oh yeah, sure.
You know, that's the interesting thing about Worlds.
I'm gonna say, Vetti, I think most teams would pick going into groups rather than play-ins.
They definitely would. In any case, still a long series left to go. Rogue currently have the advantage with the 1 game up, but the game's still very close. Rogue found a very good fight there, but you'll notice that the gold is still very even. Some big items have come through for Mad. They're going to be trading towers on the top side of the map, and of course, when we get to these fights, I do think the Rogue inherently have the advantage, but Mad have a lot of damage threats. They have the Renekton to act as when Rogue dive in, he's going to have easy access onto these frontline targets, and if Mad can just play straight up front to back, I think that there are ways in which they can come back into this game. Arrow comes through.
Only hits onto Vander. Hansama using Curse of Blackness to try and get away. Inspire coming in from the side as well, but he's going to dive into a 4v1. Has to jump away. There's Zenith Blade for next. There's the Dawning Shadow for a bit of a shield. Shadow down to 200, but already Humanoid's got a kill. And now Mad can continue on the offensive. Larssen coming in, though. He's going to get through the bush. Knocks the Scatter the Weak back. The Unleashed power comes out onto Kazi, but look at Kazi. He's doing so much work. Almost kills Larssen and survives. Mad Lions with an incredible fight in the topside jungle.
All right. Ooh, good damage coming out from Humanoid, but not going to quite get that kill on to Hansama. You know, EU Ashe was a bit of a meme, but I feel like we got a couple of good Ashe players now. Kazi's positioning and execution of the Ashe there was flawless. If it weren't for that Shen ultimate, Larssen almost certainly would have died. And when we get the replay up, we can highlight some of the missteps I feel that we actually got from both sides, because you'll notice here that Shadow hard commits to this engage onto Hansama. Actually puts him in a bit of a detrimental situation as he really fumbles the execution here. Inspired comes in looking to shut him down, but then Kaiser comes in with the clutch, flashes in, provides the chain CC, allows Mad to get that initial kill. Then here we see that Vander's actually going to use his stopwatch, and that means that Larssen doesn't have the body block. He flashes in, takes that huge amount of damage from Humanoid rather, and that's what gives Kazi the opportunity to actually rail onto Larssen, preventing the Shen from getting into the fight and instead being forced to use the ultimate to keep his mid laner alive. So a couple small missteps there that Mad were actually able to take advantage of, and again, huge props to both supports doing everything that they could.
Great play there from Mad. They are going to secure their second Rift Hold of the game. We'll note an Infernal Dragon went over to Rogue while all of that was happening. So they are on a clock. As you said earlier on, it is quite a late Dragon clock, you know, 17 minutes, looking at 26, 27 before we really get up towards that Ocean Soul, but we've already seen how powerful Ocean Soul can be across the course of the weekend. In terms of items though, Kazi's finished his Blade of the Ruin King. Luden's now finished on Humanoid. He's got a needlessly large rod to back it up. Finn has completed his Titanic Hydra. Still 76 CS behind the Renekton. Just a tad, just a small sum. It is but a scratch of a CS differential.
I mean, Finn's like, all right, my job in this game is to ult, to Spirit's Refuge stuff, and to taunt people.
Look at the gold difference, though. He's 2,100 gold behind.
I mean, that's what the gold deficit is coming from right now. You know, that's why I think the gold gap is a little deceptive, because even though Rome is much farther ahead, I think that Finn can still offer a huge amount of value in these fights. Inspired has now just hit level 11, which is going to be huge, because he's going to have that second point in his ultimate. And with the Trinity Force done, he's going to be a huge threat onto the backline. So I think these upcoming fights are going to be very intense. We can see right now Mad setting up for Kazi to push in the bot wave. He's also going to have the Rift Herald to help support him. And Madline's just going to keep pushing towards the bot side jungle.
At the moment, Larssen, without teleport on this Syndra, is in a side wave. They know that he cannot affect this lane at all. So he's still up there. Mad Lion's given free reign just to push in. They will get at least one turret out of this. The Rift will probably stop before its second charge. But Shelly is having a field day. Actually going to get the second charge in here as well, because the sleep connects on Finn. Finn, you're napping on the job. Get a good sleep schedule, my man. You won't fall asleep in the middle of a fight like that again.
Now Mad going to be pretty happy with that trade in towers. 3-2 in their favor for the time being. Slight gold advantage. Kind of looking at neutral objectives and realizing there's not a huge number to play for. This is a window where you could be talking about maybe you want to try and freeze some side lanes. Maybe you want to try and pick up some extra farm. Unfortunately for Finn, he does have the Titanic Hydra, so it's a little harder for him to actually set up a freeze. Meanwhile, Syndra doesn't feel super comfortable after pushing in that top wave. We may actually see a Rome set up a freeze towards the top side of the map right now, depending on what Mad's next goal is. They could look towards playing for the mid tower. Let's have a look. He is not looking to freeze at all. He's like, nope, I am not doing that.
It's the epitome of the dog in a burning building. It's like, this is a freeze?
I think that, I mean, if he's pushing this wave out, it suggests to me that Mad is looking to play for the mid-tier 1, because he's going to try and hard shove this towards the tier 2, then move through the top side jungle with Graves, who's going to hand over that blue buff to the Zoe, and then they're going to deny as much vision and maybe look to find a pick as Rogue is playing towards the bot side of the map.
Yeah, Rogue are playing towards this next Ocean Dragon. A minute 40 on it. They have a couple of control wards in their inventories that can scatter those. A little, you know, dusting of control on this bottom side river, and they're going to reset now and try and get some more. Larssen pushes in the bottom wave. Unsummer catches in the mid, and Mad use their little chance here to get in towards this river and get some control for themselves. Of course, with the Ocean Dragon being alive, there's more pushes, there's more places to hide, but with Hawkshot, Kazi can keep them relatively safe as they do go for some of these face jacks.
So the game pretty neutral, definitely not as one-sided as it was in Game 1. Again, at the beginning of Game 1, we talked a lot about how Rogue have something that they want to prove, and again, I think that they've showcased that they can go toe-to-toe with some of the best that we have here in Europe. I still have some question marks around Shadow's performance. Like Game 1, he wasn't exceptional. He got bullied a lot. He made a lot of small mistakes, and I think that Shadow could have pushed his advantage in the early game, and he's had a couple of execution errors here in Game 2, but still, a lot of the series left, and we'll see how he progresses. A young player, a lot of young players on both sides going to be going to Worlds for the first time. Europe, of course, does have this tendency of sending rookies to Worlds and accomplishing quite impressive feats. Hopefully we get to see the same thing coming into this year, but so far both these teams have showcased some good stuff. Let's see as we set up now for the next Ocean Drake.
And it is Rogue who have total control of the river right now. The Hawkshot goes across towards the Wolves, doesn't really spot out Rogue. Finn is in the bottom lane, teleport used by Arome to rejoin the battle, but Inspired now in the pit. Shadow doesn't have any vision in here, doesn't have a control ward to put in. The Scrying Totem comes down, but Mad get it cleared out straight away. Shadow dives into the back of the pit, trying to get into that bush, but he's been spotted out. Finn now looking to step forward, can be a key engage tool alongside Vander. The Dragon down to 4,000 HP. Arome trying to dash forward, Paddle Star doesn't connect. Dragon resets. Mad once again looking for this fight because they don't want to get off Soul Point. The knockback onto Kaiser. As he goes low, Inspired still just scything away at the Dragon, looking for the smite bite. Shadow dives in, there's the Unstoppable Onslaught. They're trying to dive onto the backline. The Storming Shadow comes out and it's Inspired who gets it. Arome dives in, but he goes down straight away. Rogue get the Dragon, get a kill, and get the hell out.
Yeah, it's very difficult for Mad to actually force any kind of fight. The double cleanse on the side of Rogue doesn't even get expended, and it felt like that Mad were just going for the 50-50 on the Drake rather than committing to any sort of engage. Rogue end up coming out on top, and while they are still at a gold deficit and lose that mid-tier 1, they're currently at 3 Drakes. So let's see. You can see that Kaiser sitting in the back line, doesn't use his ultimate just yet. Now it comes through to try and help steal away the Drake, but Inspired's able to just lock that one down at the very last second. Arome now finds himself in the middle of 5 Rogue players. And I wasn't quite able to catch where that Kazi ultimate went down to, but it clearly wasn't impactful as Rogue didn't really feel threatened at all. And I think a lot of that came off the fact that Humanoid wasn't able to land any initial poke at the start of the fight. Rogue staying just out of arm's reach of that Zoe damage. And on top of that, Kaiser being chunked at so heavily meant that a large part of the front line for Mad also disappeared.
And an issue for Kaiser in some of these fights is the fact that he is a primary engage tool for Mad Lions, and if he can't find a flank position, he's kind of just chucking his face forward and looking for a good solo player. And as soon as you do that, if you get hit by a single scat of the week, you're just chunked out completely. Like, he doesn't even have Gargoyles complete yet. He's only sitting on a Negatron Cloak and a Chain Vest, so it's so difficult for Kaiser if that poke isn't hitting to really do too much more. Humanoid gets the Unleashed Power taken down onto him. Larson dived on as well as Finn comes in with a Stand United, and there's a fight in the mid lane over not really too much. Kazi opening up the range focus. The arrow connects, the Solar Flare doesn't, and Vanda just about manages to flash across the wall. He will survive and no one dies.
So, a bit of a crazy skirmish in the mid lane. Well, I think just started as a bit of a back and forth between the two mid laners.
Yeah, it was the two mid laners slap fighting.
Into a huge team fight with so many members getting out with blinking health bars on both sides. No one ends up dropping though. Mad still holding onto the gold lead.
I think importantly though, you can look at some of the summoners that are down, because we do have 2.5 minutes, or almost 3 minutes on the Drake. Larson no longer has Flash or Cleanse. Vanda no longer has his Flash. So with Humanoid still having a Flash of his own, with Kazi still having his Flash, with Kaiser still having that engage potential, actually makes it a lot easier for Mad Lions to find a pick, because they know Larson and Vanda can't escape if they get locked up.
Well, that's certainly true. But for now, Mad are not going to force anything. They know that the Drake is still a ways away, and they're just focusing on farming up, looking for potential picks. Remember that a fight this early on could result in a Baron as well, but Mad are just going to be quite content with stealing away these jungle camps, trying to keep Inspired away from getting any more gold.
He's still in a really good position. Like, he's got completed Warrior, he has Trinity Force, like, the Hecarim is still going to do a lot of damage, and Larson is being funneled in a side lane. This is what we see Rogue do, right? They are so good at just saying, hey, Larson, between minutes 15 and 30, we're just going to give you a lot of gold.
The problem is he doesn't have teleport, which then he's also the wave clear, which means that Mad have easy access onto this tier 2, and they're going to take this one away for free. Kaiser goes in.
There's the Solar Flare, Donnie Shadow coming out, but Finn is there in time. Inspired's already down. As Shadow goes down, Kaiser able to get the stopwatch off. Kazi able to survive as well, and Larson late to the party.
Reasons why you can't just send your mid laner to a side lane. Like, it was so easy for Mad to just force that engage, especially without any cleanses available on Hans Armor. It meant the dive could come through, they get a quick kill onto Inspired. They don't convert it into the tier 2 tower though. Larson was able to recall, get back into mid in time, and it will just be a kill going in favor of Mad. But it's something Rogue have to respect. Like, you can't just send Larson off to a side lane when you don't have TP, because things like this will happen.
Rogue might have to respect it, but they respectfully disagree with you right now, as it looks like Larson's going to go down towards the bottom lane.
This is fine. Like, a situation like this is okay, because he's just going to shove that out. The problem is if you... So, all right.
Show us, mate.
So, the thing is, there are, like, lines, right, on the map, where, like, if you cross a certain point, then you've overextended. So this is the usual line, right, which is basically just the river. And once you've crossed this line, so you can see, look. Notice that the Renekton is backing right now because the wave is now going past this line, and because he doesn't have control over this area of the map, it is no longer safe for him to overextend. So the problem with that last play was that Syndra was pushing all the way past the line through the top side of the map that was usually here, which meant that there was not going to be enough time for him to be able to get back to base, so Mad could just push in through mid. Now you'll notice that this bot wave is safe for them to push because they have control over this bot side of the map. So, like, it's important that you utilize where you have pressure and respect it, and I think it was a good example here of, like, Finn can now push the wave because he knows his form, but he has Shen ultimate.
Arrow comes out, Solar Flare's going to hit Inspired as well. He used the Unstoppable Onslaught to try and get away. The sleep comes in. Kaiser diving onto the backline as Larson uses the Unleashed Power, but Kaiser is still very tanky. Vanda going to get dived on by Shadow. Vanda takes down Kaiser. Shadow takes down Vanda. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Mad Lions have total control of the river. Dawning Shadow doesn't connect. Humanoid acting as a bodyguard right now, trying to dive in. Larson actually walked away from this fight and is now slowly making his way back in there. Ignite's being used. Rogue, they've been flanked. Arome is off towards the top side and they don't know about it. Kazi started up the Dragon. It's secured. Shadow takes it. Rogue now trying to use this time to get into the mid lane, but Humanoid's going to open up with some paddle stars, and they do a huge amount of damage. Mad should just disengage this, but Humanoid has other ideas. He dives in, Sleep lands onto Finn. Shadow won the flank position. And it looks like Rogue should just get out of this one.
Cool. So, Rogue do not get the Ocean Soul. Good fight that went in favor of Mad there. Kazi surviving with literally the smallest amount of HP.
He's still going.
Now
Humanoid.
Start the Baron off. Vander has rejoined the fight. Kaiser's on his way.
Humanoid is flanked here. Blast gun available for him, but he's knocked back to it. He still gets over the wall. That's how that works.
Wait, Shadow?
Shadow. Oh, wow. Okay, that was not good.
Shadow ends up just dying here, and this could be a free Baron going for Rogue. They're 5 men strong. Finn TPs after getting a reset off, and like, unless Humanoid makes the clutch play, there's going to be very little that they can do. He needs to get back to base, reset.
I don't think Rogue are going to do it. I don't think Rogue are going to do it.
Wait, why? They should just do Baron.
I think they don't have the quickest Baron in the world.
I mean, they don't, but I'm... All right. We can talk about that a little bit later. Let's have a look at this initial fight. So, first things first, keep an eye on Larson in this fight and what he's able to do. Lands the stun onto Kazi, recognizes quickly, Q into ult, but the heal then comes through from Kazi. Kazi just barely survives, but Larson does everything that he can to win this fight for his team. Vander's then soaking up damage, of course he dies, but if Kazi dies there, this is a one-team fight for Rogue, and they end up getting the Ocean Soul. Of course, because he lives, they're able to turn it around. They have better setup to be able to convert that for the Ocean Drake, and they're able to deny that away from Rogue. So clutch stuff coming out from Kazi. Good heal there, and it was a very close fight that really could have swung in Rogue's favor.
And after it, we saw a little bit of mispositioning once again from Shadow. 3-3-1 on this. Graves had a terrible Lee Sin performance in game 1. Seems to be stepping up just a little bit, but it's a game of inches sometimes in games like this, and that was, again, as you said, an uncharacteristic mistake.
We've had a couple of mechanical errors coming out from Shadow, and there I think like Mad were a little split. Perhaps Shadow is setting up for a very deep flank, but then he ends up just getting collapsed on because no one is really there to assist him as Humanoid gets engaged on. And again, I think that could have been a window where Rogue decided to force the Baron. As you said, maybe they were concerned because their Baron is a little bit slow, so they don't take the risk. Instead, they reset on the map. They're going to look to play for the next Ocean Drake. And in the meantime, Mad have found an opportunity to be able to take this top tower.
Will be secured by them. 1,000 gold between the two teams. We are starting to see, you know, those 2-3 item AD carries coming in now. Blade of the Ruin King and the Rune's complete for Kazi. He's on his way to an Infinity Edge, which will just make every single one of those shots rattle out the damage even more. On the other side, Han Summer has a Black Cleaver, an Edge of Night for some protection from Humanoid and from the arrows, of course, and the Manamune fully stacked up. It's completed in its Mura mana form. Larson has now got himself a Void Staff. Just going to be putting so much DPS down into a Gargoyles, into the Merc Treads that we already see on Humanoid, that we see on Kaiser, into the double lockets that we are, double Aegis of protection that we are seeing from Arome and from Shadow. It is so powerful. Expect those both to be built, of course, into the Death's Dance next item. Right now, Mad trying to gain control of the jungle, and Rogue is slowly stepping in, slowly trying to regain vision in their own jungle, but with a minute and a half on the clock, a minute and a half before an Ocean Soul fight, you can sense the tension in the air, Vedius.
Yeah, Mick, you did a bit of a check-in with the items, and I think that some really big breakpoints are being hit, and the fact that the Void Staff has now just come through for Humanoid means that both mid laners are feeling very strong right now, and I think they're going to be very influential in these upcoming fights, because one of the big issues that Mad Lions have with their comp is they don't have a huge amount of access to the backline. So, as the game goes later and later, Han Summer's going to continue to get stacks, and I'll check with our observers very quickly how many stacks that she's currently sitting on. But the more she gets, the more range she's going to get, and the more front line she actually has to be able to play around, which means that because that backline access doesn't exist, Mad are going to find these fights harder and harder, which means that you rely a lot on Humanoid to be able to land poke initially, so that when you enter these fights, you have a health advantage, which is why these two mid laners are so very important.
Oh, Shadow. Oh, Shadow, oh, Shadow, oh, Shadow, oh, Shadow, oh, Shadow, oh, no! Larson was spotted out, I'm not sure. How is he out of the bush? Finn going forward, Shadow with the sidestep, and now it's actually a very good fight for Rogue as Finn flashes in. Straight on to the damage, but here's the unstoppable onslaught onto the back line as they look for the damage on Arome. Larson unleashes the power, but Arome's still alive. Now he goes down. 2 kills down. Kaiser's going to fall as well as stun. The scatter of the week from Larson was beautiful, and Kazi, Shadow, and Humanoid have to run for the wins. And it looks like Humanoid, just dodges to the side of the scatter of the week. Flash hook connects and Zoe goes down. Rogue now turn their eyes to the Ocean Dragon, Kazi, while he blast coned over. And the Ocean Dragon is not too happy about that. Shadow could get into this bush, could steal it away. He can quick draw, he's in. They put the ward down. Shadow makes himself known. They know he's there now. I'm not sure why he stepped out and he has to quick draw back across. But he has Smite, and Rogue do not go on Shadow. Look for it. Get the steal off. Make it work. He dodges away. It's got to be down to about 3,000 HP. Rogue still doing it. Could just drag it out. No, just drag it out. Just get it out of the pit. Make it hard.
No, just stop. I think they should really just stop.
Well, they're not going to. Shadow dives in. He looks for it. He gets it! Vander swings down the anchor in the end, but Shadow did everything he could to keep Mad in the game.
Yeah, that's why I think Rogue should have just stopped. If they stopped hitting the Baron, they could have waited for Inspired to join, and then they would have been better set up to actually secure that Ocean Soul. Because they kept damaging it, it put it within damage threshold range for Shadow to be able to steal that one away. But observers, when we get the replay up, can you show us what Shadow can see? Does he actually get vision on Larson? Because it looked like initially Larson just stepped out of the brush, and that actually gave him the frame of mind to make that quick sidestep in order to avoid the taunt from Finn. We'll see if we have an opportunity for this replay as Rogue is setting up for the Baron. Shadow is still dead, and it looks like we're not going to get that replay as the Baron is going to kick off.
Yeah, with Shadow being dead, this is actually a really easy Baron call for Rogue. It's already down to 9,000 HP. Humanoid trying to do what he can, but doesn't land the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, and Mad, you got to dive in, you got to do something soon. When Rome's teleported in, and Mad, 4 members strong and now looking for the push, but you can see it's already down to 4,000 HP, and they go in. The engage with an unstoppable onslaught, the damage coming out of Rome's going to go down. Dawning Shadow, not quite enough, but he ticks, booms as Larson takes the kill. Kaiser's second on the menu, and Rogue are just sweeping Mad away in the river. Shadow, can you do something miraculous? The unleashed power has already been used, but Larson diving forward, stepping in, trying to get Mad on the back foot as they retreat back towards where their blue buff once stood. Kazi coming in. All the damage dealers for Mad are still alive, and these 3 guys could put the team on their shoulders, but at the moment, the Lion's roar looks more like a cat's, as you can see Rogue just get another kill and go back towards the Baron. Mad Lions whimpering.
Shadow's still alive though. His Smite, I believe, is coming off cooldown very soon.
Can you get into the back of the pit? The blast cone's there, but Rogue has done such a good job. Oh, Shadow dives in way too early. Dodges back out with the collateral damage. He's still alive. Kazi trying to put the damage down with the volley as well from the side, but the healing coming out from Hans Summer is just too much. Shadow onto the blast cone. Finn, you're going to dash across. He's already down. The Smite comes in. Inspired secures it. Now Kazi's going to get chased out. Hans Summer and Larson will go across. Kazi goes down. Shadow, we've seen you die in this position before, and I'm sorry, your fate will be the same once again. This fight, I have to feel. He's going to try and back in the bush, but Inspired, that's a devastating charge to be sure. Hans Summer even puts out the last embrace to make sure that Shadow can't get away.
And it's Rogue that come out on top in the fight once again. Beautifully played from Rogue, a lot of patience, noticing that rather than go for the 50-50, they just wait for Mad to overcommit and overextend, and they're able to walk away with the Baron. Larson, now, he doesn't realize that Kaiser's sitting in the brush. Kaiser not going to use his Hex Flash to dive on top of Larson. In fact, it's Rogue who's diving on top of Kaiser.
Inspired's chasing here. Onslaught of Shadows will get the lockup onto Kaiser. The Zenith Blade, Solar Flare doesn't connect, and this might be 2. It's Humanoid's going to get chased away. Larson actually eats the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, and with the Dawning Shadow coming out, that's 2 quick kills to Rogue. And yeah, this game has totally turned on its head. He has 3,000 gold lead for Rogue. They have Baron buff for the next 2 minutes. They can just try and knock in these towers.
Well, we talked about how close these fights could be, and it feels like that it's largely just coming down to execution. Rogue is stepping up on the day. Larson is having a stellar performance, and
depth charge.
Now it looks like Mad are going to get caught out again.
Knocked up in the jungle. Inspired, pretty sure he didn't want to go that way, but the damage is unreal. Even through the QSS, Kazi is unable to survive. Now they have double cannons actually in this bottom lane. He's going to eat through these towers very quickly. Hans Summer obviously will help out just a little bit, and Larson with his empowered damage on towers, but this might just be the game. 20 kills to 7, Betty. Like, it was close. until it wasn't. Rogue shellacking Mad Lions here. And this team is looking much more like the team that we saw end the regular season in first place. They are stating a claim on that finals weekend. They want a match versus G2. They want to prove that they are one of the best teams here in Europe, and they continue just to delete Mad Lions wherever they stand. Rogue with a dominant win in game 2.
All right, a little bit more tense, a little bit closer. Both teams fighting a lot over these Drakes, but while Mad Lions were able to delay and steal away some of these Drakes, it felt like that Rogue were consistently in a better position. They were able to keep the game relatively even. They were able to mitigate some of the early deficits that they found themselves in, and they just outplayed Mad in a lot of these team fights. And we talked about how these fights were going to be difficult, and I think that Rogue did a great job of recognizing where they could turn around, where they could set up these dives, and every time that they could punish the Mad Lions.
And as much as both these teams have qualified for Worlds and both these teams will be representing Europe there, this sort of series really can be a statement of intent from teams. You know, a lot of people were doubting Rogue. I for one, was like, I want to see Rogue have a good series in playoffs, because otherwise, when it comes to Worlds, I do doubt how strong they can be. But this sort of series really puts them up in my estimation.
Yeah, I mean, they should. I think that many people, at least many of the analysts, have been saying that Rogue is a team you still have to respect. Yep. You know, like, there's still a lot of young players. Yes, they were pretty rigid in their approach and style versus Fnatic, but they're showcasing they do have more picks. And while this game was a little bit slower, and I do think that Mad was set up for success 100%. In the early game. They really could have gotten a much bigger advantage. They could have snowballed. And then we didn't really see the typical Mad Lions that we usually see, where they're constantly forcing fights, skirmishes, looking for picks. And I think that they need to shift this playstyle up if they want to go toe-to-toe with Rogue, because now they're down 2 games. Their chances of getting the at the very least, third place spot at the end of the LEC season is now much further away, and they need to make the reverse sweep a reality. But right now, Rogue is looking clean, Rogue is looking good, and looking to face G2 next week.
Yeah, right now, Rogue are looking unstoppable so far in this series, and after the break, we'll get more insight from a special guest. Thank you.
Our teams are so good this year.
I can't believe they actually made it. Woo! What? It's what champions eat.
Beko Harvest Fresh preserves vitamins for longer by simulating the natural 24-hour sun cycle. Beko, eat like a pro.
Have a bite. It's good.
Charged up. Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
and welcome back to the LEC Playoffs. Laure here, joined by Comp from Vitality to help me debrief this game kind of. Hi Comp, thank you for joining me.
Hello, hello.
Hey, so first things first, how are you? Are you enjoying the off-season so far?
Trying to enjoy the off-season, yeah.
Nice. Nice. So I called you today to talk about League again. I am sorry, but we have a really cool series ongoing. Rogue is on to match point here against Mad Lions. And I want to talk about the draft first here, if we can see it for 1 second. Especially about the adaptation from Mad Lions from Game 1 to Game 2. They were playing red side on Game 1, blue side on Game 2. And we can see that the only ban they kept is Gangplank. They removed Evelyn and Lucian after what happened in Game 1. And I want to have your opinion about this. What do you think about the comp Mad Lions choose here and how it matches against a Rogue?
So basically, those two team comps pretty much they're trying to play like G2 versus Fnatic yesterday, where one team plays full scaling jungler and overall really good team fighting, and the other one is really early game focused, which they want to put Hecarim behind, right? So I feel like that's how 2 games in a row now, that's what's happening. That's what Mad are trying to do, but unfortunately, it has not worked out for them well for now.
No, it didn't. And I mean, they had good engaged tools, especially to defend objective, which to me has been kind of the low point for Mad here, the defense of neutral objectives such as Dragons and Nashor. And I want to talk to you about the Baron here this game. We're going to roll the clip in a second, because you can see that Mad Lions were not ready to take this fight. And I mean, they've been trying to go over Rogue to take the objective, and in the end, Rogue got it. So talk me through this clip and why you think Mad Lions failed here.
So, I mean, first of all, Shadow died, stealing the Drake, right? So Rogue, knowing the formation that he's still dead for some seconds and he will be far away, they know that even they don't really have really good DPS on the Nash, right? So the right call is for them to turn, and they also probably have the information that most of Mad Lions members don't have flashes up, so it's pretty much easy to bait the Nash into engage back, since Mad didn't have a lot of vision.
Yeah, and exactly. I wanted to mention the vision here. And after Rogue take the objective here, when you look at the state of the game, do you think Mad Lions could have climbed back and take the victory in the end, or was it doomed for them?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's doomed. Maybe they could find some picks, make the game like G2 and Fnatic yesterday, right? So there was for sure maybe some plays that could happen, but overall I feel like the chance of them, of how the game has developed until then, it's really hard for them to come back, since I said earlier, I feel like they draft for a lot of early game, right? So they need to, I feel like they need to have higher leads leading into the mid game for the next games if they continue like that.
Yeah, I agree. And this is my last point here. Mad Lions will be playing blue side here in Game 3. Anything you can expect from them when it comes to drafting and also in game? Any mistakes they can correct?
Yeah, so I mean, not only in game, I feel like in draft, maybe they will do like what it did to Fnatic, that they will start banning both Evelyn and Hecarim, and maybe put Inspired on more of a supportive role again. But I'm pretty sure Rogue pretty much learned from the Fnatic game, and they will also have more picks, and I'm pretty sure they will continue drafting like that, carry jungler. So, I mean, the best thing for Matt is either they draft like that again and they execute better early to mid game, or they try to match carry jungler with carry jungler and see who comes out of on top.
All right, and Block Inspired also here. Okay, last question. Who wins this one? Rogue, and can they take it 3-0?
I think, yeah, Rogue will win it, but I actually think Matt still have some stuff to show, so in my opinion, it will go 3-1 for Rogue.
3-1 for Rogue. We'll see that in a few minutes, but Comp, thank you very much for joining me today, and have a wonderful off-season. We'll see you next year.
Thank you.
And we're going to take a break, and we'll come back in a few minutes for hopefully a series, otherwise Game 3. See you soon, guys.
Welcome back to the LEC Summer Playoffs, where Rogue are on the verge of a clean sweep and a spot in the semi-final next Saturday, taking on G2 Esports. I'm joined once again by my very special guest, Jezzes and Kadril. Let's talk a little bit about what we've been seeing. Jezzes, I'm going to come straight to you first because you actually predicted a 3-2 series, and I think many fans at home anticipated a stronger-looking Mad Lions, right? Shadow and Humanoid, they are just not performing up to task right now. But Mad Lions as a whole, they seem to be being outclassed. Like, what advice would you give them, or what do you want to see from Mad Lions in this third game?
I mean, the same as I said earlier. I just have to play better. But I'm actually serious about it because I genuinely feel that right now, Humanoid and Shadow are just really getting outperformed. And I don't even think it's necessarily a draft issue. Obviously, they can make a lot of things happen with draft to try to shake things up a little bit. But they're just really getting outclassed. They've tried the early aggression jungler, they've tried the matching the farming jungler, and just nothing's working.
Yeah, and I have to say, Shadow, I mean, they got the level 1 invade. He got Inspired's whole bot side camps. He had a huge lead, but then he gave up the first Drake, which I think was really disappointing. I think he had 3 lanes of prio, so Shadow and Humanoid, they just aren't moving around the map together. They're not really playmaking too much, and granted, Humanoid TP'd bot and got the kill, but I just think overall, there's just not much going on there.
I mean, let's talk about the fact that top difference in the previous game, Renekton was monstrously far ahead. We were sitting backstage and we're like, surely Rogue wins, surely Renekton can carry, and like it kind of went back and forth. You know, I know you've said a lot, it's just play better, but now we're coming into potentially the last game here for Mad Lions before they go to Worlds. Yeah. Let's turn to individuals and then start set up expectations. Mad Lions have picked blue side, so what do you want to see change in the draft, if anything?
I didn't like this farming style in the jungle. I don't think they should be matching Graves against Hecarim. I don't even think they should be playing any type of farm jungler. I think they should just go full ham. Like I said, I think they just can't match the farming jungle style. I don't think that Shadow currently is playing very smart. So I think they do rely on just matching the skill in the mid jungle, and they do rely on just out-skirmishing Rogue and out-team fighting Rogue. So I would like them to just pick something like an Akali, perhaps ban away some of the farm junglers to make it easier for themselves, and then just pick up another early game jungler.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Jess. I think they need to change the draft in a way that first picking Ashe is working, but I just don't like the mid-jungle picks that they've been picking. I think if you look at their series last week, they were running Orianna Hecarim, they were running Akali Shen, things like this. So they definitely need to change it up. Look for an Akali first pick and Ashe, maybe even look for the Hecarim. They're just dropping way too many of these OP picks, which have just been working for them.
So super important to call out now. Previous game, Mad Lions were blue, Rogue were red side, and Rogue did ban Akali in the first phase. Their bans were Caitlyn, Lilia, Akali. Mad Lions on blue, they went Lucian, Eve, and Gangplank. So let's see if anything pivots again. Reminded that Mad Lions selected the blue side. And we do have the woes, meaning we're jumping into draft. And Kadril, I'm going to kick this one off to you as we see the first bans coming through. Mad Lions, let's see what the first option is, and then also what is opened up for Rogue. And it's the Lucian straight out the gate, so it was Lucian, Eve, GP last time.
Yeah, I think these bans will be quick. I think don't change the bans. The bans were working for them. The GP ban is a bit arguable. Maybe you want to change that for something like the Hecarim if you really don't want to go for this farming jungle style on Shadow. But I think the bans will be similar. I think they just need to change their priorities. I think the bans are not an issue. They're shutting down Rogue nicely. They're stopping all the Hecarim ban instead of GP. I think it shuts down the farming junglers.
So first pick Akali's option here.
Yeah, I think the reason why they ban Hecarim is because they know the Akali ban is gonna come on 3. And you know, if enemy are not gonna ban Akali, then you can just pick Akali and you don't care about the Hecarim. But they need to respect that response ban is gonna come on 3. And so they have to preemptively ban Hecarim. I think it's great.
I like this response. Just first pick the GP. If you're not going to ban it, take it away. They have 2 options essentially. First pick the Hecarim, first pick the GP. Obviously, they prioritize the GP a little bit more. So the Ashe is open if Rogue want to take it, but it's going to be an Ashe Senna trade probably, right? The Orianna is open, which we've seen Humanoid pop off on. Shadow's Lee Sin is open, but it all depends on how they want to run it, because I think Inspired could also go to default back to his set if he wants to.
Yeah, I think Mad Lions just don't want to show too much. And they also just want to, prioritize getting that GP, letting him play a little bit weak side so they don't have to play around him, and just make more plays around the mid jungle and just having that ulti as well. Because obviously last game it was a bit of a disaster with that Shen ult, and it was a little tough for Shadow and Humanoid. So it's a good placeholder pick. I'm a little surprised by the Ashe pick actually, because I have not seen Hansama play Ashe at all. I don't believe he's played it at all this season. So.
Stats, it's quick shot. Hansama on Ashe stats the last time he played. I'll wait for them to get back to me. If I can just sidetrack for a second, we've only seen 3 AD carries through our playoffs. Ashe, Senna, and Jhin. Before the 2 previous games, Ashe was 5 wins, 2 losses. Mad Lions have added 2 extra losses, so she's now 5-4. And as you mentioned, this is the first time now we're seeing Hans Summer play at least this series. If that Senna gets locked in, that will be the 5th game in a row where it's Ashe versus Senna. 2 at the end of the X3 series, and now 3 today.
Yeah, I mean, you see it all over the world. The LPL finals is the exact same. It was basically Ashe, Senna, but the Jhin was also thrown in a lot through the LPL. Europe, not so much. I think Reckless likes his Jhin, but the rest of the AD carry is not huge Jhin fans, so the Senna-Ashe trade has been going for the last couple of weeks in the European playoffs. I mean, if you look at Rogue's comp, they've kind of given it away. They're going back to the default. They're going for Azir. They're going for Ashe. I'd like to see Finn just pick a tank now. You have such strong carries. You have really good scaling. But they probably want to pick support as well. So it's either a support counter take for the bot lane, something like a Braum, a Leona, or a Tahm Kench, or they can just default to something like a Sion Ornn for Finn to have him on a comfortable top lane champ.
Yeah.
Let's find out what this pick is in just a moment. Gentlemen, as you are with me and you know how much I love my quick stats, in what year did Hans Summer last play Ashe? Jesus, you get a prediction.
2017?
Spot on. 2017 was the last time that Hans Summer played Ashe. It was a win. However, career-wide, he has a negative win-loss on that champion, so very good call-out, Jesus. And Kedril, you were predicting the support options, so there's the Tahm Kench locked in. And one of the counters to Azir that we've seen popularized towards the end of the Summer Split was that Kog'Maw immediately in the ban pool.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. You know, Humanoid really likes the Kog'Maw into Azir. It's got good poke, scales pretty well, it's got good wave clear, so it's up to Rogue if they want to ban away the Orianna now, because the only real champ left is Humanoid kind of mains is the Orianna. That'll force him on something like a Zoe, a Galio, a TF, which will just give Azir full prio. So I'd like to see something like an Orianna ban. There it is. It's really good now. I think the mid matchup's gonna be really good for a Rogue. The scaling's really good.
I'd like to see a Zoe.
Huh?
I'd like to see a Zoe.
Yeah, I think Mad Lion's gonna default something like a Zoe, maybe even like a Galio or a TF or a Corki. Yeah, something with scaling, something with agency. I think they're probably gonna do 2 jungle bans here. If they do, that means there's gonna be 5 junglers banned. So Inspired's gonna have to blind, and he has really good scaling. So I wouldn't blame him if he picks something like a Set. What do you think?
Set's banned from themselves?
Oh, they ban away the Set.
Yeah.
Good choice.
Another jungle ban. Now, you did mention you wanted to see maybe Finn on a tank. Is there, a tank you'd be comfortable running into GP, or is that just a death sentence?
Well, let me tell you something, Trevor. If you saw Bwipo versus Finn, GP Ornn, I think you'd favor the Ornn in that matchup. So if Finn took something from Fnatic's book, just pick the bloody Ornn, just get something good.
But do you believe in Finn, hypothetically? If he goes Ornn here, do you think, Finn can do to Orome what Bwipo did to him?
Finn is a mega smurf. He's been completely smurfing, except for maybe the Shen game, but his ulti was mega smurf, I gotta admit.
Yeah.
So.
He has been winning the lane. He's been getting the flashes, he's been getting some pressure on top with his tank, so the Graves is a good response. Normally Graves is countered by AP junglers, so unless Mad Lions wants to do a complete U-turn here and go for something like Tristana Gragas or something with a Nidalee comp, then I don't see the Rogue comp getting counted. Oh, they do. Wow. As I say.
I think it's a bit of a surprise, though, picking the Graves on R4, because enemy already showed the top lane. They can easily show the top lane on R4 instead and just counterpick the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, the jungle blind is fine. I mean, Graves is just notoriously counted by AP junglers. So if you do pick something like this Nidalee, I think something like with CC is needed here, maybe even like a Galio or a TF if you're going to play AP. I'm not really sure what other AD mids are open apart from Tristana and Kiana. So the TF is, I think that's what fits. You need some setup, you need some CC with the Nidalee. So I like this turn from Mad Lions. It's the first time we'll see Shadow on Nidalee, but it does count as the Graves.
And it's the first Nidalee all summer here in Europe. We've seen Nidalee picked up in popularity a lot around the world and not being picked up here. That tank is locked in. Kedril literally threw his arms into the air, fist bumping.
Yes, Finn is playing so much better on the tanks than he did on the carries. I just like all these draft adaptations. These are all just curveballs people are throwing at each other, The Graves blind pick, the Senna for Ashe trade, the TF into Azir, all these kind of things, even the Nidalee pick. It's just such good curveballs.
Gentlemen, we don't have the most amount of time. Earlier today, it was a prediction for a Rogue win from Kedril and Mad Lions win from Jesus. You've now seen the draft, it's game 3. You have the option to change your vote. I will only give you this chance now. Who wins this game? And when we see more, Jesus.
Well, the thing is, my predictions are always wrong. And I want it to be a reverse sweep, so I'm going to say 3-0 Rogue.
Sorry, what?
Next level.
That's a U-turn if I've ever seen one.
Exactly.
Well, I said 3-1 Rogue. I like both drafts. I think Rogue would have won if they last picked Malphite. I'm a huge Malphite connoisseur against Nidalee TF Senna. They have no damage. But they didn't, so maybe Mad Lions can win, but I still think Rogue's going to win.
Well, there we go. You've heard it from the analysts. 3-0 for Rogue. For both of them. It's Mad versus Rogue. Let's head to casters.
And Rogue immediately rush into the top lane tri-bush. I'm Medic, Veddy's with me, as we have been for the last 2 games. Would have been surprising if we'd switched someone else out in the meantime.
I'm Frosk, this is Dracos. We're ready to bring you game 3.
I'm totally American, from Boston.
He's not from Boston,
Portland.
he's from Portland.
Portland, and I rap real good.
Again, I feel like you're being very offensive right now.
Let's get on into the action, because this is a very important match for Rogue and for Mad Lions. If Rogue win this, they match up against G2 on Saturday next week. They guarantee top 3 for the first time in the organization's history in the LEC.
Yeah, and I think that when we look at this holistically as well, do you remember, was it last summer? Yeah, it was definitely last summer. Rogue versus Schalke. It was 3rd. They were fighting for that 3rd place spot, and then the Larson package happened.
Yep.
It was game 4. Rogue was set to win it, and the consensus was that if that pack, well, there was that hotly debated, honestly, whether or not Rogue would actually win, even if the package didn't go into the fountain. But I know that ever since then, Larson has wanted to make amends and try and, you know, return to former glory, try and do better than they have done in the past. And I think that Larson has just been a player that has only grown this year. The fact that he finished as the 2nd best mid laner, only behind Caps, speaks to how much growth as a player he's made. And trust me, guys, like, it's difficult earning the top mid laner spot in Europe when Caps has been in our league, but the fact that Larson has been able to come in, remember, he only joined the league last year. He showcased a lot, and I think that he's already showcased a lot in this series as well.
And Rogue have just really shown us their adaptability, something we questioned about them in that Fnatic series, and they have grown and grown and grown. But Mad Lions on the other side of the rift have struggled today. Individual mistakes, team coordination issues, and I think a lot of people coming into this series would have looked at least for it to be close, if not expecting a Mad Lions victory. And I want to ask everyone out there in Twitch chat world, do you think Mad Lions can actually come back? Type yes or no in the chat. Have a think about it, because off the last 2 games, I think you have to predict a Rogue 3-0.
I mean, I do feel that right now, Rogue has been playing better than Mads, but I agree with what Jez was saying on the analyst desk, in that Mads players are underperforming, specifically Shadow and Humanoid. We're not seeing the same level of performance that we did see from them during the regular season, just like we saw from them during the series versus Schalke. But now Shadow, he's playing his 3rd jungler of the series, a different one, going to be the Nidalee. He is eyeing his
Inspired's on his way up here as well. Or Rome could be in for a world of hurt. He has the flash. Finn gonna step forward, lands a little bit of a slower Rome, trying to flash away, manages to get the oranges off, but Inspired's on the chase and gets the first kill. He's still got flash to try and get away from the Shadow. Can't quite land the spear, does have the pounce, dives in, can't quite get the kill. Inspired just about survives.
So close there for Shadow. If he'd landed that spear, he would have gotten at least 1 of the 2 kills, but Arome was in an awkward position because Inspired got to the play first. Rogue, they end up drawing first blood.
What a bad start it is for Arome in that top lane. Has had to teleport back. Finn now has CS lead, got Doran's alongside the Corrupting Potion, and with no flash on the gangplank, you have to expect Rogue will be looking up towards that top lane. But Shadow isn't done with his ganking yet. He's looking for the mid lane. Larson doesn't have that much mana, won't be able to E his way away. Humanoid flashes in with a gold card. Immediate flash from Larson, but Shadow looking for the pounce once again, gets underneath the turret, and Humanoid will secure the kill.
Nicely done there from Shadow and Humanoid. These are the players that Mad needed to step up coming into game 3, and getting a kill onto Larson is going to be very valuable. Put that Azir behind, try and put him at a deficit, remove one of the carries early on, and also get this Nidalee and TF rolling. TP comes through from the Twisted Fate. He's looking for Finn.
Well, apparently everyone thinks Mad Lions can't come back, but they are saying otherwise as Humanoid comes in with the gold card. Might time out in just a moment. Finn trying to dodge away from it, but there it is. Gets the stun on the Scion. Arome's on the chase here, and that trial by fire will continue to take Finn down. Humanoid now with 2 kills in this game.
So he's going to lose a little bit of farm in the mid lane, but Humanoid now getting the ball rolling for Mad Lions. It's very important with the Twisted Fate that you're able to find these early kills, and he's been able to do all of this without his ultimate. With many flashes already burnt, he's going to have that a little bit later to look for another play. Shadow now running into Van and Inspired, as Shadow will lose his little Razor Beaks. Flash actually coming out from Vander there as he recognizes Kazi was coming in from the bot lane. So a bit of a misstep there from the support of Rogue. Mad Lions feeling a lot more confident in this early game.
A good start for Mad Lions. Shadow with a couple of good ganks, a little bit unfortunate in the top lane. Of course, that good gank in the mid lane. 600 gold lead now for Humanoid on that Twisted Fate against the Azir, and an early dragon for Mad Lions. It's so proactive, it's so forward-thinking here from the Lions, and it's a very good start to the game for them.
Well, let's see if they can keep up the aggression. Shadow falling a little bit behind, but of course we'll have the heal from Nidalee to help with that one. Kaiser and Kazi also around to offer support. Wait.
He's got smite, he's got smite.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, he should be.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, he's... Oh.
Right?
Oh my god, no. Oh my... Okay, he is fine. No,
he's not!
Oh my... Okay.
Oh man, yeah, level 4 Nidalee trying to solo the Drake, ends up dying. The emote comes up from Kaiser. I mean, I think Kaiser should have just been there to tank it for him. Tank a couple of shots, help him out, and yeah,
Okay, that's one of those mistakes where you take a breath and you just have to internally reset. That's where you see the mental strength of a player, when they can make a mistake like that and then they reset, they come back on the map. Because the first 4 minutes of the game was so good.
Yeah, but the problem now is Shadow walking into his half of the jungle, level 4 to level 6, and he doesn't realize that Inspired is here.
Inspired is waiting once again on a carry jungler here. Shadow with the smite, but he can't get away.
And so this was the problem with the Drake. It was very slow to take down. Inspired had information as to where Shadow was, and because it took them so long and it was delayed, he was able to move into the top side. He knows what camps are cleared, and so Inspired just had to sit and lie in wait. He punishes Shadow once again, and now Rogue are back in the driver's seat.
Shadow has less XP than Vander and Kaiser right now. Hansama opening up with the Rangers focus in the bottom lane. The Ignite is ticking on him. Forced away, but the Guardian proc from Vander will keep him pretty healthy. And it's a bad start for Shadow in particular. It's still an okay start for the Mad Lions. They're only about 600 gold behind. The question is, how much can Inspire do with this lead he is now accrued in the jungle? We haven't seen him on carry junglers all a split long. In this series, he's brought out the Evelynn, he's brought out the Hecarim, and now he's playing the Graves.
Inspired has definitely had a fantastic series. Strong 2v2 trading in the bot side.
Heal and Exhaust have been used here. Shadow looking for the gank, but Inspired is here once again. He's going to chase out Shadow. Shadow's going to have to look for the pounds, but the collateral damage might be enough. Just goes wide. Destiny used as well by Humanoid as he rejoins the fight. Manda forced underneath the turret, and Mad Lions able to get at least a couple of plates out of this, if not the kills they were looking for.
Well, good stuff coming out from Mad. They're able to get a little bit more gold in their back pocket. A center actually coming out ahead in farm in the Ashe matchup, something that we don't often see, is Finn will do a bit of proxy farming, stealing away the camps behind the tower, make life a little bit more obnoxious for Arome. We can see though how strong this Graves is with the already upgraded Warrior enchantment, 2 kills in his back pocket. Carry junglers has been the name of the game for Inspired. Now typically during the regular season we don't really see Inspired being put in this position, but we're getting to see a little bit more of that solo queue Inspired, where he dominates and kind of takes over games single-handed.
Well, carry jungler has kind of been the name of the game for playoffs. Like, you look back to the Fnatic Rogue series, you look back to yesterday, Fnatic versus G2, like, it feels like there has been a meta shift in Europe towards these heavier scaling, heavier farming, heavier carrying junglers.
I mean, over in the LPL, this has been the most common jungle matchup for a while, right? And Europe has kind of stuck to their own style. Sometimes we can be a bit rigid in what we believe is the right way to approach the game, and it seems like we're now catching on and we're adapting more of that LPL style. As Shadow continues to lose his objective, even Vander's hit the classic 8 to 9 minute swap up from Rogue. Mad was able to deal with it last game, but this time around they were not. And the back even gets interrupted as well. Shadow being punished heavily for some of the, well, for that Drake mistake specifically. And now Rogue kind of running away with it as they continue to accelerate that gold lead.
There are some good signs for Mad Lions. Humanoid has finished his Rod of Ages, but the arrow just goes wide, so he is stacking that up. As you said earlier, Kazi has a CS lead. Whoa.
Ooh,
that's a misclick from Larssen.
That is definitely a misclick from Larssen. Just as we're praising him for being one of the best mid laners in the league, he's like, hey, even the best make mistakes, you know? Like, it happens.
We've seen Caps make mistakes.
Yeah, true, very true. But yeah, just a bit of a misclick there from Larssen. Not going to hold that one against him. Ultimate comes down from Finn to get the bot lane quickly. It looks like he's going for the fight.
He's trying to kill Kazi, does make him smash, doesn't quite land, but Finn underneath the tower should be pretty healthy for the moment. Mad Lions Collapsing as a 4-man group. Rome's by himself on the other side of the map, but does have the cannon barrage to clear out a wave as Hans Summer and Vander are going to try and push in top. Finn still stuck on his lonesome. Has the flash here, looking to try and catch this wave. Knocked up with the depth charge. He's still about half HP. He's been left here for a very long time. The Dawning Shadow coming out, and in the end, he will go down. Shadow secures the kill.
So good punish here from Mad. Finn wanted to try and hold the tower by himself, and he ends up getting punished for it. But of course, this does open up the mid lane, and Rogue are going to take this mid tower very early on.
I mean, they get 2 plates in the top as well because of how much time Mad Lions spent in that bottom lane. Like, they might even get 3 plates here. You can see the gold actually now even between the mid lane when we saw a big lead for Humanoid earlier on. Only 300 gold difference between the bottom lanes as well. Like, Finn doing such a good job of delaying has now meant that Rogue have about 1,800 gold lead here.
So Rogue now going to reset, look to path towards bot. You'll notice that the Drake is about to spawn in 7 seconds. And while Mad do have vision in the area, Rogue are faster on the reset. They're going to be able to clear this vision out. You can already see the sweeper coming through from both jungle and support. They're going to make sure that Mad see as little as possible. And then they're going to look to contest for this objective. And when we look at the items, you can see that with the Nash's Tooth already completed for Larssen, I think the Rogue are going to be more than happy to contest and make sure that they secure this objective.
Only problem with using the sweepers through your own jungle means that you don't have them for the pit, but Vander rectifies that issue, puts a control ward in there to clear out any vision that Matt
That was quite interesting. Kaiser actually moved his control ward from that little bush by the lane into the actual pit so that he can test for that. But of course, the risk of that is it's going to get cleared out much earlier. And notice that he doesn't have any additional control wards left. So there are, of course, still a few others on the other Mad members. So for now, he's just going to make sure that he has some vision in case that dragon gets snuck away.
Shadow going to try and sneak his way in towards the bottom side of this river, but the ward will spot him. Inspired was on his way down as well. Kazi actually pops the Curse of the Black Mist pretty early here. Hans Summer does have the arrow. Shadow with a level disadvantage, playing into the Serrated Dirk, double longsword, sitting on Inspired, who is now going to start up the dragon. Finn is double proxy farming, because that's what Scions do, apparently. Between the waves here, does have the teleport to join a fight that might begin, but you can see by taking that mid lane tower, Larssen has so much push pressure in the mid lane. Finn is actually coming in behind the tier 2 in the mid lane.
I think they're looking to dive it, man.
Oh, that's so unfair. Humanoid does have flash, has the ignite as well as the arrow comes out. It's only going to hit onto one. It's Kaiser that gets locked up, but the dragon should be secured here. Inspired lands the smite. Shadow trying to step forward, slowed by the volley. Larssen coming in from the side as well, but he is just going for his blue buff. And Finn, walk from mid, back towards bot. Like, is Scion the new Singed? Is it champions that start with SI?
I mean, the thing is, you just can't stop him, right? Right now, oh, actually, now they can, because the problem for him...
Watch this. He drifts through mid lane, up towards Shadow, and Shadow loses this fight. Destiny comes out, there's the decimating smash, but the stun is stopped as the gold card comes out. Larssen on his way.
Oh, the knockup. No, not going to commit to that one.
Oh, Humanoid is going to take so much here as well. Larssen could have engaged on that. Humanoid does still have flash, but Larssen just willing to chunk out the tier.
Now what we're seeing is an opportunity for him to, or Inspired rather, to invade again. But the TP bot lane.
It looks like it's Finn who's going to join this. Of course, doesn't have the ultimate, but Hans Summer's on the chase. No arrow for him. There's the cannon barrage to slow down Vander and Hans Summer. Vander flashing forward, but has the thick skin still to keep himself alive. Finn going in, trying to dive under the tower, lands the decimating smash onto Kaiser, and Kaiser is dead. Kazi now underneath the turret is taken out by the soldiers. Inspired in the mid lane, 1v1 Humanoid. And Bedius, I don't want to say it this soon, but it looks like Mad Lions are done for.
It does seem like it, Medic. Rogue are just rolling over Mad Lions right now. This is a completely different Rogue from what we saw in the series against Fnatic, and they just seem like an entirely different team. You know, we're still seeing some of the classics. We're seeing the Azir in the mid lane. We're seeing a tank top lane, but the execution is just so much cleaner. Inspired is dominating the jungle matchup. Larssen working with his jungler to take that mid tower. The usage of the teleports, like, Rogue is all over the map, and Mad just have no answer.
Shadow just trying to do what he can, farm up, but he's 30 CS and 2 kills behind. And we'll see off this back, Inspired with the most gold in the game, and Shadow with the least apart from the supports. Now, Inspired has gone back. He has an Edge of Night. He is even more scary, and it gets to a point where you are just too far ahead to be dealt with. Right now, it looks like Inspired is there.
I mean, certainly. Notice that Mad, look at how much vision control they have around the bot side of the map. There are wards littered everywhere. They think they're perfectly safe, but the teleports come through from both Finn and Larssen, and while the GP ultimate does what it can, there's all that he can do. Meanwhile, you'll notice in the mid lane, Humanoid just gets absolutely obliterated. And the "this is fine" emote comes out from Inspired because he knows that this is not fine for Mad Lions as they lose 3 and more plates going to the back pocket of Rogue.
It's a 3,000 gold lead at the 15-minute mark. Rogue with a gold lead at 15 have an 11-2 record across the course of the regular season. They are so good at taking an advantage and just snowballing it away from you. Stun card's going to come out from Humanoid, but yeah, Finn just chases you down, misses the Unstoppable Onslaught, doesn't get the damage from it. Humanoid's going to cycle through the cards again, lands the gold, the stack deck working in his favor, but some fancy feet just allows him to walk away rather than do so much noise.
Look how fast Inspired is.
Oh, he's got the Time Kench Abyssal Voyage coming in. Humanoid's going to lock that gold, but the Edge of Night will stop it. Humanoid flashes underneath the turret, Exhaust, and the minions helping him stay alive.
Yep, the flash does have to come through from Humanoid, and Mad, they just don't get a second to breathe. The aggression is relentless from Rogue, and now Mad are trying to make the cross-map play, but Larson reads it like a book, which allows Rogue to be able to push in bot lane, push in mid, and you can see that this is just the Inspired series right now. Evelyn in game 1, the Hecarim in game 2, and now the Graves in game 3. 3 consistent carry performances. He's coming up clutch, and like we've been talking a lot about him, but behind the scenes, Larson has been so consistent as he often is. Finn, that constant frontline supportive, the whole team of Rogue kind of coming together in this very important series.
Gold card's going to land here onto Finn. There's the dredge line as well. They're looking for the chase. Finn does not have a way out of this. No ult and no way to escape. Kazi giving the kill. And Finn perhaps stayed a little bit too long there on
You know, like, in any good team, there's always one. You know, in Fnatic,
Hylissang.
you know, you've got Hylissang. In G2,
Caps most
you've
of the
got
time.
Caps. And in Rogue, you've got Finn.
Yeah.
You know, like...
You've got Hylissang, Craps, and Finn.
Finn having a significantly better performance than he did compared to how he played against Fnatic. But every now and then, overextending just a little bit, getting punished just there, but still having a great series overall. Sitting at 1-3-3, he's still going to be very valuable on that side. As we transition into the mid game, Hansam are going to pick up that Rift Herald. Rogue going to secure their 5th tower of the game, only 17.5 minutes in. And Rogue are looking to speedrun this series against Man.
Gold lead is only 3,000. I say only with a little pinch of salt because they've now picked up the Rift Herald. Howard going to come out in the mid lane. Hits Kaiser. He has got the dredge line to try and get away. Vander's going to go in with the Tongue Lash, looking for a couple more licks before he can gobble up Kaiser. The Kaiser flashes away. There's the heal. Once again, the dredge line coming in. Shadow looking for the engage from the side as Vander goes low. Vander with the stopwatch, so he's going to get out of the Dawning Shadow. However, the shutdowns come down. Inspired has fallen. Now it's on Larson and Hans Summer to try and turn this around, but there's 2 quick kills, 2 Mad Lions. And Rogue have to retreat.
Okay, so good turnaround here from Mad. They're able to punish the aggression from Rogue this time around, and it felt like the plan from Rogue was just to try and catch some members out from the Mad Lions in the mid lane. But I really like the way in which Kaiser responded. The fact that he flashes over the wall, lands a hook onto Inspired, and then it makes the target focus actually very easy for Mad. So here, we see the arrow coming through. Finn just a little bit ways away. So initially, it's just a 2 versus 2. This looks quite promising for Rogue. They're like, okay, we'll pick up some quick kills. The burst comes through, flash it, and look, the hook lands onto the Graves. The immediate chain CC, he doesn't get to move. Then the Nidalee damage comes through as well. And then this is where Mad is in a much better position because Rogue is funneled into this choke point. While Finn does land a good knocker, the damage is still coming through from Arome and Kazi, and they're left completely untouched. So Mad is able to find themselves 2 quick kills, and they're going to alleviate some of that pressure that Rogue has been spewing out all this game.
And I think Inspired, after that fight, very quickly realized something. Mercury Treads might be a good idea. Against the amount of CC we see coming out from Mad Lions, that chain, just having the ability to get away from it with the tenacity will help out. And that's exactly where he's going with the No Magic Mantle in his inventory. Death Cap on its way for Larson. He's got the double needlessly large rod. We've already seen both the AD carries complete their first item. In fact, Kazi is sitting at 2.5 as he has the Serrated Dirk alongside a Yumu's and a Manamune.
Well, quietly, Humanoid has just been picking up kills, you know? Like, he didn't have the best laning phase. Obviously, he lost his tower very early on, but he did get those 2 early kills. And now he's at 3-1-3, has the Lichbane done already. He's probably feeling pretty strong at this point in the game, but so is Rogue as they look for another fight.
Humanoid pops the Ghost to try and get away. The Decimating Smash comes out and the CC chain works both ways. Rogue get a kill, and as soon as you praise him, Humanoid dies.
Yeah, that was a straight-up caster curse there. I was like, okay, he's quietly ramping up. I like this from Humanoid. Potentially can look for more picks, but Rogue is like, no picks today. We're just going to group fight, group fight. The Baron's about to spawn. I wonder if Rogue will look to just rush it down. They're tanky, they have the damage. Maybe they want to wait for Larssen to finish his what looks to be a death cap second item as the Rift Herald gets dropped in the top lane.
I'm not sure if I want the Baron straight away. I mean, Rogue have kind of been a little bit apprehensive around the Barons throughout the entire series. We remember Game 2 when they had the Senna, they decided not to go for it. It looks like they might just be starting it up. They cleared out the vision, the Scuttle Crab died off, and now they're going to try and do it. Larssen and Inspired, but Inspired isn't that tanky. The Cannon Barrage is actually going to catch out Hun Summer, and Banda right here. Depthshot's going to come out as well, but they're trying to turn it back around. Shadow from the side, not able to get the damage down, but Humanoid comes in with the Destiny. And now Finn trying to get away from the rest of Mad as they chase him down. Banda just about able to survive. Humanoid has the gold card, locks it onto Banda once again. The thick skin just about keeping him alive. Finn, though, will go down. And the Baron call, maybe a little bit too much there from Rogue.
So.
Oh, Shadow's on the chase. He's prowling through the jungle, his native habitat on the Nidalee.
Thought that someone might look to roam through. Oh no, that's not what you want to do! Oh no! Oh, Shadow, you hate to see it. He thought that everyone had recalled. He lands the spear. He thought that he drew aggro, and he didn't have the vision to realize that they were all just lying in wait. Shadow ends up getting punished, but to kind of go back, I looked at the state of the map and I was like, okay, I can see a world in which they do Baron, but never said whether I like the Baron or not. And this is one of the things, right? Gangplank ultimate is extremely strong. You also have the Senna ultimate as well. I think one of the biggest things was how Mad actually turned to face the teleport. Humanoid and Shadow were just zoning away the 4 members as the Baron was still hitting onto Rogue, which meant that the other 3 could just deal with Finn on the side. Without that front line, it becomes a lot harder for Rogue to actually play those
Krugs respawn while he's waiting?
Well, yeah, because the thing is, he sees them about to respawn, the rest of Rogue is resetting, and then Spire's like, oh, I'll just take these, like, okay, I'll also take this. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for Shadow.
Well, he just the problem is
he assumed
he assumed that they had reset, and he didn't have full information. It's always going to be a gamble when you make decisions like that, and he ends up getting punished this time around. And here, Inspired assumes there's no one on his Krugs, but he's like, I don't care if there's someone on my Krugs.
Oh, the arrow connects with Romy, trying to flash away from it, but Inspired's on the chase, and here comes the unstoppable onslaught as well. Collateral damage will be enough to take the kill. Rogue 8-7 up, 2,000 gold in the league, and they are knocking on an inhibitor tower at the 22-minute mark. Larssen is here with the Rabadons complete. He will shred through this, and look where the rest of Mad Lions.
They're looking to try and trade in the top side. They know that they don't have the wave clear to stop this push from happening, but they're confident that Rogue can't end the game. So they're just going to concede this, get a little bit back on the map, get their 3rd tower of the game, and they might not even be able to get this in time as Humanoids. Nah, he should be fine.
There's no TP, so I don't think
another minion wave on the way as well. But Rogue looking absolutely dominant in this series versus Mad Lions. Honestly, I expected it to be a close one. It was difficult for me to guess which team would actually end up coming out on top, but I feel like we've seen a significant level up in Rogue, and also just some big underperformances from Mad. Kaiser goes in, misses the hook.
Inspired with the fancy feet, going to get the side step. Depthshot's going to land on him, and Humanoid coming in with a TP and the gold card. Locks 6 straight onto Inspired. Mad Lions actually looking for their 3rd dragon of the game here. Perfect time to pick off the enemy jungler.
And this is a great point to note. Mad have been slowly securing these dragons. Small missteps that have come out from Rogue have been able to be capitalized for Mad. Of course, they did fumble that first rate just a little bit, but since then they've been slowly stacking them up. Getting that Cloud Soul is definitely going to be valuable because it also opens up the Elder Dragon, and then Mad do have a potential
he's done it again.
condition.
He's done it again.
In the enemy jungle, gets caught out. This has not been Shadow series, and he has been consistently punished. Like, he needs to focus on staying alive for the rest of this game because, again, Mad have the win. Wait, actually, you're right.
It could just be Baron, right?
They could literally just go straight to Baron. They have the death cap on Azir. They have the Scion to tank this one up.
And Graves is on his way, Inspired.
That actually could be so much bigger than I initially thought, Medic. You rightly pointed it out. Inspired is on his way, and now Rogue are going to take this one down. Let's see if Mad can stop it.
Okay, the rest of Mad really have to bring something out of the hat right now to try and do something. Arome not there, doesn't have the cannon barrage, but he's on his way. The stun card locks in only onto Vander. Finn in the middle of the pit as the Baron goes lower and lower, and the smite will secure it. Rogue get it, and they want a little bit more. The arrow lands onto Humanoid. Decimating Smash going to knock him up as well, but he isn't able to survive. Rogue get 2 kills. They get the Baron. And you feel like that's the final nail in Mad Lions' coffin.
I mean, one big mistake comes out from Shadow and it just gets punished. Here comes the flash from Kaiser.
It's only onto Vander though, and Vander has the thick skin. Cannon Barrage used, going to clear out some of the minions, but Finn is still on that front line. Larssen teleporting in as he rejoins the fight. That was a good way of delaying the game from Mad Lions, but there are super minions pushing in the bot lane. The wave is on its way in the mid lane, and Finn almost has his teleport back up, so can just reset if he needs to. Look at this, double supers on the Nexus towers. And you said it earlier, Vedius, this has been such a level up from Rogue, as once again we see Mad Lions knock the final fight. Hans Summer is dead. The knockup was great, as you say. Tom Kench coming in to rejoin this fight. Finn low, just about able to get away, but the Destiny is there for the chase. The Dawning Shadow gobbled up. Vander keeps Finn alive, and that was a great base defense from Mad Lions.
All right, Kaiser, I see you. You are smurfing right now. You are landing so many clutch hooks, and 2 of your Hex Flashes were crucial in keeping Mad Lions in this game. Stellar performance on the Nautilus, and Mad just doing what they can to buy time. Try and ramp up. Try and play for that Dragon Soul, because Rogue, their push has been slow. They will not get themselves another inhibitor, but they still have a minute and a half on the Baron, and they can look to set up another siege.
Let's have a look at where they are in terms of items. Larson has a Fiendish Codex and a stopwatch to go alongside the Nash's Rabadons. Well, how about talk about that after this fight goes in, because as you say, these Hex Flashes were paramount.
So really good hook onto Vander. Yes, it is Vander, but they force that front line out of the fight immediately. And the Gangplank ultimate does a great job of zoning Hans Summer and Inspired away. It's very difficult for Inspired to close that gap. And again, Kaiser makes sure that there's no vision in the bush. Thank you very much, Observers, for highlighting this, because he then is able to set this up. And notice, flash in, hook lands, knock up on turn 3 as he aims for Larson, and that gives the perfect opportunity for Arome to land the barrel and for Mad to come out ahead in this fight. Kaiser, beautiful setup, and it really needs to be highlighted how strong his support performance is. That could be the play that keeps Mad in this series. Let's see if he can do it again.
I mean, there's a reason he was the all-pro support for Summer. Larson takes a huge chunk. Kaiser once again on the front line. Humanoid going in with the stun card as well, but Finn acting as a bodyguard, acting as a bouncer. Super Minion still way away from that bottom lane inhib, and the inhib is spawning once again in about 30 seconds. This bound buff might run out with Rogue unable to take too much. Depth Charge comes out only onto Vander. Stun card's gonna land. There's the Dawning Shadow. Hans Summer forced away by the Cannon Barrage, and Larson's gonna have to run his way through it as well. Uses the shield off the E and the Emperor's Divide to try and keep him away, but Vander is down, and Humanoid is still on the chase. Finn's gonna try and get himself away, but the gold card just needs to connect. Humanoid with the Lich Bane will have the extra movement speed, and that will be a very dead Scion. Mad Lions are not done with this series.
Back-to-back team fights. Mad Lions have actually been coming out ahead. Notice that Arome's just hit level 16. Threw items on the Gangplank. He does a lot of damage with this ultimate, and I think that it is really detrimental when it comes for Rogue and actually setting up in the sieges, because that ulti comes down and people from Rogue just get chunked. I don't quite know how Larson lost half his HP in that last fight, but he did. And that gave Mad the opportunity to run them down, force the engage, and actually come out ahead. And now with the Drake spawning in 30 seconds, what looked like a done and dusted game for Rogue has actually turned into a pretty even game. And Mad now feeling a lot more confident. Items are being completed. Levels are relatively even. Mad still have a shot in this game.
And they're going to try and get towards this mid lane tier 1. Pushing in, 10 seconds on the Cloud Soul. This is it. This is the moment for Mad Lions to really fight back in this series. You have to feel Kaiser once again, the man on the front line, constantly landing those hooks, constantly landing the knockups. Humanoid's done a lot of work this game as well. We said he was quietly scaling. He's working his way towards those 4 items, and now he's in a very powerful position. Inspired is the one to be caught out. Humanoid going in with the Destiny, trying to get on Inspired, but the smoke screen was great. Decimating smash only going to land off the Kaiser. Larson doing so much damage from across the wall, and the Cannon Barrage has been mitigated, has been backed away from here by Rogue. Arrow not quite gonna connect, and Humanoid gets healed up. Inspired still trying to step forward. Humanoid almost goes down, and Kaiser's low as well. And here comes the charge. Rogue sense it. They smell blood in the water. They take 2, and they will look to close out the game.
Mad couldn't find the same engage that they found in the last 2 fights. Rogue were able to come out ahead with all 5 members alive, and they don't care about the Drake. They only care about the Nexus. Only 3 members of Mad stand tall. No Kaiser to defend this time round. Can Arome and the squad do it?
They've got to do something miraculous to keep this game alive. They've got most of the minions. That single cannon still alive. Finn low. He's ticking down, but he will be able to get away. The Guardian proc on Hans Summer keeps him alive for the moment. Akazi stepping forward, gets an auto. down onto Rogue, and I think Rogue might just be saying, hey, we're not sure we can win. Let's make sure we get the Cloud. The Gangplank coming in behind here as Larssen has TP as well. It's a double TP. Arome going in. Humanoid's going to join the party as well as they look to try and take away the Cloud Dragon, but Rogue have noticed they're going to try and get in here as the TP comes in from Larssen down towards the bottom side. Humanoid steps straight into the gaping maw that is a Scion, and Larssen's looking for the flank. He dives in. Humanoid has nowhere to go, and he dies, and now Arome has to flash across the wall. Inspired's going to start up the Cloud Drake, but you know who's back alive? Shadow. Can he get in here? Can he steal this in time? He's on his way. He's almost there. 3,000 HP on it. Shadow, you got to jump. You got to dive. You got to go in. 2,000 HP on it. Shadow doesn't get it. It's secured by Larssen. Shadow goes down. Rogue delayed the soul, but Arome stood in a really good position as Mad Lions continue to look for the fight. The barrel combo. Vander with the thick skin still alive. Inspired. Going to dash across the wall, and Vander will be the first to fall in this fight. But Finn is on the flank position now, and it's a 4v3 in favor of Rogue. Mad Lions trying to retreat, trying to get away from this, trying to use the jungle as their ally. It's only Kaiser that they're looking for, and Rogue should be able to get just one out of this.
Wow, what an intense fight between the two teams. Kaiser is going to drop at the end of that, and Mad end up losing 3. With Inspired still alive, and that's the crucial thing. Rogue can now make their way straight towards the Baron. I think that Mad should not have committed as hard as they did for that Cloud Soul, because even if they get it, Shadow's likely to die, and then Rogue can go straight towards this objective. This means that Rogue is going to secure another Baron. While one inhib has respawned, the base is in tatters for Mad Lions. While they have been putting up good fights, it is not going in their favor. So I understand the idea behind the double TP flank, but the rest of Mad, just look at their positioning right now. They are so far away from this two-man, which makes it so easy for Mad to actually get this collapse on them, because Arome and Humanoid, they're split up from each other as well. So Rogue get the initial kill. Arome's forced away from the fight. And this is where I'm sitting here thinking, okay, forget the Drake, ignore it, you don't need it. But Shadow's like, if I can steal this, if I get the soul, then maybe, but his spear doesn't hit the Drake, it only hits the Graves. It goes down to 400 HP, it's not quite enough to secure the steal. The Gangplank ultimate comes out, and then Rogue end up walking away. They get themselves some more kills, they're gonna get themselves the Baron, and Rogue now back in control of the game.
Once again with Baron buff, a 4,000 gold lead. An almost full build Ashe, an almost full build Azir, and Inspired popping off on this Graves. You can sense how much this game means for both teams. Mad Lions, but they've been on the podium before. They got 3rd in spring, remember. Rogue have never done it. They've never been top 3. The best they've ever placed is 4th last year, where they were stopped by Schalke in this very match, Vedius. And now they are trying to prove that they belong amongst the best. Arrow's going to land.
That's a big X-Flash.
Depth charge coming out in the Cannon Barrage, actually in a really good position as Mad Lions try and open up on the fight. Decimating Smash, trying to zone, but look at how much damage Vander's already taken. Hunt Summer, the Destiny on the backline as they look for the fight. Humanoid's going in, he has the flank, he has the gold card. He locks it straight onto Vander. Minions are pushing the Nexus. Ooh, Larssen! The top mid laner statistically in the regular season. The mechanical god that is Larssen steps up. He just dismantles Mad Lions. And you thought for a moment Mad Lions had a chance, but Larssen slammed the door right in their face. Rogue are going to the finals weekend. They are top 3 in Europe.
Man, I was so impressed with how Kaiser kept finding ways to set up Mad for favorable fights. But Larssen said, I've had enough of this. This silliness needs to stop, and he decides to commit to the play. Beautiful Azir execution at the very end there. An overall fantastic performance from Rogue. Disappointing end to the split, of course, for Mad. They will still be going to Worlds, but what was a dominating regular season for Mad, what looked like a stellar performance, it seems like that there are many question marks around as to what happened to Mad, and only they can really answer them. But today they couldn't show up against Rogue, and Rogue leveled up as well. And I think that we're going to get some really exciting games moving into our finals weekend.
And I think you see part of the benefit of playoffs where Rogue, because they were first, they got into that upper seeded match, and they've only had to play 2 best-of-5s, right? This was their second, whereas Mad had that extra best-of-5 versus Schalke. They didn't have as much time to prepare for this weekend, and maybe Rogue's adaptability just caught them a little bit off guard. You can vote for your Kia player of the series, though, at LEC on Twitter. Finn, Inspired, and Larssen are your options. I will say, look, guys, recency bias, you're going to give it to Larson. Don't. Inspired is the man to give it to.
Inspired is the man.
The total transformation in his play style compared to what we usually see from him. Usually he's on tanks. Now he went back onto carries. I remember when the guy came into the league and it was Olaf, 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 and he was hard carrying. This looked like that Inspired, and it was great to see. And we're soon going to hear from Inspired before Larson joins us in the post-game lobby. Don't go anywhere. Oh, he caught it. Look at that.
Disappear, I'm your eraser. Aim the cut just like a razor. Murked up in this world, my blazer. I got all the boys on me. I got all the lines on ring. Not good there, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Baby face, caught up to the rock. 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You like roll, 달리 you도 go. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 말할래, 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 말 믿어봐. 그만큼 크게. 고 high 100% 덤비지 못해 죽여주잖아 나는 boss 간지를 또 sauce 원하면 줄게 I'm doing damage when just how I planned it I do what I want when I say 모두 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아 To live on the edge of insane Coming at you like real, real world Here to light it up, set the world on fire Gonna break rules and hearts in twos Cause that's what the baddest do I never going back, nah, nah, that Diamonds on drip cause I came to make a splash Gonna break rules and hearts in twos Cause that's what the baddest do It's crazy Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad Only took a minute for me to hear what you add Sorry for the bad news, know it makes you sad There for a minute, baby, you should pack your bag Way that I look should be breaking the law If I don't got it, I take what I want My circle small like a round of applause You know that I like the sound of applause You know I mean everything that I said When you see me come and get out of the way Back in this lane, back and I'm better and ready to stay I'm doing damage when just how I planned it I do what I want when I say 모두 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아 To live on the edge of insane It's crazy Sorry, not sorry for being the best 언제든지 내가 좀 mad Look at the gold, all on my chest Look at the gold, call it a flex
And welcome back to the LEC playoff as Rogue just 3-0'd Mad Lions, and I have Inspired with me to talk about this series so far. Hi, Inspired, thank you for joining me.
Hello, thank you for inviting.
You're welcome. I mean, congrats on beating Mad Lions 3-0 here. It was night and day compared to what we've seen with Fnatic. So what prevented you from playing your game against Fnatic when you put it into perspective with the game today?
I think against Fnatic we didn't really know the meta that well. We kind of played the old stuff. We didn't really know Evelyn and Hecarim are really strong, so we didn't really change much from the season because we thought we will just play what we are winning with. But after the game against Fnatic, we realized that those champs are pretty strong right now, so we just started playing them as well. I think they're not that hard to pull out, so it just took us a few days and we are used to it.
All right, now the preparation against Mad Lions. As I said to Ismail, it's a team you know very well. You saw them play actually earlier this week. So is there anything you learned from them, from the series you've seen 2 days ago? We won't actually see them anymore before World, so you're free to talk here, I guess.
Well, we kind of learned that their games are looking way better than when they play Lilia jungle, and when they didn't have Lilia, they kind of felt really lost on the map, and that they really like to play Ashe, but I think Ashe was not really the series pick. I think Ashe was decent, but it's easy to counter it with Senna. So yeah, basically we just knew that we have to ban Lilia and play our game, and we'll probably win it.
All right, well, and coming in today, did you think you could win so easily against them? That's not the expectations we had here.
Well, I expected that we'll probably win. I thought maybe they will take the game or two, but yeah, I definitely knew that we will be the favorites coming into the game, even though everyone, almost like every fan and stuff, thought that Mad Lions is stronger because we got 3-0 by Fnatic. But I don't really think that when we played against Fnatic, it was them playing really well, but it was us playing pretty bad. So we just had to step up for this series, and we just did our best.
All right, Inspired, you're mentioning the fans here, and I know they've been a bit harsh on you, saying that, I mean, mentioning your spot at Worlds, the fact that you could go into playoffs without winning again and still being sent at Worlds. So is there anything you would like to say to the people who did not believe in you, or just bounce back on what you saw on social media, maybe? Because I know you've been very vocal about this.
Well, I don't really care what people says, honestly, but it was just a bit annoying because as a fan, you don't really know how the teams really play, because this series was just our bad day, I would say. So it's like everyone is really good in the league. So I think if someone has a bad day, he will obviously look really bad because enemy team is also decent. So yeah, I think it was just our bad day. So I wouldn't, if I would be a fan, I wouldn't really think that our team is really weak because of it.
All right. Believe in Rogue at Worlds, guys. I'm telling you. And I mean, when you look at the performance you had today and your performance overall, you were the player of the series here. So tell me, Inspired, why didn't we see you on carry junglers more often during the season?
I think the meta was a bit different. AD carries that were played, Aphelios and Ezreal, Yumi and those stuff were better into carry junglers because they outscale you, they outrange you, and it was really hard to play. But now the champs like Evelynn, Hecarim, they got buffed, and AD carries got nerfed, so everyone plays like Ashe and Senna. Both are really squishy and easy to kill. So I think it's just way easier to pull out the carry junglers right now.
And it's a nice meta shift for Rogue here in playoffs. But okay, I know you will be facing G2 next week, but actually I don't care because TSM qualified to Worlds yesterday. And brace yourself, people, because you may be facing TSM at Worlds. So what do you think when you know that it's actually going to happen, maybe?
Well, we were watching the series yesterday and we were chilling for TSM, obviously, because we want to meet them and make the TSM versus Rogue meme actually truth game. So I'm really hyped to play against them. I wish we'll get them in the group and we'll beat them.
It's going to be amazing. I can't wait for it, honestly. But Inspired, thank you very much for the interview and congrats on reaching semifinals for next week.
Thank you.
And we're going to take one last break and we'll come back in a few minutes for the post-game lobby with quick shots. See you soon.
Welcome to the LEC post-game lobby. I'm still Quickshot, joined by Kadril and Larson. Hello and welcome. Larson, dude, let me start by saying congratulations. What a dominant performance. How does it feel, you know, smashing Mad Lions and maybe silencing some of the fans on social media and Reddit?
I mean, it feels really nice because I haven't been too much on social media. I think I know a lot of the other players in my team and staff around Rogue has been on social media, and there's apparently been a lot of negativity that we're going to Worlds without winning best of 5 and stuff like this. So it feels really good that we stomp a best of 5 and show that we deserve to go to Worlds and deserve to represent EU. So yeah.
Larson,
nice.
I want you to hear this, and I'd appreciate if you told the rest of the org as well. And this is to the fans, too. Rogue deserved to go to Worlds. I said this during Ready Check, actually, that based on the performance that you and your team and organization have had all year long, you are one of the best teams in Europe, period. That is a fact. You've proven that consistently throughout the year. And had you lost today, you would have got the lowest seed. If it was the same model as last year, on the championship points, you would have got the 2nd seed. So I really like the new format. And honestly, to any fans who are hating and doubting, their proof is in the pudding. Let's turn to today's series. I'm going to start by Kadril. From your perspective, you predicted Rogue to win. You did think it was going to be 3-1. From your perspective, like, how much better did Rogue perform? And obviously, Mad Lions underperforming as well.
Yeah, everyone doubting Rogue after just losing 1 best of 5 was crazy to me. I think they were first in the regular split. They were the most consistently good team in the league. And in this best of 5, I just like the fact they adapted, right? They picked up the Evelyn, they picked up the Hecarim. You could see that they've adapted so much in the last week, and they did keep their sort of consistent gameplay where they went for the Azir, they went for the skating junglers like Sejuani and Sett in the early game. And then they swapped it up for this best of 5, and Mad Lions had no response. And I think if you put Inspire on a carry, you put Finn on a tank, I think your team's just better. And Larson, props to Larson, putting out the Lucian and just popping off.
I mean, that Lucian first game was incredible. The Azir to close it out, beautiful. Larson, talk to me about Mad Lions' performance. Like, Shadow looked like he was turbo-inting in that final game. And as a whole, Mad Lions just didn't really load onto the Rift.
Feels weird to hear a boomer say turbo-inting.
What was Mad Lions' performance from your perspective, Larson?
I think that maybe we're like happy after winning against Mad. Schalke and reaching Worlds, so maybe they didn't have like full focus coming into this best of 5, and maybe underestimated us as well. But I also think we played really, really well today. I don't think it's like them playing bad. I think we played really, really well. Like,
it's both sides, right?
We were just in the zone. I felt like everyone's in the zone in the team. But I definitely felt like they didn't have full focus. It was kind of like our best of 5 against Fnatic last week.
So yeah, I saw them picking up like Nidalee, Graves. He was really first timing these champs, completely running it down a little bit. I think Inspired was mega popping off. So what do you think actually happened against Fnatic? Was it focus for you guys? Was it just the wrong meta read that you had? Because they were obviously prioritizing the Evelyn Hecarim, then the Karthus and stuff like this. So what do you think went wrong?
There's so many things actually. I think we had not that great read on the meta, right? Since we didn't play really Evelyn or Hecarim. We didn't play those farming junglers that much. And we didn't play that much Lucian mid either, for example. I think Fnatic came in with like really good drafts with the Lucian mid and AP angle. But most of all, I don't think it's like draft was the issue. I think we played really bad. Like, we just played really bad. It wouldn't matter which draft we had, I think. I think we would have lost anyway, just because how bad we played. We had some kind of bad days coming up to the Fnatic game. I was very sick for 3-4 days before the game. And Finn also had some issues outside of the game. And so yeah, it wasn't like optimal preparation for the game. And we also underestimated Fnatic quite a bit, I think. Because during the regular season, they looked quite bad. So coming into the game, we didn't really prepare that much. And we felt like we were going to win really easily. But we definitely did not, right? So I think it's just a combination of a lot of things. But I think we just underestimated them a lot.
I really appreciate and respect your candidness in those responses, your earnestness in telling, the perspective that you've looked at a lot of things. I thought Vander in the losers interview was also very similar, you know, looking internally and also acknowledging where the issues came from. I have to give you credit, Lawson. The turnaround from that performance to this performance is phenomenal. And after game one, Kadriel actually said on air that it felt like Rogue were copying Fnatic's homework and executing it exceptionally well. You talked about the meta read. You know, did you learn a lot from that series? Not only obviously from the defeat, but looking how Fnatic played and how the rest of the series have played out.
Wait, can you repeat the question again?
Yeah, of course. Basically, just trying to ask how much you learned from obviously the defeat to Fnatic, but learning about the meta, seeing what was good. You mentioned you didn't play Lucian. So how much did watching all of these other series help inform what is good in the meta and what Rogue should be playing like you did today?
Yeah, what we noticed mostly was that we played too much scaling, right? We didn't play that much early game, and we just played the kind of the farming mid and supportive jungler like Trundle, Sett, and these champs. So we kind of decided to play a more aggressive style, which you saw this week. So I think that was like the biggest thing we learned, that we just needed to play more aggressive style.
Got it. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah. I'm Lawson. I'm going to ask you to sit tight for a moment because we do have an extra interview lined up as Law will be checking with Mad Lions coach.
Thank you, Quick Shot. And thank you, Mac, for joining me after this series. Hi.
Hiya.
Any hot reaction about what didn't work out today, maybe?
I think it's a big mix of things. I mean, we're a very young squad, and I'm not very experienced as a head coach yet, so I think a lot of it is on me. I think generally there was a big kind of atmosphere of celebration and relaxation after we qualified for Worlds, right? And I think we got a little bit complacent, and I think our preparation probably wasn't good enough. I also think that we just played really badly today.
Okay.
Like we just had a lot of kind of slip-ups that we wouldn't normally make, and the energy felt a bit off today.
Yes, it gives you things to work on preparing for Worlds, and I don't want to be disrespectful, but you got back-to-back coach of the splits, and you had an amazing performance with a rookie squad. So don't blame yourself too much with this. You still reached Worlds in the end, and they will be playing for the first time for most of them actually, besides Humanoid. So talk me through the World prep, the upcoming World prep, and how they will be ready for the tournament.
Worlds prep is always really fun. There's so much to learn from other teams. So you really have to change your focus from being inward-looking to being very, very outward-looking and really spending as much time as you possibly can. We're obviously going to be going through the play-ins now as well, which means an even greater number of teams and regions that we then have to go and research. So I think we're going to have to be really disciplined with ourselves and really hit the road running when it comes to practice. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of extra factors as well going to China because there's kind of jet lag and things like that to deal with and a lot of logistical stuff. So I think it'll be challenging for sure.
How do you foresee things happening? Because I know it's going to be complex. You guys are going to have to go beforehand to be ready like for 2 weeks before the tournament happens. So how are you anticipating all this? Because that's new. You didn't have this last year at Worlds.
Definitely not. I think it's a huge challenge for players, especially in a young team like ours, because everyone's going to have to be so disciplined with themselves, you know. Like if you're kind of quarantining on your own, which we will be, it's so easy to slip up and I don't know, like not deal with the jet lag properly or not exercise properly. And obviously we're not going to be able to get much like sunlight and things like that. So it's going to be really, really tough to actually stay kind of disciplined and on top of things, I think, because we're not a very experienced team, but I think we've done a lot of kind of logistical preparation and planning in preparation for it. So fingers crossed it'll be okay.
Okay, that's very good to know. And you keep on mentioning the fact that you don't have a lot of experience, but I recall you were playing at Worlds last year and also in play-ins with Sply. So anything you learned back then that will help you maybe approach play-ins better this year?
That's a really tough question. I think in play-ins, normally the teams that like just play their style are doing the best, right? Like you commit to one style and play it really, really hard, and you kind of have to be willing to bet that the other teams aren't strong enough to be able to punish you super hard for it, which I think has been a weakness for us in the past, playing against really strong teams in Europe, right? Like last split against G2, today against Rogue. Like these teams innovated and adapted around our playstyle to be able to shut us down. And I think that the teams coming through from play-ins generally have less ability to do that.
All right, well, I wish you the best of luck at Worlds. I have no doubt you will make us all proud, and thank you very much, Mac, for the interview.
Thank you very much.
And back to you, Quickshot.
Thank you so much, Law and Mac. Absolutely fantastic interview, and I love the fact that straight out the gate, acknowledgement that leadership and maybe coaching could be to blame, as well as the fact the players didn't perform. Now, I committed to making this joke before I saw the interview, and it does feel a little bad. But now that we are done with the series, I took a screenshot of an absolutely incredible meme that I saw, and Kevin was unable to get me a graphic that would fit. So I made him zoom in on this. Kevin saying in my ear that it's my fault. Glad lion, sad lion, more like the kitty cats today. So we turned that one to screen. Thank you very much. Apologies for that very selfish moment. Let's go back to regularly scheduled viewing. Larson is still with us. Rogue have now secured this spot in the semi-final. You guys are going to face off against G2. You're also guaranteed to go to the World's group stage, which after winning the Summer Split was likely expected. So let's talk a little bit about both of these things. Let's go with Worlds first. What does it mean to you, Larson, to know that you get to watch play-ins, you get to see some of the other teams performing, learning some of the meta, and then you guys are going to be starting groups maybe against TSM?
I mean, it's very nice to be in the group stage because the playing stage starts kind of early, so you would not have that much time to prepare for Worlds actually, since you need to go to China and have the quarantine and everything. So playing starts really early, so it will be very hectic, and we wouldn't have that much time to prepare if we went to play-in. So it's really nice to get to learn the meta more. And yeah, I mean, being a group stage and playing all the best teams would be really fun, of course.
And of course, what are your expectations going to be for the Mad Lions? Them starting in play-ins. We know that there's a number of very strong teams that are going to be there. You know, would you have preferred to be in play-ins, to play those games, or is it easier and better to watch them and prepare backstage? And we talked about a little bit about this in Ready Check.
Usually, I think it's kind of better to be in play-ins actually, because you get to play a lot of stage games and to learn the meta. But since it's such a short amount of time you have to prepare before play-ins now, since it starts kind of early, I think, I prefer to be in group stage. But usually it's not that bad to play in play-ins, right?
Yeah.
And I think Mad will, I'm not sure how hard it is to go for play-ins. I didn't really look at it. Is there like a lot of good teams, or?
They're still qualifying. So we've only got 14 or 15 teams qualified right now. A number of regional playoffs are still happening. So I can't say if it's going to be difficult. The thing that I would say is that if you lose games in group and you end up being the second seed, that then has to face a first seed from, you know, one of the other groups. That could be where problems would arise. So, you know, I'm not too certain what's going to be easier, but obviously the stage games, as you mentioned, the extra prep earlier. So there's pros and cons to it, right, Kedril?
Yeah, I kind of have to agree with Larson. I mean, if it was past years of Worlds, I would say play-ins could be useful because you have these rookies, you get them on the stage, you get the crowd, you get the hype, you can sort of feel the Worlds vibe, and the pressure eases on you a lot slower than if you're just thrown into group stage. But I think with the system this year, I think group stage is obviously better because there's a lot less hectic stuff going on. You can relax a bit more, take some more time off from now until World starts. And I think that's something that some of the teams may need if they have had a really long split.
Yeah, get some rest and recuperation. Let's turn our attention to next week, though. Obviously, we've got the finals coming up. Semi-final on Saturday, finals on Sunday. Before I go to Larson, Rogue versus G2. This is now the matchup. What do you think of Larson and Rogue's chances of taking down G2?
Look, Larson's one of my closest friends. And I'm saying this to him live, but unfortunately I think G2 is just such a good team. But if Rogue can show this form that they did today, and they can keep this sort of summer splits, all these best of ones consistency going, I think they have a pretty good chance, honestly. But I still think G2 is favored. I think it will be a G2 Fnatic final, but I hope Larson wins personally as a friend.
Larson, what do you think of your chances next weekend against G2?
If we play like this week, I'm kind of confident that we can win. I think we have good chances. We have never won against G2 though, which is something that people will say, right? And that it's kind of in our head a little bit, I think. But I mean, I think our chances are pretty decent. I think individually they're not performing that well. Besides their solo laners, I think rest of them are not performing as well as they usually are individually. So I think maybe we can exploit them on the individual level. And I mean, obviously they're the favorites, right? Which is fine. It's kind of nice being the underdogs anyway. And hopefully we can break the G2 Fnatic final thing.
Yeah, that would be nice. But I mean, Fnatic was 0-7 against G2 before they started their best of 5, right? So you never know, Rogue might take over.
Yeah, but the thing is, their solo laners are carrying, and I saw what Whippo did to Finn, right? So
yeah, it was,
you know, that was a change. But also, like Finn today versus Fnatic, like it's completely different.
Yeah.
Lawson, quick question before we start to move on. Have you had a chance to watch many of the other like regional finals and playoffs like LCK or LPL? And if the answer is yes, how do you think European teams will stack up against some of like the Asian regions that obviously have been so dominant for so long?
I mean, this is a really hard question for me, right? I've never played at Worlds, so I'm not really sure how good they are. And when you watch, I watch a bit of LPL and LCK. There's so many games, so it's really hard to watch all of the games. But I watch a bit of them, and in LPL, for example, it seems like they're just handshaking a lot of fights. So maybe if you don't handshake the fights, you can like win against them. And I mean, I'm honestly not sure. It's so hard for me to say how good they are. We just need to play there and then I'll see how good they are.
It's a really unfair question. I realize that. But when you look at the levels of LPL and LCK, from the few games that you have seen, fans at home, we theorize which region, which leagues look better. So if you were to say which regions look better, based on how they play within that region, is that something that you can say right now? Go LPL, LCK, LEC. We'll just focus on those three.
I mean, then I would say LEC is the best. I think LEC can be the best, actually. But usually coming into Worlds, the Western fans are usually underestimating LEC, I think. And since Asia is kind of hype, like you see the Chinese teams, you see the Korea teams, people will hype the Asian teams up a lot. But as we saw the past two Worlds, LEC has performed better than LCK, right? So I know a lot of people are saying that EU will kind of get stoned by Asia or something, but I don't think that will be the case. I think LEC will be very strong this year as well. So
yeah, I kind of agree with Lawson, honestly. I think Europe is looking pretty strong. People just underestimate them. They see Knight and Caster and all this stuff popping off, and they're like, wow, the LPL looks amazing. But we've got some good teams too. I think we're going to do pretty well.
I think so too. I think we actually need to stop talking about this because if we hype everyone up, then we can only get disappointed. Right?
True,
so I think as a fan here, I think being surprised, being the underdog, like Lawson and Rogue just said, maybe can help us. Anyways, next Saturday, Rogue will take on G2 in that direct elimination match. They are fighting for a spot in the final. I'm not going to ask Lawson this. I already have a prediction here, but I'm going to get a score line. You said you think G2 will win, right? Caps versus Lawson. Talk to me about the laning phase, and then give me which team's going to win the score and the score.
I think it's just super even. I think both Larson and Caps are super strong. I think, obviously, Larson, who we've seen throughout the regular split, really prefers his control mages and getting advantages in the lane and then just popping off in fights, whereas Caps sometimes likes to roam around the map. But I think if Larson has his good matchup, has the push, I think Larson will do super well against Caps. But I think it'll be pretty even overall. If in terms of scoreline, I think it would go to 5 games. I would favor G2 because they are the favorites, obviously, and they are the best team historically in Europe for the last couple of years. And they are known to step up in best of 5s. And I also feel like against Fnatic, they dropped the ball a bit. I think they'll take this one really, really seriously. So I would favor G2, but I think it could go to 5 games.
I really hope that it does go to 5 games. Lawson, we're running out of time, so I would like to ask you, do you have any message that you'd love to say to the fans, to the Rogue supporters, maybe to some of the haters? I'll leave that to you for our closing thoughts.
I mean, I don't really care about the haters, right? It's just fun to prove them wrong today. But there were a lot of people who also supported us the past week after Fnatic loss. It's yeah, I just want to say thank you to everyone who supported us the past week, since we got a lot of hate, right? So yeah, I always say thank you for the people who supported us past week.
Lawson, I would like to say thank you to you personally as well. Thank you for a fantastic performance today. Thank you for playing exceptionally well throughout 2020. And I expect to say thank you for your Worlds performance as well. Congratulations. I'll see you next Saturday. That's it from us here in Berlin. Be sure to tune into the LCS later tonight as Team Liquid and FlyQuest hit the Rift. We'll be back next Saturday for the last weekend of the LEC 2020 season. See you then.
See you.
Thank you for the carry, Kedril. It's good fun.
I'm known for carrying Loomis.
The auto humanoid with the stopwatch to keep himself alive. There's the arrow hits on Summer. Vander takes the kill.
Comes Inspired.
And here comes Inspired, and there goes Kazi. Kaiser down for the double kill for the push, but you can see it's already down to 4,000 HP, and they go in. The engagement, unstoppable onslaught, the damage coming out of Rome's gonna go down. Dawning Shadow, not quite enough, but he takes booms as Larson takes the kill. Kaiser's second on the menu, and Rogue, Inspired, still trying to step forward. Humanoid almost goes down, and Kaiser's low as well. And here comes the charge. Rogue sense it, they smell blood in the water, they take two, and they will look to close out the game. Humanoid's going in, he has the flank, he has the gold card, he locks it straight onto Vander. Minions are pushing the Nexus. Oh, Larson! The top mid laner statistically in the regular season! And you thought for a moment Mad Lions had a chance, but Larson slammed the door right in their face.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 0. Lift off of Space Shuttle Atlantis. Mission to build, resupply,